Government Business Order of the Day number 1, standing in the name of Ms Cahill, the Care and Protection of Children Legislation Amendment, Every Child Matters Bill 2026, Serial 67, to move the bill be now read a second time.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first I would like to thank the members of the Legislative Scrutiny Committee for the work that they did and put on the record that recommendations 1, 4 and 5 were adopted and the remaining recommendations 2, 3 and 6 will be addressed in my summation to this debate.
Minister, can you just pause for a minute? You need to move that the bill be now read a second time.
I just wanted to table a document that is the interim report, independent review into the conduct of the Department of Children and Families. Madam Speaker, I now move the bill be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the next member to speak in the debate. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today as the Shadow Minister for Child Protection to speak against the Care and Protection of Children Legislation Amendment Bill 2026. I want to begin with what should be common ground across this chamber. Every child deserves to be safe. Every child deserves to be protected from violence, abuse, exploitation and neglect. Every child deserves a stable home, people who will love them, and the opportunity to grow into a strong and healthy adult. Where a child is at an unacceptable risk, the government should intervene. It should act decisively, it should act competently, and it must act in the best interests of that child. No member of this Assembly disputes that. But child protection should never become a political football. It is too important for misinformation. It is too important for race politics and attempts to divide Territorians into those who supposedly care and those who do not. That is insulting and it is dishonest characterisation of this debate. The question before us is not whether children matter. Of course they matter. Every child matters under existing legislation. The safety and best interests of a child are already paramount considerations in decisions made under the Care and Protection Act. Child protection authorities already have the power to intervene when a child is not safe. The real question is whether the changes in this bill will make children safer. The short answer is no. The evidence presented to the Parliamentary Committee was clear. This bill will not make children safer. It will place additional pressures on a child protection system that is already struggling to fulfil its basic responsibilities. Around 150 submissions were received by the committee. The overwhelming weight of evidence from Aboriginal organisations, child protection experts, medical professionals, legal services, family violence specialists, advocates for children in care and frontline organisations opposed significant elements of this bill. Those were not submissions from people who don't care about children. They are submissions from people who work every day with children and families. They were submissions from people who understand the system, who see where it fails and who knows what is required to improve it. The Minister for Child Protection said yesterday, if we accept that too many children are being failed by the current system, what exactly is the alternative? The solutions, Madam Speaker, were spelt out for this government in the 150 submissions, in the decades of evidence and research on how to improve the system. Yet listening to this government, it has dismissed that evidence and continued to suggest that anyone who opposes its approach is somehow opposed to child safety. Madam Speaker, that is not leadership. As SNAKE, the national peak body for Aboriginal children, said following the committee's report, a government cannot claim to put children first while rejecting the evidence about what keeps children safe. SNAKE described the decision to proceed as an extraordinary rejection of decades of evidence and expertise of those working in the sector every day. The government had a choice. It could listen to those who understand the system and amend the bill accordingly. It could have worked constructively with Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, health experts, legal experts, child and young people, foster and kinship carers and frontline workers. Instead, It has chosen to press ahead with the legislation that expands government power while doing almost nothing to address the serious operational failures inside the child protection system. Madam Speaker, legislative reform will not create a child protection worker in a remote community. It will not build a house for a family experiencing overcrowding. It will not provide disability support to a child who has been waiting months for assistance. It will not place a family violence worker beside a mother who is trying to keep herself and her child safe. It will not establish alcohol and other drug services in a community where no service exists. And Madam Speaker, it will not recruit kinship carers, complete their assessments and provide them with the financial and practical support needed to care for children. It will not repair a system that too often fails to investigate reports of harm, support families early and keep children safe before they enter care. The Minister herself has acknowledged that families too often do not receive support until their problems become overwhelming. That is not evidence that this existing legislation is inadequate. It is evidence that the child protection system is failing to do what it was designed to do. The question the government should be asking is, why are families not receiving support before problems become overwhelming? We know, and the community knows, the answer to this, Madam Speaker. There are not enough child protection workers. Each child protection worker carries over 22 cases. There are not enough accessible and specialised family supports. There are not enough community-based prevention programs. There is not enough stable housing. There is not enough in-classroom supports for children with additional needs. There are not enough family violence, mental health, disability, counselling and alcohol and other drug services available where people live. There is not enough long-term and secure funding for Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. And there is not enough support for kinship and foster carers. There is not enough accountability when the department fails to perform the duties that the law already places upon it. The system is under enormous pressure and is failing to consistently meet the responsibilities it already has. That should concern every Territory family. Madam Speaker, the Aboriginal child placement principle was not created by chance. It was created because Aboriginal people knew the devastating consequences of children growing up disconnected from their family, their culture, their country, their community. As a stolen generation survivor, Fiona, told the Bringing 'Em Home inquiry, once that language was taken away, we lost part of that. We lost part of that very soul. It meant our culture was gone, our family was gone, and everything dear to us was gone. Those are words of a reminder of why the child placement principle exists today. Not to delay decisions or compromise a child's safety, but to ensure that when children cannot remain safely at home, every effort is made to preserve their identity, their culture, and their connection to family. Because, Madam Speaker, every child deserves not only to be safe, but to know who they are and where they come from and that they belong. As an Aboriginal member of this Assembly, I reject the government's attempt to frame this debate as a contest between culture and safety. It is a false choice. Culture does not come at the expense of safety. Connection does not come at the expense of safety. Family participation does not come at the expense of safety. For Aboriginal children, family, kin, culture, language, identity and country are fundamental parts to their well-being. They are protective factors. Almost 9 out of the 10 children in the care in the Territory are Aboriginal. That fact should lead this government to strengthen the Aboriginal child placement principle, not weaken Pacific protections and obligations that support its operation. The very elements that would increase child safety. The Aboriginal child placement principle is much more than a list describing where a child should be replaced after removal. It consists of 5 interconnected elements: prevention, partnership, participation, placement, and connection, with expectations on the government to ensure accountability and compliance. Each element matters. SNAKE, the peak body for Aboriginal children, has warned that weakening these protections will exacerbate existing problems rather than resolve them. The majority of child protection funding comes from and flows from the tertiary end of the system, after families have reached crisis, rather than towards prevention and family support. This year, $42 million has gone to purchased home-based care, compared with around $6 million for kinship and $11 million for foster care. This is not a government that is serious about preventing harm to children. The CLP are spending significant resourcing on placing children after removal, while failing to invest in service and practice reform that may prevent removal or support a child to be safely reunified. The government has a responsibility to partner with Aboriginal families, communities and organisations in every stage of decision-making. This means a structural role in intake, assessment, intervention, placement, care planning and decision-making, not as an afterthought or not at all. Yet this bill does not establish Aboriginal family-led decision-making that experts have repeatedly recommended. The government could have strengthened these mechanisms. It could have required mediation or family conferencing when requested by a parent, a family member or an organisation representing a child. It could have implemented recommendations from royal commissions. Instead, those opportunities have been ignored. This bill risks making permanent non-kin placements more likely. Last year, only 67 Aboriginal children in care were placed in kin. The majority of children in care are placed in purchased home-based care, not with family, not with kin. Children in care must be supported to maintain meaningful relationships with family, community, culture, language and country. This is especially important when a child cannot be placed with family or with kin. It requires more than the occasional cultural activity or generic or incompetent and incomplete plans that the government offer. We must have these plans. One young person, through the Care Foundation, said that one conversation from a person from Larrakia Nation taught them more about their family than their caseworker ever had. That should stop every member in this chamber in their tracks. Another young person said, "I feel more okay with my culture because my carer is also Indigenous. So she knows how I feel about wanting to learn more about, instead of just standing there not knowing what my culture is." These are voices the government should be listening to. Instead of strengthening compliance with the child protection placement principle, the bill falls short of well holding the government and the child protection system accountable. Issues with the Aboriginal child placement principle arise from poor implementation in the Northern Territory, not legislative design. Madam Speaker, the bill also introduces a strict hierarchy for considering a child's best interest. The existing legislation already requires a child's best interest, including child safety, and that safety absolutely is paramount in the consideration. That flexibility is important because children's lives are complex. No two children have the exact same circumstances. The bill removes the flexibility needed by the department and the courts to work with children and families. The United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child recommends that the best interest should be assessed by a flexible, non-exhaustive and non-hierarchical list. Even the department pointed this out in their response to the Scrutiny Committee. Yet the government have chosen to ignore its own department, as well as international legal standards to limit the very powers needed to keep children safe. Madam Speaker, the proposed family responsibility agreements and orders are another serious concern. The government describes these provisions as early intervention. They are not early intervention. Early intervention is a safe house when a woman and her child are escaping violence. Safe houses that this government have refused to invest and support in. And frontline family violence services that have missed out on adequate funding. Early intervention is access to mental health treatment. It is disability support at a school in the early years. It is culturally safe alcohol and other drug treatment programs. It is transport to appointments. It is food security, stable housing, and assistance when needed with parenting. What is meant to be a collective agreement through family responsibility agreements can quickly turn to statutory orders. Any family at any point can be subject to a family responsibility order without them knowing. Family responsibility agreements introduce a broad threshold for intervention, known as an event of concern. This includes vague antisocial behaviour, an event that adversely affects a child's well-being or a child not attending school. Many submissions raised that the lack of school attendance is not often an indication of parental neglect. The government provided no clarity or have appeared to give no consideration as to how many disproportionately affected children with complex needs. Place additional pressures on family through fear and shame and contribute to caregiver burnout, family stress and disengagement from services. Family responsibility orders may also require families to attend services or meet conditions that are impossible to satisfy. A parent in a remote community cannot attend a program that doesn't exist. A family cannot move into appropriate housing when the wait lists are 8 to 10 years long. A parent cannot secure disability services that have not been funded or staffed. A victim survivor cannot control the behaviour of a violent perpetrator. The evidence from family violence services is particularly important. Quills, the Catherine Women's Legal Service, raised that in many child protection cases, it is the mother who is left engaging with the department and the courts, while the father or the perpetrator does not participate. Family responsibility requirements risk placing further pressure on women who are already trying to protect their children while failing to keep the behaviour of the person using the violence at the centre of the response. 34% of child safety concerns which involve family violence. That accounts, Madam Speaker, for 4,370 notifications, yet only 24 referrals were made to the Domestic and Family Violence Support Services through Circuit Breaker. That is a profound gap between the number of families identified and the number of supports provided. The answer cannot be to push victim survivors because the system failed to connect them with services. The answer is not to further punish mums who are already trying to keep their children safe and their families together. The bill allows for family responsibility orders to proceed in circumstances where a parent may not have received proper notice. A document may be left at or mailed to a person's last known address. That is completely inadequate for families experiencing homelessness, housing instability, or movement between remote communities. What is even more worrying is hearing that may occur without the parent present. There may have then been found to have breached the requirements they did not properly understand or have not even known existed. That is not procedural fairness. It is not creating safety, and it is unlikely to build trust between families and the services needed to work with them. Effective child protection depends on relationships. They must have confidence that seeking assistance will not automatically trigger punitive action or the permanent loss of their child. Increasing surveillance and coercion without increasing supports risks driving vulnerable families away from health services, schools, domestic violence services, and community organisations. That can make children less visible and less safe. Madam Speaker, I'm deeply concerned by the government's emphasis and the bill's emphasis on permanency. This bill makes it easier to take kids away from families permanently by putting a 2-year clock on reunification. This is dangerous. That view is backed up by the majority of the 150 evidence-based submissions opposing the bill. This bill limits the department's obligations to pursue re-notification efforts to 2 years. A 2-year timeframe is woefully inadequate to address serious health, mental health, substance issues, family violence, family behavioural patterns, and housing inadequacy. A parent living with a disability may require long-term assistance. A grandmother trying to become a kinship carer may need a larger home, may need repairs, financial assistance, and help navigating them through a complex assistance and assessment process. A parent in a remote community may wait months for a specialist service. Children and families cannot be blamed for delays created by the government's own failure to provide services. The government says it is creating stability. Permanent separation is not a successful outcome merely because a file has been closed or a long-term order has been made. Safety and permanency are not mutually exclusive. The government has an obligation to keep children safe while in care, while at the same time remaining safe relationships and continuing reunification efforts to do so where safe to do so. Strict timelines have been tried in other jurisdictions and have failed because parents are less likely to be able to access supports needed to address protective concerns with strict timeframes and time limits, and are inflexible and cannot be overridden by a court. And as a result, Madam Speaker, children are denied opportunities to enjoy their rights to identity, to family, to culture and community. We should learn from that experience rather than repeat it. The bill also suggests that permanency in care is synonymous with safety. It is not. 1 in 3 children in care experience further harm. That is 1 child of every 3 child, Madam Speaker, that goes on to be harmed while in care. 23% of children in care had multiple notifications of alleged harm or exploitation. The majority of harm in care occurs in home-based purchased care or foster care arrangements. Only 2% of investigations into harm in care during 2024-2025 were completed within the required timeframes. These are confronting figures. Once the government removes a child, it assumes an enormous responsibility. Before the government creates a faster pipeline of children into permanent care, it must demonstrate that the system itself is safe, is properly monitored, and is capable of meeting the children's needs. Submissions, hearings, advocacy, and significant research shows the Territory Child Protection System is struggling. Legislative reform alone will not fix this. The bill distracts from the real issues confronting Northern Territory children. When a child comes into child protection, and that is a system that is underfunded, under-resourced and under strain. That's where the government should be focusing its efforts. Madam Speaker, opposing this bill does not mean defending the existing system. The existing system is far from good. Children are experiencing harm. Families are not receiving timely, adequate assistance. Workers are carrying unreasonable caseloads. Investigations are taking too long. Kinship carers are not being properly identified or supported, and children in care are experiencing further harm. Young people are leaving care without a plan, without housing or enduring relationships. One young person in care said, Madam Speaker, "I have been homeless since I turned 18 because there is no available housing for kids leaving care." Another said, "As soon as I left care, reality hit me. I was homeless and I had no family to go to. No one wanted to know me." The child protection system needs reform, but it must be evidence-based reform, properly resourced and developed with those who understand what children and families need. First, we need to implement solutions that have already been identified. We need to recruit and support frontline child protection workers to ensure manageable caseloads. Second, we need substantial investment in prevention and early intervention. That means long-term funding to family support, family violence services, mental health care, disability services, alcohol and other drug treatment, and parenting assistance. It means services based in communities. Third, we need to significantly strengthen and invest in Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. Aboriginal organisations should not be expected to carry increasing responsibilities while receiving a fraction of the funding provided to large non-Indigenous providers. Fourth, we need to strengthen the child placement principle, establish Aboriginal family-led decision-making and accountability measures for genuine active efforts. Families, elders, community-controlled organisations must be involved in decisions before they become irreversible. Fifth, we need more support for kinship carers. That includes financial assistance, housing, repairs, respite, training, case management, and help navigating assessments. Sixth, the child protection system reform is a major public health issue requiring an adequate response. The Royal Australasian College of Physicians has called for more comprehensive health and developmental assessments for children entering care, ongoing paediatric and mental health reviews, shared health management plans across placements, timely specialist referrals, and public reporting on children's health outcomes. That is the type of practical reform that will improve children's lives. Madam Speaker, we need strong, independent and transparent oversight and reporting. When obligations are not met, there must be accountability. Finally, we must address the structural drivers that bring families into the child protection system. The Australian Centre for Child Protection submitted their increasing recognition, nationally and internationally, that child protection systems must move beyond narrow child rescue approaches. Child protection reform must rethink structural responses to poverty, to housing insecurity, and exclusion from services long before families interact with statutory systems. But the government, policy and investment can make significant difference. That is the hard work. It is more difficult than changing legislation. Madam Speaker, evidence shows this bill will not increase child safety. Legislation has a role, but legislation that is poorly designed, inadequately resourced, and contrary to the evidence causes harm, not safety. Madam Speaker, the government has attempted today to present a bill as a simple choice: support the bill or fail to support child safety. It is a reductive position, and one we owe more than that to listen to children and families who will be affected. Territory Labor supports decisive intervention when a child is unsafe. We support the paramount safety of children. We support strong action against abuse, neglect, violence and exploitation. But we also support evidence. We support prevention. We support family participation. We support kinship care. We support the rights of Aboriginal children to remain connected to family, to community and country where it is safe. We support workers having the resources to do their jobs. We support a child protection system that is accountable for the safety and well-being of children once they enter its care. Madam Speaker, the government should withdraw this bill. They should listen to the evidence and return with reforms that strengthen safeguards, properly resource the system, support families and hold the department accountable. The government has a responsibility to do more, to govern well. Territory children deserve nothing less. Madam Speaker, I also want to table a document.
Is leave granted to table the document? All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the noes have it.
So, Madam Speaker, the document is a statement that was put out from all Australian jurisdictions, barring the Northern Territory and Queensland, in relation to the child placement principle. I seek leave to table that document.
Is leave granted? Those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye.
Thank you,
The
Madam
ayes have it.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I table this document because it is an important document that goes beyond the conversation that we're having in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, I want to be clear. This is a document that has been supported by the Honourable Tanya Plibersek, the Federal Minister for Social Services. It has also been supported by the WA Minister for Child Protection, the South Australian Minister for Child Protection, the Tasmanian Minister for Children and Youth, the Minister from New South Wales, Minister for Families and Communities, the Minister for Children, Youth and Families from the ACT, and the Victorian Minister for Children. Unfortunately, the Northern Territory and Queensland were unable and unwilling to sign this document. But, Madam Speaker, this statement states that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child placement principle has been nationally agreed to by all jurisdictions. It reaffirms the rights of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, families and communities by ensuring culture, family, community and country are central to the child protection decision-making. These principles are objectives that are consistently with child safety. The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child placement principle has been embedded in child protection legislation, policy and practice for all Australian states and territories and is supported by the Commonwealth, noting that child protection matters are within state and territory responsibilities. The majority of the states and territories and the Commonwealth maintain their continued commitment to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child placement principle and recognise and abide by its critical objective to promote the best interests of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people through recognition of the imperative of their continued connection to family, to community and culture. Jurisdictions note the introduction of the Care and Protection of Children legislation amendment Every Child Matters Bill 2026 NT, and that the uniform view of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leadership groups, the Aboriginal leadership group members, that the bill represents a diminution of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child placement principle will be detrimental to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people in that jurisdiction. A majority of the states and territories and the Commonwealth express concern that the Northern Territory's bill has been progressed against the strong recommendation of Aboriginal stakeholders and as a regrettable divergence from the safe and supported partnership agreement made by all Australian governments and the Australia Aboriginal Leadership Group to implement the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Child Placement Principle to the standard of effective efforts. These jurisdictions unequivocally affirm that the Aboriginal and Child Placement Principle and its requirement for connection to community and culture is supportive of, rather than at odds with, the safety and welfare and well-being of Aboriginal children and young people in care. Madam Speaker, it is important to place that on the record to demonstrate that this government, at every attempt, has chosen to ignore the years and years of evidence, of best practice standards, of stories. Madam Speaker, there is a rally happening right now where Aboriginal people are talking, raising their concerns about their community because they have been ignored by this government. 150 submissions is not something to ignore, Madam Speaker. It is a warning that what you are doing is wrong. It is an alarm bell to say that you are going to create more harm than good. And Madam Speaker, I take great offence to members of this government calling my community, calling our stakeholders, calling everyday Territorians morally bankrupt just because they don't support your bill. That is offensive. That is not true. They are people who have raised valid concerns. They are many people who have lived experience. Many people in those communities who have raised those concerns are members of, or are related to, and have family members who are part of the stolen generation. They are not morally bankrupt. To throw those words around is completely disrespectful to hundreds of people in the Territory, to hundreds of organisations who have raised valid concerns. Of course, Madam Speaker, as I have said, and I will say again, every child in the Northern Territory deserves to be safe. Every child deserves to be protected from violence, to be protected from abuse, from exploitation and neglect. Every kid in the Territory deserves a stable home, deserves to have a home filled with love, filled with hope, filled with happiness. They deserve to have an opportunity to grow into a strong and healthy adult. And where there is risk, absolutely work needs to be done. But Madam Speaker, as I have said, child safety already matters in the existing legislation. The safety and best interests of that child are already paramount considerations in the decisions made under the Care and Protection Act in this. Madam Speaker, the fundamental change in this bill that we are debating today is about the government shifting its focus away from reunification and embedding in permanent care orders, taking the shift away from allowing families to work, to do that reunification, to bring that young person back home, back to their community, back to their family, to bring in an order that says, if you reach this time threshold, you are no longer able to ever have that child back in your family. That's incorrect. It's absolutely terrible. Yes, there are processes in place. There are long and lengthy processes that will make it hard for a family to be reunified after the prescribed timeframes. But, Madam Speaker, reunification should be an important aspect when it comes to child protection. The government could make really simple, tangible changes here. When it comes to housing, they could prioritise families who want to have kinship care or foster care, move them up the wait list so that they're not waiting for 5 to 8 years to get a house. Prioritise them so we're not having to put families in purchased home-based care. These are things that we could be doing. These are things that have been done before and they have worked. This is incredibly important, Madam Speaker. We do need to look at how we can do this work. We do need to see greater investment. When you look at the Territory's budget, the biggest chunk of new money or reallocation of funds is going to purchased home-based care, because this government know that they are going to be removing more children from their families. They've budgeted for it. They haven't increased funding for intensive family supports to help young people, to help families, to do the prevention and early intervention work. They've gone straight to the reactive end and just said, we know we're going to be removing more children and we don't have an idea of what to do in the early intervention in the program space. They could have honoured their commitment and actually invested more money in the domestic and family violence space. The stats speak for themselves when you look at the programs that they tweet as circuit breaker. Only a fraction of referrals that were made have actually delivered anything. Madam Speaker, every child matters and no one in this parliament should be disputing that, because it is absolutely crucially important. But we mustn't always just focus on the tertiary ends or the reactive nature in child protection. We absolutely need to do more work. If you look at those submissions, 150 submissions, not just from everyday people, but from experts. Experts as well, I will add, with lived experience. People who deal every day with the complexities in the child protection system, that deal with the complexities of families in the Northern Territory, and that know what can happen to the trajectory of a young person. We're not hearing anything from this government about how they are going to respond to those horrific stats that 1 in 3 children who go into care are further harmed or abused. We're just hearing that the government are going to make it easier to bring in permanent care orders and are watering down a principle that was not just created overnight, it was built on years of hard work, of advocacy and of lived experience from previous failed policies like the stolen generation that led to the development of the child placement principle. These are things that we should be amplifying and investing and building on, not watering down, Madam Speaker. That is why we will not support this bill as it currently stands in Parliament. We will absolutely, Madam Speaker, be moving to consideration in detail to ask further questions for the government to expand on a number of clauses that they are introducing against the lived experience and the evidence of experts and what the data tells us. And certainly, Madam Speaker, we will be pushing and putting amendments forward to try and strengthen this bill so that it delivers what the Territory needs, not what the government wants its slogan of the day to be, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution in support of the Every Child Matters Bill 26 today. Madam Speaker, before I start into what I want to say, I just want to rebut some of the things, some of the misconceptions, and I'm going to call it the untruths the member for Gwoja just mentioned, Madam Speaker. He should be ashamed of himself for coming in here and peddling information to the public, because this is a public forum. That is simply not true, Madam Speaker. I'm going to start by, he mentioned that towards the end of his contribution, that the 2 years and after that there's no way to reunite with the families. Madam Speaker, that is simply not true. Simply not true. Anyone can apply to the court for a court order about their children, about families, Madam Speaker. So for the member for Goyder to come here and say untrue words to the public, Madam, shows that simply Labor cannot be trusted. Labor cannot be trusted. They're in here today in this very important matter, Madam Speaker. I think everyone here agrees that children are at the heart of our community and they need to be safe. They deserve to be safe, and that's what this bill does, Madam Speaker. And for the member for Goyder, I'm interested to hear what the other Labor people have to say, where they're going to come in here and say these these untrue words, Madam Speaker, and try and whip up public sentiment and to create division, because that's what they're doing, Madam Speaker. We are here, Madam Speaker, purely to make sure that children in the Northern Territory are safe. It's a pretty simple proposition, but yet, Madam Speaker, the member for Gwoja is over there peddling untruths, Madam Speaker. He said at the beginning of his contribution that we're doing nothing to change the department, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a department that Territory Labor managed for 8 years, 8 previous years before we come to office, Madam Speaker. We've been in office for about 2 years, Madam Speaker, and we are fixing things. We are making decisions because the other previous Labor government, Madam Speaker, who I said can't be trusted, were too scared to make those decisions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Gwoja there, his own government, he was a senior minister in that government for 8 previous years, never alone the 19 out of the last 20-odd years that they were in power, Madam Speaker, managed the departments that he spoke of, that he criticised, Madam Speaker. So for the member for Gwoja to come in here and criticise government departments, again, he should be ashamed of himself, Madam Speaker. These are departments who are out doing what they can do, good government people, good Territorians, out with the children's best interests at their heart, Madam Speaker, and the member for Gwoja comes in here and criticises them, he should be ashamed of himself, Madam Speaker. Again, another untruth, he said that we're doing nothing to change the department. The Minister tabled an interim report today, Madam Speaker, an interim report from 2 people, Karen Webb and Greg Shanahan. This is a report about trying to fix this issue that we found when we come to office, which was made and created under the previous Labor government, Madam Speaker. So we are taking action. For him to come in here and say we've done nothing to change the department, again, another untruth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, he talks about not enough child protection workers, not enough houses, not enough care workers, not enough alcohol and drug counsellors, not enough support for those carers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, department that the Territory Labor, managed for the past 8 years. For the past 8 years, Madam Speaker, we've come into office, we're fixing that, and the Minister should be commended for making the tough decisions that other previous governments have failed or too scared to do about fixing this sector, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's simple. Labor cannot be trusted. 8 years, they failed Territorians, they failed Aboriginal children. And they're here today creating division, again, trying to fail Aboriginal children and children in general, Madam Speaker, right across the Northern Territory. Madam Speaker, he spoke about the Aboriginal placement principle and how we're changing it. Madam Speaker, there is no change to that principle. It's staying the same. So again, Madam Speaker, another untruth, another misleading statement, Madam Speaker, out there to create division, to create uncertainty, which is exactly what this sector does not need, Madam Speaker. We need to give these young children certainty, safety in their life, Madam Speaker, and that's what this bill is here to do. Madam Speaker, the member for Gwoja spoke about there's programs not there in these communities, putting further pressure on women. He neglected to say, Madam Speaker, and I feel like a broken record, Territory Labor, who can't be trusted, managed this sector for 8 of the previous 10 years, Madam Speaker. We've come into office and it's just under 2 years and we're making those decisions. So he comes in here, Madam Speaker, and criticises his own Labor government, because they're the ones, Madam Speaker, who managed and dealt with this department for 8 years, and like I said earlier, 19 out of 20-odd years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Gwoja comes in and gets on his high horse and talks about all these words, but there's no answers, Madam Speaker. There's no new policy what they would do, Madam Speaker. There's no words in this House today and telling the people, the public listening today, what Territory Labor would do to fix this problem, Madam Speaker. They have got short memories, Madam Speaker. 8 years, the Territory Labor, which the ministers on the other side were part of, were senior ministers, and yet we are here to fix the problem within 2 years, Madam Speaker. And it's not going to fix overnight, Madam Speaker. This is a serious problem. But what we're saying, Madam Speaker, is safety should be paramount. Safety of children, doesn't matter where you live, doesn't matter what your background is, doesn't matter what your culture is, you do deserve to have a safe household and grow up in a loving home with people you can trust, Madam Speaker. The bottom line is, Madam Speaker, Territory Labor failed Aboriginal children for years. Madam Speaker, he went on to speak about 1 in 3 children in care are harmed or suffer further neglect. Madam Speaker, again, this broken record, a department that the Labor government, the senior ministers managed for 8 years. They've caused a problem, Madam Speaker, and I commend the minister here on this side of the House to fix the problem, Madam Speaker, because what we are doing, we are giving more support workers, more support to the care workers, Madam Speaker. We are making sure that they are at a round table so they can have input into, Madam Speaker, the rules and the laws that they use to look after these children, because, Madam Speaker, children's safety is paramount, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Gwoja tells some stories about children 18 again and kicked out into the big wide world and no support and no housing, Madam Speaker. Again, Madam Speaker, another untruth. Madam Speaker, these children, these young people are eligible for care for help up to the age of 25, Madam Speaker. Up to the age of 25. There are non-government organisations out there who are willing to help and support these children, funded by the government. The support is funded there for these children. So you don't just turn 18 on your birthday, Madam Speaker, and walk out the door and say, see you later on your own. You've got support, Madam Speaker, for another 7 years of your life to help you get back on track, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in a previous life before I was here, I was an independent children's lawyer. I've been in the Care and Protection Court. I've sat through multiple hearings. I've read stories which you wouldn't believe are true, Madam Speaker. And I've actually seen scenarios which our young people, 18, go into these support people and help. But it's a community approach, Madam Speaker. Everyone needs to get involved. So, Madam Speaker, I would say, where are the parents, Madam Speaker? He spoke about, the 2 years, which I want to get to earlier. If there is a care order and it's been 2 or 5 years, these children are still the children of parents. They can still come into the lives of the 18 years and one day if they want to, Madam Speaker, and be parents, which clearly they choose not to for whatever reason, Madam Speaker. But this is where the government are here to support those young people up to the age of 25. Again, Madam Speaker, more words which are simply misleading, more division, more chaos, and that's what the previous Labor government were known for, Madam Speaker, for chaos, for infighting. It's happened now, Madam Speaker. There's been reshuffles. We've got new people sitting in the front there. They, Madam Speaker, have got chaos in their DNA, Madam Speaker, because anti-Labor cannot be trusted, Madam Speaker. Cannot be trusted, Madam Speaker. And again, I feel like a broken record. At the last 8 years, the issues that when I say the member for Goyder has raised, he had direct control over. He chose to do nothing. He failed Aboriginal children, Madam Speaker, and he comes into this House today and provides misleading information, untruth, and I point out just a few, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure the relevant minister is going to go through in more detail to make sure that everyone knows that this government is here for the safety of children, and that's our number one proposition, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every child in the territory deserves to be safe. All children deserve to grow up in a safe, loving environment, to grow up free from abuse, free from neglect, free from violence, free from uncertainty of not knowing where they belong, Madam Speaker. That should not be a controversial statement, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are prepared to make the decisions that other governments are too afraid to make. Madam Speaker, our government believes that all children deserve to be treated in the same level of care, whatever their race, religion, culture, whether they are from a remote community, a regional area, Central Australia, or here in the top of Darwin. Every child matters, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if the current system was working, as the member for Gwoja says that we shouldn't change it, why are there so many Aboriginal children in care? That's a pretty simple question you ask yourself. And Madam Speaker, and I'll go out on a limb and say there's so many Aboriginal children in care because the previous system didn't work. It didn't do what it was designed to do. And this side of the House, Madam Speaker, is here to make those tough decisions, to make sure that every child is safe. This bill outlines a clear hierarchy of consideration to create stronger child-centred practices, the safety of the child, protecting from harm, permanency, stable, nurturing relationships. The responsibility of this Parliament, Madam Speaker, is to make decisions that put the best interests of the children ahead of policies ahead of the comfort of people who are defending the system that is clearly failing too many people. The reality is that we inherited a child protection system that was under enormous pressure, and the previous Labor government had the strings, they had the control, and they failed Territorians, Madam Speaker. And more importantly, and more sadly, Madam Speaker, they failed the Aboriginal children. They failed all children of the Northern Territory, Madam Speaker, because they neglected the system that they had control over for many, many, many years. Again, Madam Speaker, I'm interested to hear what the other side have to say. The member for Nightcliff, he's only new in this parliament. I hope he's read his history book here, Madam Speaker, when he stands up and makes his contribution about the failures that the previous Labor government have done in this space, across many spaces. Madam Speaker, the member for Gwoja spoke about domestic violence. Madam Speaker, I think it was up 82% under their watch. 82% increase, Madam Speaker. Here in 2 years, we brought it down, Madam Speaker. It's been reducing. So again, I hope the member for Nightcliff doesn't come in here and just read what he's been given by the Labor machine, Madam Speaker, because it simply is the Labor machine cannot be trusted. Cannot be trusted. And I ask, do your own research, member for Nightcliff. Talk about what happened in the previous Labor government, previous 2 terms, in the last 19 years, to see where we're at today. How do we get here? And what are we doing to fix it? We're making those tough decisions, Madam Speaker. For years, previous governments have watched these vulnerable children cycling through the system. Children protection notifications rise. They were turned away because of these difficult decisions. Member for Gwoja spoke about more funding, Madam Speaker. More funding was required. What did they do? They simply didn't do that, Madam Speaker, because the system is under enormous pressure. And that's where I do agree with the member for Gwoja. The system is under enormous pressure, and those people do a great job. Instead of bashing those public servants like the member for Gwoja did, Madam Speaker, I'm here to support them. We're here to say we've got with you. We want to make sure that you are cared for, protect and properly, because you are there helping these young Aboriginal and young, I'm just say young Territorians, Madam Speaker, because the previous Labor government failed to do that. They failed these children of the Northern Territory. The Care and Protection Act was introduced nearly 2 decades ago. The world has changed, Madam Speaker. There are challenges facing families, the pressures of communities have changed, and the system hasn't kept pace. Too many children have found themselves stuck in this limbo because the previous Labor government have failed them. Moved from placement to placement, suffering under uncertainty. That's why, Madam Speaker, this bill gives those children that safety, that certainty they need. It's simply not good enough. A child, Madam Speaker, does not get a second childhood. I want to say that again, Madam Speaker. A child does not get a second childhood. Every month of this uncertainty matters, Madam Speaker. I've got a young family. I know members on this side have got young families, Madam Speaker. And it goes back to those children only get one chance at that, and their parents need to step up. And if they don't, the government needs to come in and make sure that child safety is paramount consideration, Madam Speaker. And that certainty, Madam Speaker, that helps those young people have that love, have that security. And that's why these changes talk about the permanency and the stability are primary considerations in the new hierarchy. The bill contains an intensive reunification effort to take place in the first 6 months after the removal, to try and get that happening, Madam Speaker. A 2-year goal is in the child's best interest and capping those orders, Madam Speaker. There's been much said about this legislation, Madam Speaker, and again, the member for Gwoja, he's up there whipping up. He's probably out the front right now with some protesters telling him how bad this is. But I ask, and like I said to the member for Nightcliff, go and do your research. Read what happened in the previous 8 years under the Labor government. Read why did we get here? How did we get here, Madam Speaker? And I think the answers are we need to make sure that child safety is the #1 consideration, Madam Speaker. There have been people talking that this bill weakens protections, Madam Speaker. Others suggested it somehow threatens Aboriginal children. Now, that is not the case, Madam Speaker. This recognises the importance of keeping Aboriginal children connected to family, to culture, to language. It recognises the kinships, Madam Speaker. It supports participation of Aboriginal in their family decisions. The choice before us is not between child safety and cultural connection, Madam Speaker. It's both. Importantly, the changes strengthen the voices at the centre of the issue, the children, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they will get their own independent children's lawyer. Madam Speaker, like I said, in my previous life, I've been there. I've been in the court. I've been an independent children's lawyer on many, many cases, Madam Speaker. I've read stories which, quite frankly, disgust me, Madam Speaker. But these are real life stories, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've recount one story. It was where a young Aboriginal child was with the two doctors. A young Aboriginal child had some severe issues, mental issues and some health issues. And yet, Madam Speaker, this child was taken off those carers, which are two doctors, and put with an auntie on an island. So, Madam Speaker, you couldn't tell me that child is going to have the care with two doctors to put an auntie with an island. And Madam Speaker, the member for Gwoja spoke about lack of programs and all those things. Well, that's an unfortunate reality. But our system, the current system that the previous Labor government presided over and managed, allowed that to happen. Madam Speaker, that's just one case that's stuck in my mind. I get upset because it's really, really true life stories, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these changes will provide information in a way that is meaningful to understand, to be able to have children have their say, Madam Speaker, to be able to have their say. Also, Madam Speaker, will allow the carers to have their say, Madam Speaker. I'd have loved the opportunity for that case for those two doctors to jump in the witness box and let me ask them some questions about the care they provided to that child. So this allows that to happen, Madam Speaker, allows the court to make an informed decision, Madam Speaker. So that's why this bill is going to be in the best interest, Madam Speaker. There's been a lot of consultation, many public submissions. This has been open and transparent, Madam Speaker, and I'm here today, Madam Speaker, to make sure that the debate continues, because that's how important it is, Madam Speaker. Madam, I'm proud to stand with the carers and deliver all these critical changes, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to oppose the changes by the CLP government in the Care and Protection of Children legislation amendment, Every Child Matters Bill. As the father of 4 young children, there is nothing more important to me than their well-being, growth, development and safety. I know that I share this desire with all members of the chamber for the young people in our lives who we care deeply for. We also know that due to historic and ongoing inequality in our society, many kids do not receive the care and support they need to grow into happy, healthy and thriving adults. There is a clear and direct role for government on behalf of everyone in our community to assist parents and families to be able to provide the best possible care for their children. But what we see from this CLP government in this bill is an attempt to fix a complex, multifaceted and interlinked system with a sledgehammer. It's a bill that distracts from the real challenges of the child protection system in the NT by deliberately avoiding the key issues of resources, funding and operations. It does nothing to recruit new staff, provide extra family support education or reduce overcrowded housing. Not only does the CLP government lack vision or a plan for the challenges they face, but they fail the basic steps of policy development and problem solving. The explanatory statement notes that the bill amends the Act to keep children safe and central to decision making, hold parents accountable in caring for and meeting the basic needs of their children, and promotes an early intervention model to respond to child wellbeing concerns. Madam Speaker, the current legislation, the guidelines and the operations of the department already aim to do this. The Minister has simply not explained what the problem is that what the CLP government is trying to solve. What is safe? What is accountable? What is early intervention? We know the current Act already prioritises children's safety, and there are a range of options for intervention and support. Further, it is totally unclear what the measure of success will be. Is it about reduced child notifications? Is it about a reduction of child removals and out-of-home care? Or is it perhaps the opposite the government is after? We really don't know because the Minister has not explained or detailed what the real problem is and how it will be measured. Without a clear problem definition or measure of success, it is impossible to know what solutions might work, what actions should be prioritised or receive funding. A key step in trying to tackle any major issue is exploring a range of solutions to a well-defined problem. It is clear from the Minister's recent op-ed that exploring solutions has not been a focus of the development of this piece of legislation. In that article, the Minister wrote that if we all accept that too many children are being failed by the current system, what exactly is the alternative? Well, I'm very glad the Minister asked. There are recommendations from numerous inquiries, reports, submissions, coronial investigations and expert advice that has largely gone unimplemented and ignored. The best place to start would be to listen to the experts, implement these recommendations and pay attention to the work that has already been done. In particular, the 2007 Little Children Are Sacred report that inquired into the protection of Aboriginal children from sexual abuse, the 2010 Growing Them Stronger Together that investigated the child protection system in the Northern Territory, and the 2016 Royal Commission into the protection and detention of children in the Northern Territory. All of these investigations referenced the lack of progress from previous inquiries and repeated the strengthening of the role and operation of the Office of the Children's Commissioner and the Aboriginal Child Placement Principle. There is no value in using the sledgehammer approach when there are solutions already researched, assessed, road tested and operating in jurisdictions across the country and sitting in reports that directly relate to the NT. Instead of strengthening child protection legislation so that principle can operate as intended, this bill strips back the key elements even further to what had been originally recommended in those inquiries and those reports. Weakening the principle risks entrenching more systemic disadvantage in the child protection system and creating more harm for children and families. Overall, issues with the Aboriginal child placement principle arise from poor implementation in the NT and not legislative design. These need to be strengthened, not weakened, to get the best possible outcome for our community. What doesn't seem to matter to this government is the hard, systemic policy and practice reform that's required to be backed by resourcing so that the child protection system does what it is meant to do. The Minister also wrote in the same op-ed that families are too often don't receive support until problems become overwhelming. Exactly, Madam Speaker. The findings from the interim Webb-Shanahan report confirm what the Labor opposition has been saying. This is a system failure, not a legislative one. The CLP approach is clearly wrong. The question the Minister should be asking is why has her government failed to adequately fund frontline family violence services? Why are supports not in place earlier? Why do child protection workers have an average of over 22 cases per person? Why do 1 in 3 children in care experience further harm? Why are Aboriginal children in care so overrepresented in the NT at 89% of all children? At its most basic level, it's because there are not enough child protection staff. There are not enough specialised services. There are not enough community-based services where people need them. There is not enough funding to keep these essential services and workers going. There is not enough quality reporting and information sharing. And importantly, there are not enough enforceable requirements on the child protection system to make sure that it's doing what it is supposed to be doing. Child protection staff operate under considerable pressure. Children and families in remote and urban centres often cannot access the services that they need, and the resourcing of the department to address these issues has remained stagnant. By taking this legislation-first approach, it is abundantly clear that this government is not serious about child safety or getting families the help that they so dearly need. Legislative reform that causes more harm than good will not make children safer. It will not protect them from harm. It's people, policies, practices, supports and services that do. That's the answer. The Scrutiny Committee inquiry received 150 submissions and in-person testimony from many organisations that work with the current legislation and the existing challenges of the child protection system. Overwhelmingly, the changes proposed in this bill were not supported and considered very counterproductive to improving safety and outcome for kids known to the child protection system. I just want to read out a few quotes from these submissions. Firstly, from the Secretariat of National, Aboriginal and Islander Child Care, SNAKE, and I quote, "Experience in other jurisdictions demonstrates the risks associated with permanency-focused child protection frameworks. A similar 2-year time frame and tightened permanency settings introduced in Victoria resulted in significantly increased numbers of Aboriginal children being permanently removed from their families. Victoria has walked back these changes." Secondly, the Australian Centre for Child Protection, and I quote, "There is increasing recognition nationally and internationally that child protection systems must move beyond narrow child rescue approaches. There is significant unmet need in supporting families with multiple and complex needs, largely due to low investment in necessary structural supports, including but not limited to housing, infrastructure and family support services. This is even more pronounced in the context of remote communities in the Northern Territory." Thirdly, I quote from Unions NT, and I quote, "The Northern Territory government has not demonstrated that these reforms are financially sustainable or operationally achievable. For a government concerned with economic discipline, workforce attraction and efficient public administration, these reforms represent poor fiscal policy. Expanding statutory demand without adequately funding workforce growth and preventative services will increase long-term government expenditure while worsening outcomes for children and families." Fourthly, I quote Dr. Stephen Roach, Senior Research Fellow at the Institute of Child Protection Studies, Australian Catholic University. "Currently, the NT's child protection system already does not support parents with children on short-term orders to the degree and intensity required to support the reunification of their children. Across a range of organisations, experts and practitioners, the message is loud and clear that these changes are not supported. Once again, this CLP government has ignored, sidelined and rejected evidence and expertise at the expense of vulnerable people in their care." Madam Speaker, every Territorian should be concerned if this bill passes today. It expands the Department of Children and Families' powers to intervene without addressing how well the system operates or will provide greater support to families in need. It makes it easier to take kids away from families permanently by putting a 2-year time frame on reunification. It will increase pressure on the child protection system without any new support or resources for families or workers. It ignores the evidence and expertise of frontline workers. It won't fix the system, the systemic issues and with this poorly constructed legislation that are far more complex and difficult to improve. Once again, the arrogance and dismissiveness of this CLP government is on full display with this bill. It has poor and ultimately tokenistic consultation, ignores experts and evidence, takes a sledgehammer approach to a complex system and has no real purpose to solve underlying problems. There is no funding reform on the table to support families, services, or to reduce the impossible workload of child protection workers. Madam Speaker, the CLP government may say mission accomplished with the passing of this bill, but they have only created new problems and issues while ignoring the advice and expertise that could make a difference. This bill should not be supported.
Member for Braitling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today to speak to this very important bill, the Care and Protection of Children Legislation Amendment Bill 2026. Every Child Matters. Madam Speaker, today I speak not only as a member for Braitling and as a minister in this current government, but as someone that had the privilege of being the Shadow Territory Families Minister for 4 years. It was during those 4 years that many people in the community came and spoke about their concerns, about child protection, about how the system under Labor was failing them. Today, I heard from the member for Nightcliff ask a question. What problem are we trying to fix? Under the previous Labor government, young children were being put in environments that were unsafe. That is what we are trying to fix, Madam Speaker, to ensure that every child matters, irrespective of background, race or religion. We needed courage from the previous Labor government to fix those issues so that children could be safe. What we got was excuses, Madam Speaker. Time and time again, through my electorate office, I wrote to the then Territory Families Minister. I elevated the concerns that I had to the Children's Commissioner. And instead of courage, Madam Speaker, we got platitudes. Instead of courage, we got excuses. Today I'm proud to stand as part of a government where Minister Kerle, through her courage and conviction, will amend the law to ensure that every child matters, that safety is the #1 priority when anyone is considering what must happen to a young person. And this isn't just a principle, Madam Speaker. This is written in black and white in the legislation. That is why today's amendments matter so much. And I'm so glad to be a part of a government that has a minister that has the courage to make these hard decisions, knowing full well there are those in the community that will seek to tell mistruths about what we are here to do today. There have been claims, Madam Speaker, that this bill removes protections for Aboriginal children. There has been scaremongering that this bill risks another stolen generation. I've even seen a respected law agency claim that this bill is the youth removal bill, the child removal bill. Simply untrue, Madam Speaker. We've heard today about the various reports that the previous Labor government based their amendments on. Not only is it related to the care and protection, but also in regards to youth justice. We've heard today that this is what we should be taking our lessons from, Madam Speaker. But let's look at what's happened over the last 8 years under Labor, when they wrote into legislation those changes that were recommended. We saw, under the previous Labor government, when youth justice changes were made, youth crime spiral out of control. We saw young people interacting with the courts and with the law systems more than what we ever have before. And time again, the revolving door put them back out onto the streets where they were unsafe, not only to themselves, but to others. And we saw the very real impacts that had on a community like Alice Springs when youth in a stolen car crashed into and killed support worker Shane Powell. That is what happens when a government follows recommendations blindly without understanding the very real impacts it can have on a community. Today, Madam Speaker, we're here to talk about the care and protection of children. And many of those mistruths that I've just spoken about really do point to why it is so important to stand up and call out the misinformation. What this bill seeks to do is to strengthen child safety and well-being, such an important factor. And it seeks to improve long-term stability and permanency for children. Madam Speaker, through my time, not only as the Shadow Minister for Territory Families, but as a member for Breitling, I've had foster and kinship carers write to me about their feelings in regards to a child protection system that purely focused on reunification and kinship care. Taking young people away from a safe environment with kinship carers and placing them in what was alleged to be an unsafe environment. And I want to read an excerpt from a letter that was written to the Children's Commissioner outlining what a kinship carer had relayed to my office. It was alleged that after one reunification trip, and this is quite often what happens with care and protection orders, young people are initially placed with that kin on weekends as they move to transition them away from foster parents that they may have been with for years and back with family. And after one of those trips, the foster carer had taken to actually weighing the child when they returned because they were so concerned that the young person wasn't being fed and looked after properly. A 2-year-old, Madam Speaker. The average weight of a 2-year-old is about 12 kilograms. After one of these trips came back, and when the foster carer weighed them was 4 kilograms lighter. This was reported and nothing happened. Nothing. What we are doing today matters so much. It matters so much to so many people out there in the community. And Minister Cahill isn't afraid of the detractors. She's taken it all on the chin, as we all will on this side of the House, because we know how important this bill is. It was poor Labor policy that led to the failure in the previous placement principle. That is what led to poor outcomes, poor policy. We're ensuring now, through legislation, that poor policy is fixed, that young people are safe, and that when a young person is with a caring and loving environment for those 2 years, that foster carer and that young person has certainty moving forward. Because too often, through the reunification process, a young person is actually traumatised, and that's not often spoken about. But in the letters that I've received and in the stories that I've been told, it's something that has rung so true to me. Today, we stand here acknowledging that child protection has failed in the past. It needs to be better, and with these changes, Madam Speaker, it will be. This legislation is important. It ensures that children are protected and safe. It ensures that irrespective of a child's background, they are aware, those young people, that they matter and that this government is ensuring that their safety is our number one priority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very hard bill to talk about, as it's very personal for so many of us here. All of us who are here because we've campaigned and connected with our communities, and it's almost impossible to live in the NT and to not see every day the evidence of the previous government's failed child protection system And I admit it's challenging. We have a very challenging situation to work with here in the Northern Territory because of our history. But that cannot be an excuse for inaction. Madam Speaker, I support this bill. I want to start by saying that every child has the right to safety, a safe home, food to eat, loving parent or guardians. I think we all agree on the end goal, where we want to arrive, but I think where we disagree is on the value propositions that we take to get there. On this side of the chamber, we take a moral stand that the safety of the child is paramount. The child must be at the centre of any considerations about their future. The pride of other individuals, even, the parents, cannot take a higher place in the decision-making than the safety of the child. Once the safety of the child is assured, then, by all means, let's look at the fuller picture. I've been thinking about this bill and what I was going to say for a while, ever since it was tabled. The other night, I was hugging my son and thinking about this bill. And when you have kids, a fundamental transformation takes place in you. I think everyone in this chamber has kids, so we all have been through that fundamental transformation. You look at things differently. Some things you can't listen to, some things you can't consider. There were news reports that I used to be able to read or watch before I had kids, and now I can't, because I think of my own kids, and I just can't even imagine what it would be like for those kids to go through that. When you have kids, you are no longer responsible just for yourself. You are responsible for a small human as well. You become a parent. Your own rights now must take second place to the need for safety, shelter, food, love and care that this person has, that you have brought into the world. And if a parent is not willing to meet those needs, well, the child still has those needs. And those needs for safety, security, health and well-being should be met. I see in my own area of Palmerston, I regularly patrol my electorate and Palmerston hotspots along with the member for Drysdale. And I've many times seen groups of children roaming late at night. I wish they could be taken to a safe place. I wish they were home with their parents, being looked after, given a decent meal and put to bed. But obviously that's not happening because they're on the street. And when I talk to them, when you look into their background, their home, what's happening, it becomes clear that it's safer. They believe the child, and I have to trust the child because that's what they're telling me. They believe that they are safer. They feel safer on the streets than at home, because very often there's no dad. Some kids I've run into, I think I've said in this chamber before, "Hey mate, where's your dad? Where's mum or dad?" And without skipping a beat, this poor little boy, 6 or 7 years old, goes, "My dad's in jail." That was in early 2024 under the previous government. These kids do not consider themselves safe at home, so they go out onto the street and they meet up with the other kids who are in the same position, and they start hanging out. And then someone thinks it's a great idea to go and break into a house, get some car keys, get a car, go for a drive. the number of youth from Palmerston who we've lost in road accidents, in stolen motor vehicles, is too high. Far, far too high. It's recently happened in Katherine. It's happened in Alice Springs. I'm sure it's happened out bush. This is the consequence of failed parental responsibility. And parents need to take ownership. Having a kid isn't just, a consequence of a fun time. It's a responsibility for life. You have a responsibility to a person to raise a human being with honour and dignity and self-respect and the opportunity to make a better life than the life that you've led. I hope for my kids that they stand on my shoulders and they can strive to reach greater things than I ever reach. And I think every parent should hope the same for their kids. These kids that I see walking around Palmerston late at night, they've been let down by the people who owe them most, their parents. The parents are the ones who should be held accountable, and this bill works towards that. Rivers of ink have already been spilt on this bill. But first I want to say that any parent who's listening to what I'm saying now knows the difference between a child who is safe and a child who is not being harmed. That's one of the key points of discussion around this bill. There are those who oppose this bill are keen to say that safety's already there. Safety's already in the bill. Well, show me. Show me where the word safety is in the bill is in the current act before this bill comes in. It's what it says in black and white is in the best interest of the child to protect them from harm or exploitation. And I challenge any parent to say that it is the same thing for a child to be safe or for a child to be not being harmed or exploited. The kids that I see walking around late at night, are they being harmed? No. They're walking around, no one's hitting them. Are they being exploited? No, they're there of their own free will. Circuit breaker do their best. They engage. Police do their best. They engage. They ask the kids, if they can give them a lift home, if they can give them some food. The kids say no. That's under the bill as it stands. This is something that will take time to work through. But, they say no. But are they safe? Is it safe for an 8-year-old to be walking around in the CBD of a major region late at night? No. I don't think it's that big of an idea to say that we should make safety the primary consideration in considering the best interests of the child. And anyone who's listening, I really encourage you to actually read the bill, have a look at the Act as it currently stands, have a read of the bill. The Act talks constantly about the best interests of the child. And where the best interests of the child are defined, we are inserting that the primary consideration is the safety of that child. I dream of a world where the children of the NT all have a safe place to sleep at night, where their parents ensure that they have 3 square meals a day and snacks, clean clothes, hygiene, and regularly attend school. I dream of a world where the idea of children walking the streets at night because it's safer than being at home, where there is domestic violence, alcohol abuse, physical violence, and no food, where that idea is unthinkable. But that is not the world that we live in right now. So we have to wrestle with competing interests, the safety of the child on the one hand and the capacity of the parent on the other. There are so many, many stories. I've got a number here that I might go through if I have time that talk about the capacity of the parent being insufficient to look after the child, and the child suffering harm as a result, not being safe. The scrutiny of this bill has been very interesting to watch. Many people seem to be extremely offended by the suggestion that the safety of the child seem to be extremely offended by the suggestion that the safety of the child should be the preeminent factor. And they say that it already is, even though the word safety is not there. You have to interpret it. It's something that's in practice and in guidelines, but not actually there. It's there as a negative ownership, protection from a harm rather than a positive onus. And I think one of the things as a thematic issue that this bill brings that I really appreciate is the positive onus, the proactive duties that it brings, the proactive duty for the department to pursue reunification, to seek resolution, and to seek the safety of the child. On the final day of hearings, the member for Drysdale thanked the CEO of the Department of Children and Families by saying, "Mr. Warren, I will just say that from the last 2 days, I'm glad you have not consulted with some of the moral bankruptcy that exists in the Northern Territory. So thank you." Moral bankruptcy, when you have a bill that tries to put the safety of a child paramount and create a process to help the department engage with families and help them before they're falling off a cliff. The minister has been saying this until she's blue in the face. The system that survived for 8 years under Labor waited until the child was hanging off the edge of a cliff, suffering harm or exploitation. There's so many stories here, Arnold Walker from Yuendamu, his medical history tendered in the coronial, a litany of notifications. There were so many missed opportunities. This is the kind of moral bankruptcy that is more offended by the publication of child notifications than by the death of a child. A lot of the recommendations to the Scrutiny Committee were not as much to do with the legislation and focused instead on budgetary or operational matters. These are matters in the hands of the CEO and the Minister, and I'm sure that they have these matters well in hand. I want to briefly, before lunchtime hits us, I want to talk about Deborah Melville. For those on Hansard, I'm holding up a photo of Deborah Melville. Sorry? I seek leave to table the photo of Deborah Melville.
The question is that leave be granted. Those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Deborah Melville was a child who was in care in Woodruff back in July 2007. Matthew Cunningham from the NT News has written extensively on this case. The coronial is online. The coroner, Greg Kavanagh, has some 80 or 90 pages detailing in horrific detail the story of Deborah. And her parents, I think, passed away when she was quite young, and she was placed along with multiple siblings with a kinship carer, I think an auntie, who also had multiple children. And that person, I think her auntie, wasn't able to provide meaningful care for the number of kids. There were a number of missed opportunities. Deborah Melville died horrifically on a driveway in my own electorate. And I won't name the address. I know the address. Every time I walk past it, I was letterboxing my newsletter in the last week or two, and I went past that same address. Every time I go past, I look at that driveway and I think of Deborah, and I think of the missed opportunities that led to the loss of her life. That's what it's about. It's about these children who never get the chance to grow up, never get the chance to fall in love and dream and travel, you know, and see the world and experience joy. That's what we're here for, you know. And these kids they're missing out on life for no reason of their own. I was letterboxing, and I came just in the last 2 weeks, and I came across a domestic violence incident, and so I stopped and called 000 and observed to see if I needed to intervene, and it was a mother, a grandmother, and the grandchild, and the mother's child, and the mother was experiencing a mental health episode, and going completely off, smashing things, and abusing her mother, the grandmother of the child. So I rang 000, and, you know, waited for police to come. The mum who was experiencing the issues, she took off. She had an ankle bracelet on. Police eventually managed to encounter her and hopefully provide her the support she needed. And I was talking to Grandma while we were waiting for the police to come, and she said, look, you know, it's not her fault. She's got FASD. This is a woman in her early 20s. She goes, you know, when I was young, I was a heavy drinker. I've stopped now. You know, I'm clean, I'm sober. But the damage is done. And her daughter, the woman, had been a heavy drinker herself. And now the child, 2 years old, beautiful, beautiful little baby boy, has FASD, and at 2 years old is non-verbal. These are the people that we're here to help. These kids need every opportunity for safety. They need the opportunity to flourish. And sometimes that means balancing, you know, the desires of the parent and, you know, the desire for cultural enrichment with the child's safety on the other. There's no end of examples of cases where, with an Aboriginal child, a kinship carer was not able to be found. And so the process drags on. And in the meantime, the child suffers insecurity of placement. The Department of Children and Families is full of deeply passionate people. You don't go into social work because you have a seared conscience. You go into social work and become a child practitioner because you care deeply about these kids and you want to make a difference. And so they care deeply. I cannot believe that any child practitioner in the department would not exhaust all opportunities to place an Aboriginal child with family or kin if they had the opportunity. But sometimes you can't find them. You can't find them. The Children's Commissioner in her evidence referred to a Supreme Court case, so I went and read it. And it's a very sad story of a Indigenous mum and a non-Indigenous dad. And mum had a drinking problem and disappeared. Dad looked after the kid. He encountered mental health issues, was unable to care for the child. The child went into foster care. And then many years later, those parents wanted to move out of state. And then the father tried to re-engage. And in the NT Court of Appeal, they document in black and white the extensive efforts of the department to try to find someone on the maternal side of the family who could care for this child, and they were unsuccessful. And when, in cases like this, they are unsuccessful, the child should not be forced to suffer and not have security of tenure, security of placement. The most important thing for children, after their base needs of food, shelter, clothing, safe place to sleep, is security of attachment. Children need to know that they're loved. They need to know that their parents or guardians, their caregivers, foster parents, kinship carers, care for them, love them, that they'll always be there for them, because that frees them up. If a child has insecurity in their primary caregiver, then they have no security in their world whatsoever. I made a post yesterday about a story of an 11-year-old boy in the NT. In 2023, the Australian published some harrowing video of an 11-year-old boy. They called him Benny, obviously name changed to protect his details. He'd been placed with foster parents, and for whatever reason, maybe there was a reunification attempt being attempted. Who knows? The details aren't public. They tried, there was a court order to remove him from the foster parents, and so they came with police, and the poor police, they have to follow the law. They do things that they don't want to do because they swear an oath and that's their obligation. And this poor child was removed and then self-placed, ran away, came back to the foster parents. And in the video, he's being taken away again from the foster parents who provide him security, love, and a safe place. And he screams, "I'm not moving," Benny tells them when they finally get him to the van. "No, thank you," he tells them again, struggling to retain his composure. "You have no right to touch me. I said no, thank you. I want to stay here. It's not up to you. It's up to me. I don't want to go." This bill does a few things. It makes clear in law that the safety of the child is paramount. It strengthens the Aboriginal child protection principle to universal child placement principle while retaining important Aboriginal considerations. But very importantly, and this is something that's been missing, it gives children a voice in legal proceedings. It gives the court the ability to order the appointment of a legal representative for the child so they can have their own voice heard in child protection matters relevant to them. It gives a voice to foster carers in those same legal proceedings. Too many times we've heard stories. I have foster and kidship carers in my electorate and around Palmerston, and they have horrific stories about decisions being made at court about children in their care, and they're not a party to the proceedings, even though they've had these children for years. These children call them mum and dad, and they're gagged. They are honestly gagged. They're unable to speak up for the child. Madam Speaker, it's nearly lunchtime. Should I pause or?
Yes, or you could continue and finish your speech.
I'll
willing to
finish after question time.
Okay. On that note, the Assembly stands suspended until 2 p.m. Member for Blain, you have 6 minutes remaining on your contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to just take this moment to thank the hard-working staff of the Hansard office who have helped me get back to where I am in my speech. So thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'd like to continue to talk about the things that this bill does. So it introduces a power for the court to appoint a legal representative to a child so that the child has a voice in legal proceedings about them, where they will live, who their legal guardians will be. This is essential. When decisions are made about children and where they will grow up, who their primary caregivers will be, it is so important that their voice be central to the decision making. It also gives a voice to the foster carers in those same legal proceedings. Madam Speaker, I just want to take a moment to just put on the record my thanks and my gratitude to all the hard-working foster and kinship carers out there. I have many foster carers in my electorate, and they take on the hard work of children who were damaged by, their home environment to the extent that the department was forced to take them into custody. And that's even under the previous government, even under the Act as it stands now. And so they take in these, children who might have profound disabilities, hearing loss, might have FASD, oppositional defiance disorder, all kinds of insecure attachment, all kinds of things. And they take these kids in and they love them. And they love them and they love them and they give them a secure home, all the foundations of Maslow's hierarchy of needs that a child needs. Children thrive on structure and routine. So, no, it was something else. Sorry.
Please, no interjections.
Children thrive on structure and routine. And the foster and kinship carers, I'll never forget door knocking in Palmerston and coming across, this is a few years ago now, and coming across a lady who had 2 young Indigenous children in her care, and they were the same age as my eldest boy. And my eldest boy at the time was toilet trained and speaking in sentences, and we were working on colours and numbers and alphabet and things. And these beautiful, beautiful young children, absolutely gorgeous, big bright eyes, happy smiles, but they were still in nappies and they weren't able to talk. They grunted, I'll say. And it just broke my heart that children in this modern era, in this day and age, when we have iPhones and rockets and the internet and all this technology, and we still have children that are being, that are suffering from this kind of neglect. Children growing up with FASD because their parents weren't able to control their own substance addictions. So thank you to all the foster and kinship carers out there. And I really, really hope that this bill gives you the voice that you have been lacking, so that when the placement of the child that you're looking after goes to court for a judge to make a permanent order, that the people who've been looking after these kids for sometimes years on end have their chance to have their say along with the child as to what should happen. This bill also brings in family responsibility orders, or brings back, and I'd like to thank the member for Yingiya, Marion Scrimgeour.
Please pause. Member for Blain, what's your point of order? Member for Casuarina.
Order 43, can member for Blain can have extension of time?
The question is that the member be given an extension. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please continue, member for Blain.
Thank you. So she said, in quotes in the NT News, that she recently wrote to the Chief Minister proposing 2 things. The first was The second would be to bring back family responsibility orders and associated enforcement provisions, which were regrettably, and I'm quoting the member for Yingiya here, regrettably removed from the Youth Justice Act in 2021 by the previous Labor government. The enforceability provisions were designed to get parents to take family responsibility agreements seriously. And the member for Yingiya knows what she's talking about because she was the minister who brought in the Care and Protection of Children Act in 2007. She was the relevant minister who brought that act in. Before that, we had the Community Welfare Act, 1983, which was creaking and showing a bit of its age. The member for Yingiya, minister at the time, must have put a lot of time and effort into that act. And since the member for Nightcliff brought up the Growing Them Stronger Together report, I'd like to also just put on the record, there's a bit of other history. I mean, I know he only blew into the Northern Territory just a few days ago, back in 2019, but there's a bit of history here. You have to pull on threads, and if you haven't been around, if you haven't lived here, you don't know what's come before, and you're likely to repeat the mistakes of the past. So there was also another report called A Lifelong Shadow, which was put out by the then Ombudsman, Carolyn Richards. And that was in the shadow of the very sad death of Deborah Melville and another baby who died in a car travelling from Adelaide to Alice Springs. And so when the Care and Protection of Children Act was brought in, the Office of the Children's Commissioner was established, but it didn't have own motion investigations. The Children's Commissioner didn't have the power to initiate their own investigations. The Ombudsman did, and whistleblowers went to the Ombudsman at the time with 17 names of other children who where they thought things could have been done better. And so the Ombudsman, Carolyn Richards, commenced an investigation which was titled A Lifelong Shadow. And I encourage all those here in the chamber and those listening, those reading these words, Google that report. It's still up on the website. Have a read. It's very informative. But what happened to that report? Well, when the Labor government at the time, and by this stage, the relevant minister was Convat Scarless, and when he got wind of it, he changed the law, is what he did, and he removed the power of the Ombudsman to actually investigate care and protection of children matters so that they must be referred to the Children's Commissioner, who did not have own initiative investigation powers, which effectively put an end to that investigation. So she was forced to truncate her investigation, finish her analysis, and table the report as she had. And it's a very interesting report because it's not a report where there was a public call for submissions and public testimony. It was a forensic investigation. She actually called for the production of documents and forced things to be brought out into the open. So I'll start to wrap up. Madam Speaker, there are many homes where safety and culture go hand in hand. And in those homes, this bill has no work to do. But unfortunately, there are many homes, and many that I see regularly, where the care of the child has broken down to the point where children with FASD have grown into adults with FASD who are then having children who also have FASD and other conditions. And neglect and dysfunction become locked into generational cycles. When I see children for whom the safest place to be is walking around the streets at night because of the violence going on at home, who are so totally lacking in identity and role models from the parents who are meant to provide it, that they follow young gangsters around trying to emulate them. I know more needs to be done to keep them not just protected from harm, but to keep them safe. This bill is a common sense, practical tool to help the Department of Children and Families to keep children safe while they work with the parents. I believe that in the long term, the workload of the department will become more manageable as they focus on working with parents rather than screening out.
Member for Arafura.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to briefly contribute to this debate today. Firstly, I'd like to just let everyone know I'm a kingship carer myself, and I've worked extensively with youths and with the child protection sector throughout my career. And when I look at bills like this and small changes to legislations or tweaks to bill, always think about the holistic approach that we need to take when dealing with youths. You know, when I worked with Amity Community Services in Darwin, I've worked with the town camps in Darwin, and those youths, you know, they were close, they were in those town camps, but close to pubs and, you know, clubs and getting into trouble, so it was a really challenging job. But I've always worked with them with a holistic approach. Now look at their background, look at their living conditions, look at the overcrowdedness, poverty. And the member for Blain come in and, you know, all good, blaming the parents, you know. Parents need to take responsibility, absolutely. But if a parent is homeless or displaced or running away from domestic violence, it's extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult. I've worked with the youth services at Manuel. I was managing a youth services hub there, and we'd go into houses with families living in tents to secure that family's safety. Now, that's hard to imagine, but a mother who's single or a mother who's running away from domestic violence, that's the best she could do in that situation, you know, because we've got houses that are, you know, there's overcrowding, there's lack of services. These issues are real, and, you know, we need to look at the overall, we need to look at the holistic approach. Deal with the health, deal with the accessibility to specialized services in community. You know, there's not enough child protection staff out there to help the families, help the children. I put my hand up in 2019 to me and my partner, and the application is vigorous. You know, you've got to go through 50 pages. You've got to get your police checks. They come in and check your house. Basically, you have to open up your house to the people that are coming and assessing you. They've got to look at your living condition. They've got to look if you've got enough rooms, if you're not overcrowded yourself. And we, in an Aboriginal community, we've got to push family away to make that possible for Rachel to come along and stay with us. You know, we've had her for 8 years now, and 7, 8 years. She's thriving at Haileybury, you know, getting awards. And in regards to having kids back with their family, you know, we've got to, like, culture and identity plays a huge role in a kid's upbringing and where they stand in their community, in their region, in their tribe. You know, you've got kids that are going away, and then when they come back, they don't know their language, they don't know their country, they don't know their family history. They pretty much get sidelined from the family. So it's extremely important that we work with families to get something going so that, you know, the kids won't be sidelined and go, you know, get sent away for a long time. Because we know, you know, there's 89% of children in care are Aboriginal in the Northern Territory. You know, they've come from somewhere, and when they come back home, you know, they don't speak their language, they don't understand the ceremony, they get left out. Absolutely, absolutely. Number one priority, safety of the kid, you know? But we've got to look at the holistic sort of view of that person's, that child's sort of upbringing, access to, you know, housing, access to health, access to services. So when we send them, these tweaks in these legislations are, you know, going in a certain direction, but we need to look at it at a holistic, and we need to fund communities. We need to fund all these services on the ground, get people out there, get the, you know, DCF staff on the ground, out at Minjalang, out at Warrawee, out at Manuel, just to direct them, just to direct them in the right direction. You know, we went through the process ourselves, me and my partner. We struggled with the application, and you know, every now and then, every couple of months, they come through again, and they're like, you know, we need to assess everything again. You know, the housing condition, whether there's other people living in the house or not. You know, her school results. So that's all. You know, that's all well and good in a stable household. But unfortunately, that's not the case with most of these houses in remote communities. So, you know, one of the biggest concerns is the 2-year, you know, reunification aspect of the legislation. If the housing wait list for a family is more than 5 years, they've got no chance of changing things in 2 years. You know, you've got to link that to that. Families have put in applications for houses. There's houses being built. Yes, at Manuel there's new houses. Every community is getting new houses. But then moving in that house and having the family there, you know, we've got to link these things. And you've got people on the ground that can do that data, you know, can do that research and come back to the department and tell that story. Because if they're waiting, if it's 2 years to, you know, 2 years window, but 5 years to get a house, there's no hope for families. And I just think that's a bit over the top. I hope the minister and others think about changing that one. And mothers and families do want to hold their kids. Like Aboriginal families, they do everything they can. Mothers have travelled to Darwin to try and apply for housing. They've moved communities with their kids. I mean, my partner worked at the cultural hub at Manuel. We'd have a whole lot of families over and we'd fill out forms and try and get them on the right track. But to change their lifestyle, to be away from their family, to, you know, they probably don't speak English also, but they understand English. But to come into Darwin and try and live, you know, try and get a job here, try and provide here, live and change their laws of living, you know, because over there it's an open house policy where family down the street, you know, can have 3 or 4 mothers along that street and you can get, you know, fed along the way. But it's a different kettle of fish in town. You know, you've got to fend for yourself. So yeah, a lot of stories like that. A lot of stories where mothers are doing everything they can, but just don't have that access, don't have that resource. And if we're really serious about tackling child protection matters in the community, and I know we all mean well, but start looking at those remote communities and funding those services in them houses, getting people that are vulnerable on the housing reference group. You know, look into that as well, so that you can put families in there that have children that have hopped from house to house. You know, get them settled. Then the school attendance will come up. Then their health will come up. You know, then they'll, you know, from there go on to jobs and bigger things. So yeah, that I'll end my contribution, but yeah, think about all those little points I've put across.
Member for Fannie Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Care and Protection of Children legislation amendment Every Child Matters Bill 2026. Madam Speaker, this bill is about children, and it's about whether we are prepared to act earlier, act smarter, and act with more courage when the system is failing and the very people it exists to protect. It's not about politics, Madam Speaker. It's about child safety, stability, accountability, and the responsibility we owe to vulnerable children across the Northern Territory. Despite what those opposite will try to tell you, this bill goes to the heart of what this Parliament is here to do, to protect the most vulnerable people in our community. Every child in the Northern Territory deserves to be safe, secure and free from harm. That's not a slogan, Madam Speaker. It's the first responsibility of government, and it must be the first principle of child protection law. Those opposite sat on this side of the chamber for almost 20 years, nearly 20 years, Madam Speaker, with the power to make changes and to protect our most vulnerable, our children. We've come to know that those opposite are more interested in putting their ideology in front of protecting the child who is at risk. Because, Madam Speaker, if we look into Labor's history of what they have done for children at risk over the past few decades, the answer is pretty simple. They haven't done much at all. Over the last few decades, they refused to act on the worst epidemic that has swept across our regions, the epidemic of physical, sexual and psychological abuse of our women and children, and they refused to make changes that would protect our most vulnerable. They sat by and watched as the statistics grew and grew, as the children were assaulted, as the children were sexually abused, as the children were psychologically traumatised. They sat by while children died, Madam Speaker. They sat by and watched as the statistics grew and grew, as women were assaulted, as women were sexually abused, as women were psychologically traumatised, and they sat and watched while women died. And now, Madam Speaker, they have the absolute gall to criticise this government that will not stand by and watch while women and children are assaulted, while women and children are sexually abused, while women and children are psychologically traumatised. A government that will not sit by while women and children die. Madam Speaker, Labor and the so-called independent member for Johnston just this morning stood out in the park in front of this building at a rally allegedly called in support of child safety in the Northern Territory and told people that the CLP does not care about our most vulnerable, our children and our women. But, Madam Speaker, I would argue that probably the best example of a government not caring about our most vulnerable, our children and our women, is being in government for almost 20 years and watching the statistics go backwards, watching them get worse, watching them as children are traumatised or killed. That, Madam Speaker, is not caring, and it's exactly what those opposite did. And I would ask, Madam Speaker, that the people of the Northern Territory don't get sucked into that agenda, because the truth is, Madam Speaker, you cannot trust Labor. Territorians gave them their trust for nearly 20 years, and they have proven time and time again that they cannot be trusted to act on behalf of all Territorians. And that is what is truly dangerous, Madam Speaker. The Every Child Matters reforms are built on the principle that we do care. They strengthen child safety and wellbeing, improve long-term safety, long-term stability and permanency, increase parental accountability, support earlier intervention with families, strengthen children's participation in legal representation, and modernise working with children clearance arrangements. In plain terms, this bill says that we should not wait until a child reaches crisis before acting. Madam Speaker, during the public hearings, one question kept coming back to me. Why should we accept a system that will only act once a child is already in serious trouble? That's the wrong question though, Madam Speaker, because the right question is, what can we do earlier while a child can still be kept safe, supported and connected? And this bill answers that question. It strengthens the best interests of the child, and it makes clear that safety comes first, followed by protection from harm and exploitation, permanency and stability, culture and stable nurturing relationships. It also requires decision makers to consider continuity of care, long-term living arrangements, positive relationships, and timely reunification or long-term care decisions. That is not harshness, Madam Speaker, that is responsibility. Madam Speaker, I've heard the criticism from those opposite, and I say this plainly. If they have a better solution, let them put it on the table, because we cannot keep doing, what we cannot keep doing is defending the status quo while children keep paying the price. The opposition sat in government for nearly 20 years, and what did they leave behind? A child protection system under pressure. It was too slow, it's too reactive, and too often failing to provide the stability that children need. We know that they had time, almost 20 years, Madam Speaker, as I keep saying. They had power, they were in government. They had the chance to fix it. Yet here we are, still having the same conversation, because too many of the same problems were left to grow under that government. And that is why I reject the politics of blame. That is why I reject the very core of what every one of those opposites say they stand for. When opposition cannot answer the hard questions, they point fingers. When they do not have a policy solution, they reach for outrage. When they cannot defend their own record, their own very, very bad record that they don't seem to want to look at, they accuse others of bad motives. Madam Speaker, that's not leadership, that's evasion. And let me address directly the suggestion that supporting this bill makes somebody racist. That's one of the things that those opposite are also promoting in public forums. And right here in this chamber, the accusation is not only wrong, it is so reckless, Madam Speaker. It's an attempt to shut down genuine debate by turning child protection into a culture war. We can respect Aboriginal children, families, cultures, language and country while still insisting that a child's safety must come first. Those values are not in conflict here today. This bill does not abandon Aboriginal children. It strengthens cultural connection requirements and confirms that cultural principles operate alongside the child's best interests and permanency considerations. It recognises kinship groups and self-determination, supports participation by Aboriginal children and families in significant decisions. It requires cultural connection to be actively supported where children are placed outside their immediate family or community. That is not erasure. That is a serious attempt to balance safety with identifying and belonging. During the hearings, Madam Speaker, we also heard the same refrain from critics, that the bill is somehow about punishment rather than support. But that simply does not stand up to the text of the bill. Family responsibility agreements are designed to improve child wellbeing, increase parental accountability, and provide early intervention support before problems escalate. These are not punitive traps. They are structured attempts to bring families back into support before matters get worse. That is the question I would put to the opposition. If a voluntary support pathway is punitive, what exactly is their solution for families who need help early? If they reject accountability, what do they propose instead when things like non-school attendance, antisocial behaviour or serious wellbeing concerns are already emerging? If they reject early intervention, are they prepared to explain why delay is supposedly kinder? Madam Speaker, another issue that came through strongly at the hearings was the problem of endless short-term orders and endless uncertainty for children. This bill tackles that by limiting repeated short-term orders and requiring the court to be satisfied that reunification is highly likely and that another short-term order will not undermine the child's long-term stability. That matters because children do not need endless limbo. They need certainty, continuity and safety. A child's life should not be held in permanent suspense while adults avoid making hard decisions. The bill also strengthens the court process by requiring evidence of proactive efforts before a protection order is sought, including what steps were taken, why they were successful, what alternatives can be considered, and whether parents engaged with support services. It's an important safeguard, and it means the department has to do more, prove more and account for more before asking the court for orders that affect family life. So when people say this bill lowers protections, I ask how? How does it lower protections? The removal threshold is unchanged. The department must prove more before it can seek a protection order. The law is not handing government a blank cheque. It is imposing more process, more accountability, and more discipline on decision making. Madam Speaker, I also want to recognise the importance of legal representation and participation for children. This bill strengthens children's participation by requiring that they be given information in a way that they understand, supported to participate in decisions affecting them, and have their views considered according to the maturity and understanding. It also provides stronger access to legal representation before certain long-term orders can be heard. That's a meaningful reform. It treats children as people with rights and voices, not just as subjects of administrative processes. The same is true for carers. People who have cared for a child for more than 8 months may now become parties to certain proceedings, recognising the importance of long-term carers in informing the court about well-being and stability. That reflects reality. Children often build their strongest daily attachments with the adults who are caring for them right now. Madam Speaker, also in public hearings there was much debate about whether this bill was somehow too radical or too conservative. I say it's neither. I say it's practical. I say that if we know a child is at risk, we should act earlier. If we know that a family needs support, we should connect them sooner. We know that if a child needs stability, we should stop dragging them through repeated temporary arrangements. And we know that an old system that has failed too many children, then we should stop pretending that the old system deserves to be preserved just for preservation's sake. And that is why I back this bill. Not because reform is easy, it's not. We know it's not. Not because every provision is perfect. No bill of this significance will be beyond debate. I support it because the core purpose is right. It's to make child protection more timely, more accountable, and more focused on real safety outcomes. It's not about the ideology of what people want to be right. Madam Speaker, nobody needs to invent blame when the record speaks for itself. For nearly 2 decades, those opposite were in government, and the problem did not get better. It got worse. The Territory did not arrive at this point by accident. It got here because too many warnings were ignored, too many opportunities were missed, and too many children were left waiting for the adults in charge to act. And that is why I will not join that chorus of those who say, do nothing and hope for the best, just like those opposite. Doing nothing is a choice. It's not a caution, it's not wisdom, and it's not compassion. It's simply another decision to leave children just where they are. Madam Speaker, we should be proud to say that every child matters, but slogans are not enough. This bill turns that belief into law, into process and into action. And it tells the system that child safety comes first. It tells families that support will come earlier. It tells the court to demand evidence. It tells decision makers to look for stability, permanency and connection. And it tells vulnerable children that this is a parliament that is willing to act for them, not just talk about them. Madam Speaker, I will finish where I began. Our first duty is to children who cannot protect themselves, and that is why I support this bill. That is why I reject the false claims being made against it. Madam Speaker, the measure of this parliament will not be how loudly we argued, but whether we acted before another child was harmed. Every child gets one childhood, and this house can either protect that or explain why it chose not to. And that is why I urge every member of this House to put children first and support the Every Child Matters bill. We can keep defending failure, or we can choose children. I know which side of that choice that I am on. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Daly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today to speak on the Care and Protection of Children Every Child Matters Bill 2026 and explain why I cannot support this legislation in its current form, Madam Speaker. And I do pick up on the interjection from the member for Fannie Bay that tried to come in here and have a dig at us about standing out the front with our legal experts, our health experts, our Aboriginal organisations, our families that this is going to impact. And instead, the CLP government were too gutless to come out there and actually listen to the concerns of everyone out there, and they sit in here and hide away and pretend to put their big shoes on.
And the member for Fannie Bay, Madam Speaker, couldn't even come out and face the people that this bill is going to impact. That's how gutless they are. That's what they stand for. And we will not stand here and put up that, because we care about our kids. We care about our children. And as the member for Fannie Bay said, that she said that this is about early intervention. So that's why she supports the bill. Supports the bill because it's apparently early intervention. But Madam Speaker, what does early intervention look like? Madam Speaker, it ensures that people have safe housing. It ensures that people have the ability to live on their homeland, on their country, to practice their language, to practice their culture. And that is something that those on this side forget. That is something that they forget. And apparently, according to the member for Fannie Bay, I'm embarrassing. That is what she just said. But we know that the best place for our kids is to be on their country. That is where we need to see that investment. Because what we are seeing from this government is cultural genocide by taking away the many investments into people, into their homeland.
Take your seat, please, Member for Daly. Member for Blain, what is your point of order? Member for Goyder, what is your point of order?
Point of order 31. Previously, you've made rulings about generalised statements about the government, but this government is not committing a cultural genocide.
No, that's not a point of order. Please take your seat. Well, you can continue, Member for Daly, in silence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and clearly they're sitting over there in guilt. Clearly they do not like what we have to say, because we actually come in here and listen to the experts. And we're not afraid to do that. We actually can live with a bit of humility in this place. And we're not afraid to work with those Aboriginal organisations that tell us that they know what's best. Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as I said before from the outset, I want to make one thing absolutely clear, that we on this side, we want all our children to be safe. Every child deserves to grow up surrounded by love, stability and opportunity. And there is no disagreement on that objective. So the question before us is not whether we want better outcomes for children. The question is whether this bill will actually achieve those outcomes. After serving on the Legislative Scrutiny Committee and carefully reviewing the bill, reading the submissions, listening to experts during public hearings and considering the evidence presented, I've reached the conclusion that this bill will not. It will not. In fact, I fear this bill risks achieving the complete opposite. It risks making an already stretched child protection system more punitive, less flexible and less capable of working alongside families to keep children safe. And Madam Speaker, the Northern Territory has one of the most complex child protection environments in Australia. Nearly 90% of children in the Northern in out-of-home care are Aboriginal children. And that statistic alone should remind every member in this chamber that any reform to child protection must be developed with extraordinary care, deep consultation, and a genuine understanding of the realities faced by Territory families. Unfortunately, that is not happening here this evening. Throughout the inquiry, witness after witness acknowledged that the child protection system needs reform. Nobody argued the status quo was acceptable, but almost every organisation also told us that this bill is not the answer. In fact, I think it was about 130 of the 150 people, organisations, stakeholders that submitted into the inquiry had genuine and deep concerns about this bill. Instead of addressing the underlying causes that bring families into contact with the child protection, such as poverty, such as crowding, whether you have a disability, poor access to healthcare, intergenerational trauma, the bill introduces stronger compliance measures without ensuring families have access to the services needed to comply. And yet, the CLP continue their narrative that this is reform. But, Madam Speaker, let me tell you, this is not reform. Madam Speaker, one of the greatest concerns is the introduction of the family responsibility agreements and family responsibility orders. On paper, the family responsibility agreements are described as voluntary, but witnesses repeatedly explain that many families simply will not be in a position to participate without significant support. If they cannot comply, they must instead become subject to a family responsibility order. What begins as a supposedly collaborative process quickly becomes another statutory intervention. The approach misunderstands the lived reality of many Territory families. Parents cannot complete alcohol rehabilitation programs that don't exist. Families cannot attend parenting programs that aren't available in their community. People cannot access disability services that have years-long waiting lists. Women escaping family violence cannot simply comply with rigid statutory requirements while trying to keep themselves and their children safe. Legislation cannot substitute for investment in services. Madam Speaker, I'm also deeply concerned that this bill shifts the balance away from prevention and reunification and towards permanency at almost any cost. And of course, children deserve stability. No one is disputing that here. But stability and connection are not mutually exclusive. For our children, for Aboriginal children especially, family, language, culture and country are not optional extras. They are protective factors, they are essential to our identity, they are essential to our well-being. Throughout the inquiry, we heard significant concerns that the practical operation of the Aboriginal Child Placement Principle would be weakened. Requirements for Aboriginal community control organisations to participate are reduced. Family involvement is narrowed, broader kinship networks become harder to consider. Reunification becomes more difficult. These are not minor technical amendments. They are fundamentally alter how decisions affecting our children will be made. Madam Speaker, history tells us painful lessons. For generations, governments believed removing Aboriginal children from their families was in their best interest. We know today the profound harm those policies have caused. That historically demands humility from every government considering reforms in this space. It requires us to listen, it requires us to consult, and to ensure we do not repeat mistakes under a different legislative framework. Madam Speaker, another concern raised repeatedly during the inquiry was the capacity. The government says this bill will improve outcomes. But where is the workforce? Where are the additional Aboriginal child protection workers? Where are the interpreters? Where are the family support workers? Where are the programs to support our families? Where are the parenting programs in remote communities? Where are the mental health services? And as I started as my speech, where is the investment in our homelands? Where is the investment that makes these reforms possible? We know child protection workers already carry extraordinarily high caseloads. Investigations regularly exceed statutory timeframes. Care planning remains inconsistent. Leaving care planning continues to be identified as inadequate. This bill does not reduce that pressure. It increases it. Broader definitions of events of concern will inevitably bring more families into statutory oversight. Family responsibility agreements and orders require additional administration, monitoring and enforcement. The department will be expected to do more with the same limited resources. That is not sustainable. It certainly does not improve outcomes or safety for our children. Madam Speaker, one of the strongest messages from the inquiry was remarkably consistent. Stakeholders wanted reform, but they wanted genuine reform. They wanted collaboration, they wanted evidence-based policy, they wanted Aboriginal organisations, legal experts, frontline workers, health professionals and community leaders involved in designing a better overall child protection system. Instead, many felt consultation occurred after key policy decisions had already been made, and that is a missed opportunity. When almost every organisation appearing before a parliamentary inquiry is telling us to slow down, to work with us, we can build something better, and here we have the CLP government completely ignore that. Madam Speaker, good child protection is not measured by how many powers government gives itself. It is measured by whether fewer children enter care in the first place. It is measured by whether families receive help early. It is measured by whether parents overcome crisis. It is measured by whether children remain safely connected to family, country and community wherever possible. And it is measured by whether government invests in prevention instead of relying primarily on intervention. This bill does not strike that balance. And Madam Speaker, my opposition and our opposition on this side is not ideological. It is evidence-based. It reflects what I heard from those working every day with vulnerable children and families across the Territory. The concerns raised were thoughtful, practical and deeply informed by frontline experience. And I want to thank every individual and organisation that contributed to that inquiry, given that they were only given 1 week to be put into submissions into the Legislative Scrutiny Committee when they're already overrun and have a high workload and were expected to put submissions into that inquiry. And it's something that the government and all future governments should look forward to ensure that people have enough time to be able to pull apart very complex legislation to ensure that we as a committee get the right feedback and get the balance right. And it hasn't happened in this case, but yet we still saw 150 stakeholders, organisations, people put in submissions to that inquiry. Madam Speaker, for these reasons, I note the member for Johnston, we both submitted a dissenting report. I recommend that this bill not proceed in its current form. Instead, I urge the government to undertake meaningful consultation with stakeholders, establish an independent advisory process and work collaboratively to deliver reforms that generally strengthen child protection without sacrificing prevention, cultural safety or opportunities for families' reunification. Madam Speaker, I do not support this bill in its current form.
Well said. Member for Sanderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Care and Protection of Children Legislation Amendment, Every Child Matters Bill 2026. Madam Speaker, every child gets one childhood. Every child in the Territory deserves to be safe, secure, and free from harm, regardless of their race, religion, background, or where they live. Madam Speaker, but this debate is about more than protecting children from harm today. It is about protecting their future and recognizing the value and potential of every single child. There are enormous opportunities ahead for our children, but they can only seize those opportunities if we give them the strongest possible start in life. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the child we support today could become tomorrow's nurse, teacher, tradie, engineer, small business owner, rangers, doctor, community leader, or member of our defence force. Mr. Deputy Speaker, every child has something valuable to offer. Every child represents potential, not only for themselves and their family, but for the future of the territory and our nation. But a child cannot focus on learning when they do not feel safe. They cannot develop confidence when their life is defined by uncertainty. They cannot reach their full potential when the system waits until their family is already in crisis before offering help. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is why this bill matters. Right now, the system often does little until a family reaches crisis point and the removal of a child is being considered. This bill allows the department to step in earlier when the challenges may still be addressed, when families can still be supported, and when removal may still be prevented. Mr. Deputy Speaker, removing a child is not success. The greatest success is preventing the need for removal in first place. Family responsibility agreements will be voluntary and offered early, connecting families with support before their circumstances reach crisis points. Family responsibility orders are also early intervention measures. They cannot remove a child and they cannot transfer parental responsibility. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the purpose is not to punish families. It is to help them address problems earlier and keep children safe within their families wherever that can be achieved. There has been considerable misinformation about this bill, so let me be clear. The threshold for removing a child is unchanged. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has not been lowered, it has not been loosened, it remains unchanged. In fact, the bill requires the department to demonstrate more before it can ask a court to remove a child. The department must show what efforts were made, why those efforts did not succeed, and what other options were considered. That is a higher bar for the department, not a lower bar for families. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill also ends the cycle of successive short-term orders by limiting them to 2 orders of no more than 1 year each. Children should not spend year after year living in uncertainty, wondering where they belong or what will happen next. Stability matters to a child's development. It affects their education, relationships, mental health, and ability to plan for their future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a child who has experienced trauma needs certainty, consistent care, and a genuine sense of belonging. They deserve the opportunity to attend school regularly, build lasting friendships, develop their talents, and imagine a positive future. That does not mean parents are permanently cut off after 2 years. Section 137 allows a parent to apply to the court at any time to vary or revoke an order when their circumstances have changed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reforms also give children legal representation before permanent care or long-term orders are made. Carers who have cared for a child for at least 8 months may become parties to proceedings, ensuring the court can hear from people who understand the child's daily life and needs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill retains principles specific to Aboriginal children. Kinship carers close to the child's community are prioritized. Where an Aboriginal child is placed with a non-Aboriginal carer, that carer must support the child's connection to family, community, culture, language, and country. Culture and identity are not optional additions to a child's well-being. They are central to a child's sense of belonging and to their future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must also be clear that poverty is not neglect. Homelessness is not neglect. A child cannot be removed simply because a family lacks housing or access to services. Circumstances must be assessed holistically and families must be given meaningful support. This bill has undergone substantial scrutiny. The Legislative Scrutiny Committee considered 150 submissions and heard from 38 witnesses representing 16 organizations over 2 days of hearing. It recommended that the Assembly pass the bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Foster and Kinship Carers Association of the Northern Territory and the Northern Territory Police Association have also supported it in writing and gave evidence before the committee. These are carers and police officers, the people who deal with these difficult circumstances every day. Their voices deserve to be heard. Work on these reforms began in 2025. The Minister has listened to carers, Aboriginal organisations, police, members of the judiciary, teachers, frontline workers, and young people who have experienced the care systems themselves. We cannot keep responding to the failures of the system with another review, another inquiry, and another report that tells us what we already know. Doing nothing is not caution. Doing nothing is also a decision, and it is children who pay the price. Every child matters because every child has potential. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we intervene early, support families, protect children, and provide stability, we give young people the foundation they need to succeed at school, develop skills, enter the workforce, and contribute to their communities. At a time when the territory and the nation need skilled workers, innovators, carers, builders, teachers, and leaders, we cannot afford to allow even one child's potential to be lost because the system acted too late. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our responsibility is not simply to protect children through today's crisis. It is to help them build a future beyond it. A safe childhood can become a strong education. A strong education can become a skilled career. A skilled career can create independence, dignity, and a contribution that strengthens the entire territory. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the future of the territory is not an abstract idea. It is sitting in our classrooms. It is playing in our parks. It is growing up in families and communities across our towns, cities, and remote areas. Every one of those children gets only one childhood. Every one of them deserves safety, stability, opportunity, and hope. And every one of them matters. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Sanderson. Any further speakers? Member for Mulka.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Care and Protection of Children Bill, and I want to say very clearly, this government is wrong. This bill is wrong, and it should be withdrawn. This is a government who think they know what is best for Aboriginal people. They are not experts. They are not Aboriginal people. They are not consulted experts or Aboriginal communities. But they think they know what is best. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the former Children's Commissioner of the entity, Selena Uibo, was also the first Aboriginal lawyer and, well, to graduate from a NT University. She is a highly respected and hard-working person. The failure of government to respect her statutory position and consult with her is disgraceful. The Children's Commissioner is an independent statutory position created by this Parliament. It should be respected. These are the leaders positioned by the Ballanda system because of their position and expertise. This is your system. This is a position that must be consulted with their and changes to to the child protection system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the former Commissioner. I want to thank her for, on behalf of myself and my people, for listening to us and standing strong for our people. As I share frustration and with not more being listened to, I am standing here as an elected member for this parliament. I have been elected for 3 times here. I have been sent here by the people, by my people, Aboriginal people. I stand here as an Aboriginal leader and a leader speaking on behalf of the communities I represent. And we are telling you that we do not want this bill. Outside a parliament, the people are telling you they do not want this bill. In the gallery, there are people watching today because they do not want this bill, because we know that it will not make our children safer. This government have made significant errors since their election that will cause long-lasting harm to our people. But they are too arrogant and too ethnocentric to see beyond their future and beyond their culture, and to try and understand our law, our way, our culture. One of the biggest errors is not listening to our people and not working with us. At the end of the committee hearings, the member for Drysdale said to the CEO of the department, "I'll just say from the last two days of hearings, I'm glad you haven't consulted with the moral bankruptcy that existed, and it exists now." Mr. Deputy Speaker, for who of the people gave evidence to the committee, committee were morally bankrupt? Was it my countrymen? Was it my family from Gwoja who said exactly what I would like to have said? And am I morally bankrupt where I stand here and tell this chamber that this bill is the worst bill that I have seen in 10 years? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have seen a lot of concerning bills that damage our people, but this bill damages the heart of our communities, our children. As Teresa Rowe said this morning, our children are the air that we breathe, and reason that we get up every day. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am angry and devastated that the people in this chamber are making decisions about removal of our children without decency to talk with us, to work with us, to listen to our solutions, to fix the problems. And we are the ones that are being called morally bankrupt. It is not something that I will take lightly. It will all cause harm and hurt people, and many people. It hurts me and it hurts my family. And I don't intend to pretend that's okay. Up until this point, I have said to the government and members of this parliament, come sit down with me, come visit me on my country and learn about our culture. They have chosen not to do that. They have decided that you know what is best for us. I am calling on the government today to withdraw this bill and come and work with us, work with me. That's not a harsh thing to say, isn't it? I'm only asking to come and sit down with us and work with us. Listen to us. Let's solve issues together, properly done. So it's just, and I can't just understand that thing, that we are being just ignored. And you are not welcoming, and you are not welcome if you are going to threaten the safety of our children. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is underpinned by the flawed idea that safety and culture exist in conflict with another, and a decision makers must choose between them. This is not correct. Safety and culture and combine and cannot be separated. Cultural connection is a protective factor which contributes to child safety rather than threatening it. If a child protection safety took children from the white family in Darwin and brought them to Yingiya to be placed with a Yolngu family, the child would be without the language and culture that they know and understand. We would be able to provide physical safety, but there would be a level of trauma for the child as they are placed in a foreign culture. In this sense, keeping all kids within their culture brings safety for children. And for this reason, the Aboriginal childcare placement principle should be made stronger, not weaker. Madam Speaker, neglect of a child and child abuse is not part of our culture. The unsafe environments that have occurred in families and communities have happened following the colonization, following the forces displacement of people from their clanlands into larger communities, and following the disempowerment of elders through the intervention. This function is a result of things about our culture which we are trying to manage, and we need government support for community-led solutions. I've been calling on people here listen to a solution on the ground. Listen to the people. Listen to us. We know what is best for ours. And you've always said, no, it's okay. We got it under care for you. And this is the result of why you ignore and don't want to work with us. This is what's happening. And now you're blaming me and my people that we are doing all that no good stuff. The government's failure to work in partnership with our communities to listen to us and support our solutions makes children unsafe because it increases community dysfunction. I can see clearly that when communities are connected to ceremony, culture, and country, they are strong families and safe children. There is evidence of this across the whole of our communities. For example, Gartarla homelands and other homelands that are being done right now, standing up to work, have a strong community-led schools for all the surrounding homelands to attend. Every year they have a graduation celebration with healthy children who are strongly connected to country and culture, and have a successful completed school. This is what we want to achieve by keeping our children and kids on country with community-led solutions that keep them safe. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill brings more families into the court system rather than building strong support services around our families. It lowers the threshold for removing children, so it will be easy to remove our children, and it makes it easier for our children to be removed permanently, forever taken from the community and families. Once the bill passes, 70% of kids currently in care will lose the critical opportunity to reunify reunify and their families. Not because the court has made the decision in the past in the best interest of the children and the child, but because this government has made that decision. This government of non-Aboriginal people and department led by non-Aboriginal people have made a decision about what is best for Aboriginal people. No consultation, no partnership, and not on a small issue, on an issue that is the heart and soul of every community. Child protection has always been part of Yolngu Rom, our culture. When a child needs to be placed in a safer environment, we have done that within our kinship systems. Pardon me. We all agree that children must be made safe, but the pathway that the government is bulldozing does not bring safety. It is a risky pathway that brings children into the greater contact with the youth justice system and possible child abuse in care. The trauma caused by the removal from jail culture, combined with the high risk of a future criminal activity and abuse in care, are too great for this when there is another option available. We should be kept, and we should be keeping children in their communities and supporting families in kinship, caring to create long-term safety with much lower risk and to the children. The government has two choices today. They can pass this bill that will do a great damage to our communities, and maybe that is the clear intention of this government. Or this government can withdraw the bill and choose to work with our communities and fund community solutions to help families who are struggling. This is something that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is something that we want to see, and we have been calling. How many of the parliament members from the parliament, the ministers, the people, elected families, being out onto country to come and sit down with us and learn about who we are, how we are really? I have come all the way to find out, and I've learned about my own studies, my own language, my own culture, songlines, learning, and I've walked in, stepped in, and worked to find out, to try and train to be who I am. I worked as an aircraft maintenance engineer. I worked as a person that I have always been doing welding and servicing, and I have taken flying services way down in Ballarat, down Melbourne, down there. I live on both sides of the world. How many people are from here that does that? And that's why I understand what Balanda, a little bit understand what non-Indigenous people live, but not much. And I still need to learn. And I have learned about the last 50 years to actually come and be living in the white man's law, white man's Balanda system. But how do people, when you haven't been out there, walked out onto the country to actually find out who we are and how we live and how we can work together to make safe things? I haven't seen anyone step in. I haven't seen people to come in and sit down with me and sit down with our people and learn about, okay, then we will provide and learn about language, English, and try and participate and be part of the roles so that we all work together. I was always wearing my Yolmarom Morongo. That is a diplomatic space that we, Yolngo and Balanda, we sit down together, except nobody wants to accept that. Always saying there's people from the world, other side, country, who can come and sit down and be respected. What about us? Nobody wants to respect us and listen to us. And people, we said, always spoke about doing, treaty is no good now. Treaty is no good. And that's what we want to see. Let's sit down together. Let's sit down together and work together and make things proper so that we can make a better pathway for Balanda children and for Yolngo children so that we can live. And it hasn't moved anywhere. Please, listen. Let's work together. Let's work together and make things done so that we are all understanding each other to safe way. This is not a good thing when people say, yo, that's okay, no, don't worry about it. We know what's best for you. We've chosen this. This has happened a long time for the last 10 years. I've been here asking people to talk and make decisions about things, and people have always said, no, it's okay. We think we know what's best to you. You need to stop that. If I was there, I would stop. I would rather listen to you. And if that's the person that people are saying, then I would listen. And I have represented, there are some Indigenous people here, Indigenous people on my land. I represent them. And I talk on behalf of them. But you want to make a decision for them from your view. But they said, no, we have our member for the parliament is right there with you. He is bringing the story that he can tell you so that you can work together for us. And always I have heard, no, that's all right, we got it worked out. And that's why you are wrong every time. And vice versa, I would be wrong every time if I wouldn't want to listen to your families, non-Indigenous people, and make a decision on behalf of you. I would make a lot of mistakes. And this is what's happening. You're not listening to the voice of our people through me, and this is what is happening. And here, we are facing this law that is really unacceptable by me and my people out there. Only if we sit down and start working together, come together and create a pathway for the future of our children. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Member for Mulka. Chief Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to support the Care and Protection of Children legislation amendment, Every Child Matters Bill 2026, and I'd like to start by thanking the Minister for Child Protection, Robyn Cahill, the Department of Children and Families, and all of the teams who've been working tirelessly for well over a year to reform our child protection system. And I don't think there's anyone in this room or in the broader Northern Territory community who could stand their hand on heart and say our child protection system is working fantastic. Leave it how it is. Now, we might have disagreements about what the way forward is to make it better. But one thing is for sure, it could not stay how it was. It was failing our children. It continues to fail our children. And under a CLP Finocchiaro government, we will not allow that to happen. We acutely recognise as part of our commitment around addressing the root causes of crime that we had to be looking at our child protection system to make sure we are supporting the most vulnerable in our community, and that is our children. And our children are not only the most vulnerable, but they are our future. They are our future. And so we have an obligation to make sure that they have the very best start in life. And everyone's start in life is different. Everyone's journey is different, and that's what makes the world so unique and so special. But there are key themes that are destructive and destroy a young person's opportunity to have the life that they deserve. Key themes around exposure to violence, key themes around sexual abuse, key themes around neglect, insecurity. And so no one should be surprised by the direction we have taken, which is certainly not without controversy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but it is based on fundamental principles of putting the right of that child to be safe first. The right of a child to be safe first and above everything else. The old Act had half a dozen, if not more, of varying principles, none of which were organised in a hierarchy of considerations. And so we had a system where care and protection workers were essentially set up for failure by virtue of the fact that they had a litany of different areas in which they could choose from to try and ascertain whether or not a child and their family required some form of intervention to support the child and the family to stay together. And the hard work has been done to outline and sequence so that there is a cascading or a tiered structure within this legislation to provide very explicit and careful direction to our professionals who have to do this very difficult, very often heartbreaking work to work through what interventions, if any, are required, depending obviously on the very wide range of circumstances that they encounter every single day. And so we've called this bill Every Child Matters because they do. Because they do and because they are our future. And that is why we are focused on this reform. It is why we have been disciplined and stayed the course on this reform, because we know it is the right thing to do. We know we've upset people in the process, but it is ultimately the right thing to do. And in time, people will see that it is the right reform, because doing nothing was not an option. And what Labor did for nearly 20 years was just turn their back on children right across the Northern Territory. And we'd hear Labor, I was in opposition for a long time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd hear Labor members stand here constantly and say, we know the correlation between the care and protection system and the youth justice system. And they would stand here lecturing us, even though they knew the correlation. And yet what did they do to try and address that? Because that's not a natural fit. It shouldn't be like that. They did nothing. They accepted that care and protection of children was getting worse, and they accepted that the outcomes were getting worse for those children, which resulted in these kids ending up in the justice system. And they stood there and allowed that to happen. You even think back to the horrendous rape of the 2-year-old girl from Tennant Creek in February 2018. And the horror of that time under a Labor government, and then all of the promises about, we need a new IT system. That's what needs to be fixed. It's the IT system that's the problem, or it's this, or it's that. Under, probably at some point in time, the opposition leader having control of these areas. And yet none of the change that required courage and conviction was delivered, and so our children have continued to be left in situations that don't pass any standard of care or responsibility. They can't just be overlooked because that's the easiest thing to do. Making the right decisions are often very difficult, and you wish it wasn't that way, but if it is, you have to confront it and deal with it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that's exactly what we've done. And by making sure that a child's safety is our paramount consideration, what we can then do, and this is the glaringly obvious bit that those opposite and those opposed to the bill don't want to believe, is that it's so we can provide the early intervention to keep the family together and the child safe. Ultimately, that is the end game. And by getting in early, it allows us to do that better than ever before, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that is the entire point. Now, we've had the Webb-Shanahan review tabled in Parliament today by Minister Kerle, and it shows very clearly at this interim point issues wrong with our child protection system. And as I said earlier, that is obvious to anyone. I don't know anyone, despite how contentious this debate has been, anyone who put their hand up and say, things are great, leave it as it is. There is no one who believes that. And so we have to make sure that we're addressing some of the very challenging issues. One is earlier intervention and support to families so that we can make sure children are safe and not just leave it to the very last breaking point, because that was what was happening under Labor. It would be left to the most gut-wrenching, unbearable point where there was no choice left but to remove the child. And then on top of that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what Labor would perpetrate on these children is a rolling temporary care situation, which in some cases lasted 5 or 6 years. Rolling temporary applications. And so certainty for a child was never at the heart of anything they were doing or believing in. If you are 6 months old, 1 year old, 4 years old, 10 years old, you want to be loved, you want to be fed, you want to be safe, you want to be cared for. You want to know that there's a grown-up in the room looking out for you, and you can just be a kid. You don't have to worry about all of the things grown-ups worry about. You know, I say that to my own children. You leave me to worry about those things. That's for mum and dad. You worry about enjoying your life and learning as much as you can, you know, and it is just unconscionable to think that it's okay, particularly when we talk about care and protection, we're predominantly talking about Aboriginal children, that somehow it's okay for Aboriginal children to be left in this mass uncertainty without the stability. It's not okay. It's not okay for any child. And so what we are tackling in this bill is multifaceted. Number one is the early intervention, because we're looking through that safety lens first. The second is around stopping that revolving door of temporary placement so that this child has somewhere to call home. This child has some certainty in their life around reunification, which is obviously the key goal. In those first 2 years, it is all about reunification, and whether that's at home, whether that's with an auntie, an uncle, whatever it might look like, family first approach. Then after that, it's about, okay, if that's not going to work, what is the next best thing for this child moving forward? How can we make sure this child knows where their home is, knows that they're cared for, has some stability and certainty, has all of the essentials to be able to grow up so they can go to school, get an education, and move through life. Again, with the overlay of, where possible, maintaining that connection to family. And so these are, by their nature, very, very complicated and difficult issues to talk about, and I don't shy away from any of that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I think we all agree we wish that this was not an area that anyone had to, we wish care and protection didn't exist, right? In a perfect world, it doesn't, but we don't live in a perfect world. And so governments have to provide systems, which is imperfect. We would love for families to uphold their family responsibility at all time. But where they don't, governments which are not an ideal parent have to step in and provide safeguards on behalf of our most vulnerable. And so our family responsibility agreements are another key feature and key part of this bill, something that we've been working very hard on since coming to government, Madam Speaker. People will be familiar with our circuit breaker program. And as part of circuit breaker, we've had 727 young people be part of our circuit breaker program, territory-wide, which is fantastic. Of that 727 young people, 275 have entered into family responsibility agreements. And this is while family responsibility agreements are still voluntary. And so that's a fantastic result to think of the size of that cohort of families who are putting up their hand and saying, yeah, we need a bit of help with this. We might have a child with challenging behaviour. It might be the parents with the challenging behaviour. In any event, whatever the circumstance, people have put their hands up and said, we want help. We want to sign up to support. And we have come in behind them with that. And so that family responsibility agreement has been connected up and supported through the system. Of that 275 who have entered into a family responsibility agreement, only 5 have had to go on and go into care. Now, that is a 0.006% of the children that have been engaged with under a CLP government having to go into care. And whilst 5 is 5 too many in a perfect world, the world we don't live in, 0.006% reinforces and demonstrates through data our commitment to making sure that families are strong. And again, those who want to just tear this bill down and believe ill in what we're trying to do, they won't see that for what it is. It doesn't take away from it being the truth. It doesn't take away from it being the truth. And so, Madam Speaker, this bill does that very important work as well as giving the courts the powers they need to be able to order family responsibility agreements and, of course, enforce family responsibility agreements, which was the missing piece up until this point where we had been doing all of that voluntary work with families, and it has been paying off very, very well, Madam Speaker. This bill also does...
Deputy Speaker.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This bill also really focuses in on the child. So when we think about the child, besides the fact that we've now got a hierarchy of considerations, we've put child safety number 1, we've also made sure that that child is independently legally represented whenever matters are going to court. We are making sure that that child gets all the information they need in the language that they speak, no matter what it is. No matter what it is, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are making sure that children with a disability have the same standing as children without a disability, Mr. Deputy Speaker, so that their decisions and their wishes can be fully accounted for and fully incorporated into the process. And we are also preserving the Aboriginal child placement principle, which I know there has been a lot of concern about. That is still in the legislation. Again, we've got the hierarchy on top of the broader universal child placement principle because, children from other backgrounds deserve their culture to be considered, deserve their religion to be considered, just like an Aboriginal child as well. And so that continues and remains. We've also then strengthened foster carer support. The Minister spoke earlier today around an immediate 10% increase to the payments, then another 10% increase, and we've just increased the settlement allowance from $200 to $1,000, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 5 times as much. And so we are doing the work at all of the ends to be supporting a stronger system holistically, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that is really meaningful. It means when we are doing that really urgent work, when something catastrophic has gone wrong, that we have the people there to be able to support people at their absolute lowest, at their lowest and scariest hour, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so the bill does many, many other things. There is no doubt it is a large piece of legislation, and we will be able to go through every tiny component of it in consideration in detail, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we absolutely welcome the questions from those opposites, the questions of their constituents, the questions on their mind. But it is irrefutable that the system is broken. It is not working. It is not a money will fix this problem. It is not just a more staff will fix this problem. It is not a pretend this isn't happening and it'll go away and fix itself problem. We need to be setting families up for success, which is why all of the other work we have been doing as a government is so important. The reducing crime piece, the alcohol piece, which we have been working on making sure there is adequate housing. We talked in question time today about more housing, dealing with overcrowding. We talked today about getting kids to school. We talk about better health outcomes. All of these other facets feed in to many care and protection matters. And so it's not just one piece of legislation that manages a system, but what this does is give a very strong, clear framework with clear timelines, clear priorities to make sure that our most vulnerable, our future, our children, that their safety is put first, that we can do everything we can to support them to stay with their family, support the family to be able to manage and look after their children. And where they can't, or where there is severe violence, or where there is all these tragedies that take place, we can act quickly, we can work hard, and then ultimately make some really big decisions around certainty for that child going forward. But Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has been an enormous body of work. It has been well consulted across the community. I thank the Scrutiny Committee for the important work they did as well. And as a government, we adopted many of those recommendations as outlined by the Minister today. I'd like to again thank the Minister. She's had a lot thrown at her to get this done. And again, I think it demonstrates as a government that we're not afraid to do the difficult things. We don't stand down when the going gets tough. We don't shy away when the voices opposing us get louder and louder. It's the right thing to do. We get the job done. And there's something to be said for that. And it's because each and every one of us know that this is going to deliver a safer outcome for our Territory kids. And at the end of the day, when you know you're doing something that is right, you've got to see it through. And so this is a great demonstration of staying the course despite the opposition to it. And we know it will make a huge impact on people's lives moving forward. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Chief Minister. Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a tragic day for the most vulnerable children in the Territory. Today, here in this chamber, we have the opportunity to fix the very real and very deep issues in the child protection system, and the government has wasted it with a law that the overwhelming evidence has explicitly told the government will not work and will put children at risk. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our first duty in this chamber is to protect children, and that's why today is so important. And by passing this law today, the government is directly and abjectly failing children by refusing to listen to the evidence that's been provided to them about how to actually make children safer by an overwhelming number of frontline workers, of community representatives, of legal services, of experts and of children themselves. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's a tragedy and it's heartbreaking, and we're going to see children harmed by this decision. Every single person who submitted to the inquiry on this bill was trying desperately to get the government to do something that will actually improve the lives of the children in the Northern Territory, and they know more than anyone what needs to happen. Their advice could not be more valuable. It's based on deep knowledge, experience and expertise about the system that we're here debating today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we just heard from the member for Mulka that this is the worst bill that he has seen in 10 years, that he has seen a lot of damaging bills, but that this is the worst that he has seen, that he is angry and devastated that the people in this chamber are making decisions about the removal of his people's children without the decency to talk to him, to talk to the community, to work with them, to listen to their solutions to fix the problem. The member for Mulka has stood in this chamber for 10 years and has said over and over again, with incredible wisdom, with grace, with patience and with generosity, that we need to work together. As he said today, that's not a hard thing to say. I'm only asking you to listen to us and work with us. That is not an invitation that has been accepted, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, Aboriginal communities know what is best for Aboriginal children. They have the solutions, but instead of taking the opportunity to listen and to make real change, this government has ignored, sidelined and vilified them. I also want to talk about the fact that we're here debating a child protection law on the same day that a review into child protection commissioned by the government has handed down its findings, and that review made exactly the same findings and the same recommendations as the 120 people who submitted with concerns about this bill, opposing this bill, did to the Scrutiny Committee. The key problem is not that the current law lacks powers. The key problems are delayed responses, overwhelming workloads, workforce shortages, weak governance and a system that is already stretched far beyond capacity. These are the problems that are placing children at risk, and this bill fixes none of them. And then yesterday, in an extraordinary and almost unprecedented move, every child protection minister in Australia, except Queensland and here in the Northern Territory, issued a joint statement expressing concern about these reforms. Ministers from the Commonwealth, from New South Wales, from Victoria, from South Australia, from Western Australia, from Tasmania and the ACT publicly reaffirmed that the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child placement principle supports children's safety. It does not undermine it. They described these reforms as a regrettable divergence from nationally agreed child protection principles. The Snake Chief Executive, Catherine Little, said this kind of united intervention from governments around Australia is virtually unheard of. She warned that alarm bells should be ringing throughout the Northern Territory government because it has got things horribly wrong. Madam Speaker, when your own Scrutiny Committee warns against this legislation, when your own independent review says the problem is not the legislation, when frontline experts tell you this bill will make children less safe, when Aboriginal organisations plead with you not to weaken protections, and when almost every child protection minister in Australia publicly tells you that you are heading in the wrong direction, at what point do you stop and listen? Instead, this government has chosen to press ahead regardless. That is not evidence-based lawmaking, that is ideology. And the consequences of ideology in child protection are not theoretical, they're measured in children's lives. Madam Speaker, I also struggle to reconcile the government's repeated claim that child safety is its highest priority with the decisions that the government has made over the last week. Today, we're debating sweeping changes to the child protection system despite the overwhelming evidence that this bill in its current form will not make children safer. At the same time, the government's announced the closure of Youth's Emergency Accommodation Service, placing more than 150 children and their families at greater risk of homelessness. Madam Speaker, we know that stable housing keeps children safe. We know homelessness places families under enormous stress and increases contact with the child protection system and makes it harder for children to thrive. And later this week, here in this chamber, we'll be debating legislation abolishing the Northern Territory's only independent Child Death Review and Prevention Committee, leaving 144 child deaths unreviewed with no clear plan of when or how that will happen, and leaving the Northern Territory the only place in Australia without an independent Child Death Review Committee. Madam Speaker, the pattern is devastatingly clear. A pattern of weakening the systems that protect children instead of strengthening them, a pattern of removing independent scrutiny instead of embracing it, a pattern that says child safety is the highest priority while making decisions that undermine the very systems that children rely on. I also want to address the CLP members who consistently mislead this chamber when they claim that the safety of children is not the paramount consideration under the existing Act. Madam Speaker, the best interests of the child, which includes safety, are already the paramount consideration under the current Care and Protection of Children Act. When the CLP suggests otherwise, they are deliberately misleading the public and the Parliament to justify a bill that is not based on evidence. Madam Speaker, we've also heard that the overwhelming opposition to this bill comes with no solutions, and nothing could be further from the truth. The CLP says if you have the solutions, put them on the table. Madam Speaker, 120 submitters put the solutions on the table and 120 times the government ignored them. So, Madam Speaker, there is no argument that this system is in crisis, but as the government has heard repeatedly in the Scrutiny Committee inquiry, the Act is not the problem. No government should politicise children's safety. I think we've heard that from across the chamber today. And the overwhelming number of people who've raised concerns about this bill have been accused of being driven by ideology, and some have been incredibly accused of moral bankruptcy or of not caring about children when they are working every single day for the safety of children. They are not the ones being driven by ideology, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like everyone in this chamber, I have personal stories and personal connections with children who've been removed, with children in care, including in my own family, and my heart breaks for families who will bear the consequences of this decision that we are making here today. These children deserve a government who will listen to the people who knows this system best and who have offered a genuine path to better outcomes for safety for all children. Madam Speaker, when the Minister said yesterday in the NT News, public scrutiny makes legislation stronger after ignoring the entire sector and communities who spent weeks detailing the safety risks to children introduced by this bill, this is deeply disturbing. I'm curious about what this means. Which public scrutiny has made this legislation stronger? This government has been told clearly what needs to happen, and it's been told again today by its own review. If the government listened to frontline workers, communities and experts, they would have implemented their critical advice to address chronic under-resourcing with adequate and sustained funding, to prioritise community-led solutions, to confront the systemic disadvantage caused by failure of governments over decades. And, Madam Speaker, even the small minority of people who supported this bill gave evidence that it can only work if there are more resources. Yet we heard from the department that there will be no resources, that they were very comfortable and that there was a large and well-resourced organisation, once again directly contradicted by the Shanahan-Webb review. Madam Speaker, we're talking here about families who are having their children removed because they can't get access to housing, because the public housing waiting list is 10 to 16 years long. They're unable to access support services because there are hardly any beds for alcohol and other drug treatment here in the Northern Territory, and they're given conditions to meet DCF requirements which are impossible to meet. We heard so many stories about this during the inquiry process. I'll just share one here. A woman who fled domestic violence with her two children to a Darwin tenancy program, built for exactly that purpose, and her partner turned up. The children witnessed that violence, and as a result, that was reported to the department and the children were removed. The tenancy program then evicted the mother because without the children in her care, she no longer met the program's criteria. The department then said reunification was impossible because she had nowhere to live with her children. Madam Speaker, this is not a family that failed the system. This is a system that has failed a family. This story and the many tragedies like it are manufactured by subsequent governments' failure, and it doesn't have to be like this. Madam Speaker, because I have listened to the evidence, I cannot support this bill in its current form. However, I will be moving amendments based directly on the evidence that was given to the Scrutiny Committee. My amendments are an attempt to guard against the harm that witnesses consistently warned that this bill could cause, the harm to children, the children that we are all here to protect. They seek to preserve important safeguards, to strengthen children's rights and better reflect the evidence provided by those who work every single day to keep Territory children safe. I've circulated all these amendments to all members for their information and consideration because children deserve the people elected to look after them to be making the very best laws we can, laws built on evidence, laws not on ideology. Madam Speaker, the government knows the consequences of this bill. They have been told unequivocally by experts here in the Territory and across the country that it will not make children safer, that it risks funneling more and more children into institutional care, exposing them to harm and trauma. It risks preventing children from reunifying with their families by placing an arbitrary 2-year cut-off on reunification. Madam Speaker, when governments make laws that impact children, they must think about how this decision will change their whole lives. So today in this chamber, we had an opportunity to actually make every child safer in the Northern Territory, and we are abjectly, shamefully failing. Madam Speaker, I support the safety of children and young people, and that is exactly why I cannot support this bill today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are there any other speakers? Member for Goyder.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on the Care and Protection Every Child Matters bill today. And I must say, Madam Speaker, I am very, very disappointed with the quality of debate that we've had from the other side of this chamber today, Madam Speaker. It has become evident to me through listening to the speeches today that many have not made it past a headline. They have not gone in, they have not read the bill. The member for Mulka said this is the worst bill he's seen in 10 years, Madam Speaker, and I can't for 1 second believe that is the truth. Madam Speaker,
Silence, please.
Those in the opposition, we heard from the future, the opposition whip, the member for Gwoja, we heard from him today about how this problem isn't legislative, it's about the processes and the department itself. And he'll be pleased to know, as mentioned earlier today, that a report has been conducted, a report has been tabled this morning. He'll be able to see it on Territory Stories into the inner workings of the department and what needs to change. Because we all agree, as we've all said, and everyone will keep saying for the rest of the day, we all believe child safety is paramount. But, Madam Speaker, what we heard from the former deputy, the current member for Daly, we heard him today get up in his chair, have a little bit of a hissy fit, yell at the member for Fannie Bay, which I look forward to some Facebook posts about later from those who've called out behaviour in this chamber before, and then proceed to deliver what can only best be described as a poor man's ChatGPT summary of the bill. And Madam Speaker, it pains me that everyone has gone in and they're focused hard on the other side. They're focused hard on the other side about this idea that the Aboriginal placement principle is being abolished. It's not. We've heard the member for Johnston, the member for Gwoja, and others say that, the safety already is paramount in this bill. So that, therefore, this change that we're making should have no effect. Right? Either it's in there or it's not. Let's just put it in there and be clear about it. And Madam Speaker, the bill itself, it's 41 lovely pages. And on page 2, I just want to do some quick snippets. It says, a definition of a significant decision. It is involving a child with a decision likely to have a significant impact on that child's life. Now, Madam Speaker, when it goes to the application of the principle, it says the underlying principles of this Act are set out through sections 8 to 12. To avoid doubt, these principles do not create or confer on any person any right or entitlement enforceable at law or affect the operation of any law enforced in the Territory. It's still ensuring that all Territorial laws are still being looked after and respected. But when a decision involving a child is made, the best interests of the child are the paramount concern. Find me a Territorian that disagrees with that, and I'll find you somebody who's been severely misled down a pathway. Madam Speaker, this bill, in determining what is in the best interest of the child, the following matters must be considered in the following order of priority. Must be considered. The need to ensure the safety of the child. Everyone's happy. The need to protect the child from harm and exploitation. Makes sense. The children's need for stable and nurturing relationships. We've heard everyone in this chamber talk about how important it is. And the child's need for permanency in the child's living arrangements, Madam Speaker. The likely effect on the child of any changes in the child's circumstances. The wishes and views of the child, having regard to the maturity and understanding of the child. The child's physical, emotional, intellectual, spiritual development and educational needs. The capacity and willingness of the children's parents or other family members to care for the child. The nature of the child's relationships with the child's family and other special characteristics of the child. In addition to those matters, Madam Speaker, in addition to those matters mentioned in subsection 2, in determining the best interests of the child, the following matters must also be relevant. the need to strengthen, preserve and promote positive relationships between the child and the child's parents, family members and other persons who are significant in the child's life. In circumstances where the child has been removed from the care of the child's family, all possibilities related to reunifying the children with the child's parents, and the child's right to enjoy the culture and tradition of the child's family and community, including the need to maintain ongoing contact with the child's family. That all seems pretty reasonable to me, Madam Speaker. But when you read in the paper and you read a headline, you read the union's NT press release or whatever it might be, you'll think we've completely removed any relationship between the child and culture, the child and family. No one wants to remove a child from their family. No one wants to remove a child from their culture. But if that child is not safe, they will do everything possible to make sure that child is looked after by a family member, by somebody in their cultural kinship group. They will take every possible step. And Madam Speaker, having known quite a few people who've worked in this area and in this department, these are the most caring, compassionate people, Madam Speaker. No one gets into Territory families for the paycheck. They get in there because they genuinely care and they will do everything in their power to keep children with their family. But if it's not safe, Madam Speaker, we as a government, as a society, have a responsibility to ensure that our children are safe. We have an obligation to make sure that no child is left in a situation that is unsafe. And Madam Speaker, this bill, through existing processes and new references in this legislation, has those reunification processes. We've heard about the short-term orders. Great news, there's long-term ones too. But if 2 years isn't what you consider a short term, for a 10-year-old child, 20% of their life. For a 4-year-old child, 50% of their life. If that isn't short enough, if you consider that to be too short, good news, there's long-term orders as well. But the main thing is we want to make sure that we have the best opportunity to reunite children with their families if they've been removed. And if you've got 2 years to sort out your life, find a situation, find a family member, find somebody who can look after that child. If after 2 years it's not working, then we need to think about the child's stability. We need to think about the child that gets placed with foster parents, and every 2 or 3 years somebody gets let out of prison or released, the children go back and they come back to the same foster care as 6 months later, malnourished, wetting the bed, having been abused. And that's true, stories I've heard in my electorate, Madam Speaker. I have foster carers come to me with tears when children have been returned to them after being released because of family reasons, after they've basically watched these children go from when they were 6 months old to now 5, 6 years, and they kept getting taken back out to community. The grandma wants them to stay with the foster carers because she knows they care. They take the kids out on country. They take the kids to meet family. But however, every time under the current system that family member would take control again, of the care of those children, and those kids stop going to school. Horrific things have happened, and it's just not okay, Madam Speaker. Let's prioritise the stability of those children. And just because a short-term order is over doesn't mean that family visits can't happen, or that an application can't be made for reunification. It's not the end of the story, but it provides a little bit more stability. And Madam Speaker, the member for Daly said that, fewer children enter care is the metric we need to pay the most attention to, not the child's safety, not the number of children who have been abused and not removed from situations. His issue is that children are being removed, not that perpetrators are inflicting horrible abuse on children. And that, to me, just goes to show he's in the headline, he's looking for the headline, he's looking for the publicity, but he will not read the bill, Madam Speaker. There's stuff in here about working with children's cards. Not one member of the opposition has raised it. If that was in an omnibus bill, it'd be the only thing you picked out. Madam Speaker, please. This bill is the best attempt that any government in the Northern Territory has made in the last 20 years to improve the Child Protection Act. In 2019, when the then Minister for Territory Families, Miss Wakefield, I believe the member for Breitling at the time, when she made these first changes in this Parliament, 2019, I don't believe she knew what she was doing when it came to the damage she's done to Territorians. But we have had 6 years of worse conditions for children. We've had increases in the number of children being exposed to unsafe situations. And that's not a win. It's not a positive thing. In 2023, the previous government made some other changes, and they still didn't get it right. And as I read out, all we are doing, if safety's already in the bill, we're just making sure it's really obvious then. And then in which case, we're not doing anything that's upsetting you because you believe it's already in the bill. We're making sure that the children have a say, Madam Speaker, because at the end of the day, the young people, although they might not be able to vote, they should have a say in their own future. If they don't feel safe going back to family, if they don't feel safe living in a certain house or an area, that child's opinion matters. And every child's safety matters. This bill also stresses the proactive efforts that need to be made to address the risks of the child with the aim of preventing the child from being needed to be removed from the children's parents. 12D section 1. Right? So this bill still says you've got to make every possible effort. No one wants to remove children. We've had some horrible words from the member from Daly today, implying certain things. And no one wants to remove kids from their family. No one wants to remove kids from their community. But if that child is unsafe, we have a moral obligation to step in. And the other important thing in this bill, and again, if this is the worst bill the member from Mulka has seen in 10 years, this bill does not change the threshold for removal. It does not change the threshold. The same rules under Labor apply. It has stronger requirements before protection orders can be made. It increases the administrative bureaucracy and efforts have to be made before protection orders can be placed. This bill is a step towards a safer territory for children. There is nothing in this bill that warrants the opposition that we have seen from a whole group of organisations who haven't got past the fact that the Aboriginal child placement principle is still in the bill. They have not got it in there and had a look at it. All they heard was somebody say, an opposition spokesperson...
Cease the interjections, please, everyone. Silence.
All they heard was, oh, they're adding a new principle, it must mean everything's going away. We have not done that. This bill does not do that. It may not be as fancy and as nice of a headline, but the reality is every effort will be made to place children with their family. Every effort will be made to place their children in their community, in their cultural background, where possible. And every effort will be made to ensure that children are safe. And Madam Speaker, the member for Nightcliff, repeating the union's NT press release, talked about how the Northern Territory, we can't afford child safety. He made an economic argument on this issue, saying that we would bankrupt the Northern Territory prioritising child safety. Now, the member for Nightcliff, he wants his community battery, and I'm sure he wants a lot of money for his electorate, but if he thinks the Northern Territory won't prioritise child safety because of an economic reason, then he is greatly, greatly mistaken. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Consequences of separating children from family and culture, shortage of housing and therapeutic services, and failures that occur in out-of-home care. So all those things are true and they're important parts of the conversation. But that's not what this bill is actually about. The bill is asking the question of when interests conflict, and there's many interests that go into the well-being of a child, when interests conflict, what is the paramount concern? And we've said it is the safety of the child. And I reinforce that because arguments I pushed in the committee hearing, when you really pushed organisations to ask the question of the individual child, so a child in the Northern Territory who's at risk tonight, the arguments opposing fall apart because everyone accepted that there is a time and place for a child to be removed, and that when their immediate safety was at risk, then yes, the child needs to be safe. And so I'm in massive support of making it an unequivocal fact that the child will come first and is being placed back at the centre of this bill. We did receive over 150 submissions, and I do thank everyone who did submit. However, parliamentary scrutiny is not about just going with whatever the most submissions were. We're not there to count submissions. We're there to ask questions. We're there to test arguments, test the evidence being put before us, examine the law, and consider the competing rights that exist. And as I was talking about, that is what I tried to do during those committee hearings. And when you present with what about, and I think one of the most powerful ones is when you bring it back to a child in my electorate. So a child in the electorate of Drysdale who's at risk tonight of sexual harm, what should the Act do? What should the law do? And I think everyone agrees. The child needs to be safe. And so the argument opposing drifts away from the individual child in that scenario of harm. Just a few rebuttals that I will make for today. I'll just raise with the member for Nightcliff bringing in quotes from his political donors in today's conversation, Unions NT. I think probably missed the mark. Member for Mulka, I feel something has not been put down right with... All I would ask is if you look at the hearings and judge for yourself how I interacted and questioned your family, and I think the hearings and the recordings of that will allow you to judge for yourself. But I would ask you to watch those hearings, and there was good evidence given on a range of things, and one was I pushed, when looking at ARDs in your electorate, was does the department actually use the kinship structures? Are they using those kinship maps? Which is important evidence for the department, I think, to be using to ensure that it is much better cultural practice. So I'd ask you to watch that hearing in full and then make your mind up for yourself. Opposition Leader, I will just say on the Children's Commissioner, the Children's Commissioner resigned on her own accord, and I think that's just an important part in this. I won't make further comment on it, but it was a voluntary resignation. So what does every child matter actually mean? To me, Madam Speaker, it means that the law acts regardless of the race, religion, ethnicity, location. It shouldn't matter if they're in Darwin, in Palmerston, in Tennant Creek, Alice Springs, Katherine, remote communities or very remote communities. We need to set one standard of safety for our children across the Northern Territory. And for me, that's what it means by every child. And the legislation must inform decision makers as what to do when considerations genuinely come into conflict. And Bill provides that clarity that doesn't currently exist in the bill. And that's important for decision makers. Now, I spoke about, I think, some of the context, and I think this is very important. when we talk about, in the Northern Territory, child protection, there is a historical context that must be acknowledged. We have the stolen generation. We have members of this parliament who are intimately connected with that. I have constituents who are intimately connected. And it's across the Northern Territory. And what we saw was legislation cause significant harm, take families away based on racial background, and it is a completely rational response for many when they hear about child protection, for that memory to be brought up. That is a rational reaction. And so I don't want to disregard how important previous historical bills on child protection have been and what that means for some Territorians, because it's very far-reaching to be removed from your family, language, culture. Of course, that causes huge harm. And no one is disputing that. As I spoke in the hearings, I believe culture is extremely important to a child's well-being. Every child has a culture. This isn't what the amendment's actually changing. The amendment recognises that and expands that to all children, so that if my children, if a decision maker's looking at it, will look at culture for my own kids as well. And so what do we do with this historical wrong that exists and the very rational fear that a modern legislation would bring about? Well, it means intervention must be made on individual basis. And so on the individual child and that circumstance, which this bill does. Intervention must be based on evidence of harm or the likelihood of harm. So it just can't be done. It must have documented evidence of harm or the likelihood, the very real likelihood that harm is going to happen. It must stay the least intrusive response consistent for the child, and we see that in maintaining that placement principle. And it's not just maintaining it, it's expanding it for every child. So what we want is to first avoid a removal. If a removal has to happen because the child's safety is in jeopardy, or the child is unsafe and is undergoing abuse, then we want the first point of care to be other family. Then, after that, we want it to be other community members. And after that, we want it to be individuals within the same cultural group as that child. And so I don't see why any of us are disagreeing with that concept. I spoke about the documentation and this bill helps keep the department accountable. It's subject to court oversight. As I spoke, we need genuine efforts, which is legislated. That way the child, if removed, and if we're all agreeing there is a time when a child has to be removed, then the bill states they need to remain and keep a connection with their language, their culture, their family, and their country. And it's expanded to all children. And by legislating early intervention, the department must then actually provide early intervention and resources to those families to try and keep them together. The kinship placement came under heavy attack that's been for me one of the most frustrating parts of the public commentary, and is why I wanted to speak publicly about this as well, because by enshrining it, we're ensuring it stays there, we're ensuring it's expanded to every child, and so it's not one race of children, it's all children who we recognise benefit from culture, from language, from knowing their identity and place in the world, and so we're expanding it to every child in the Northern Territory. There's not a watering down as being claimed. All that is being done is we are saying the safety of the child becomes the paramount concern. And when you test that at an individual child's level, this is where the counter-argument, in my view, does fall apart. Because if you bring down to a home that base atomized unit of culture, and for the child, culture can even go down to the individual relationship, and we all have a sense of culture within ourselves. But for the child, learning about culture in that base unit of the home, what happens when the abuse is coming from within the home? That's the question. And if we all reasonably agree there comes a time when a child does need to be taken out of that home, despite efforts to keep it together, but unfortunately, there comes a time, and that I think everyone agrees with, then you are removing them from their base unit of culture, being that immediate family environment. And so that's where, to me, the argument falls down, because in that individual child who we recognise needs safety in that moment, then if you agree that there comes a time and place when, yes, you may need to remove that child, you are removing them from their base level of culture. Then the Act should do everything it can to ensure they're plugged in to the broader network that is culture for every child in the Northern Territory. And that's what it aims to do. And so, Madam Speaker, I do think I recognise and understand, and I think some of the response to the bill in a historical context is very rational, and I'm happy to stand here saying, having been part of the Scrutiny Committee, and when you really test the individual cases, you see that these amendments are a good thing for the Child Protection Act and will help every child in the Northern Territory. There is lots of criticism you can make of the system, and you won't find argument with me on the issues that come about from residential care, that harm will occur in foster care. This bill doesn't discredit any of that. All those things can remain true. It's asking, what do we do for the child at harm right now? And that was, again, some of the issues in the Scrutiny Committee. When we hear about housing, poverty, these are very genuine and real issues, and domestic violence. But still, what about the child tonight? And I made a claim. I spoke of the moral bankruptcy of some individuals. That's because when I posed that question, when I actually posed the question of what do we do about the child who is at harm tonight, for the response of oh, we'll invest in more housing, invest in more education. That doesn't help the child tonight. I can't look at a child who is currently undergoing harm and give that as my response. The law has to protect that child, and the other things are still true. That's why I support this bill. It's why I support the amendments. Of course, all those other factors are things that will improve outcomes overall. But when I think of facing a child in my electorate who is at harm tonight, I will support this bill because I want that child to be safe and not to have to undergo continued harm, and know that the law will do what it can to protect them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Karama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And look, I'd just like to make a fairly short speech, but I can say this is a very important topic, and I can understand the concern of everyone in the Assembly about how we go about child safety, and why the bill goes across is there for all children and the safety of all children. I have no doubt that given the probably over-representation of Indigenous children in terms of some of these protections, that there has been a strong focus on that, and I fully respect the commentary and the expressions of feelings from the crossbenchers, the member for Mulka, the member for Gwoja, the member for Arnhem, the member for Daly, the member for Arafura. And I understand they're coming from a very personal experience, and I fully respect that. But having said that, there are other Indigenous leaders who hold a different view. And their view probably resonates more with me in some ways than some of the views of those that I've just heard. And I think very clearly the way it's summed up for me was a recent release on Monday from Senator Jacinta Namatjira-Price, when she was talking about a joint statement made by some government officials criticising this upcoming legislation for consideration by this Assembly. So let me just quote from her statement so I don't get it wrong. And it's titled Statement into Child Protection Laws. It is extraordinary that governments presiding over the continued failure of child protection systems across Australia now seek to lecture the Northern Territory about protecting vulnerable Aboriginal children. For decades, governments have defended the same policies, repeated the same slogans, and reaffirmed the same principles, while Aboriginal children have remained catastrophically overrepresented in abuse, neglect, and out-of-home care. Referring back to the joint statement, she says, their joint statement demands continued adherence to the existing framework, but offers no serious answer as to why that framework has failed to keep so many children safe. And she goes on specifically to reference this bill. The NT's Every Child Matters bill does not erase family, kinship, community or culture. It makes clear that these considerations cannot be used to justify leaving a child in danger, returning a child to danger, or delaying intervention while adults debate process. And I think we've all agreed with this next bit. A child's safety must come first. That should never have become controversial. For too long, governments and institutions have been more concerned about offending activists, organisations and bureaucracy than confronting the reality facing vulnerable children. They have protected systems from criticism while children have continued to suffer. They have defended ideology while families have buried children. The Northern Territory has endured inquiry after inquiry, review after review, and promise after promise. Yet too many Aboriginal children remain exposed to violence, abuse, neglect and instability. Safety and cultural connection are not mutually exclusive. Every child deserves both, but culture must never become an excuse for inaction, and no child should be sacrificed to preserve a policy framework that is plainly failing. The jurisdictions signing this statement are entitled to defend the status quo, but they should first explain the outcomes produced under their watch. If the current approach is working, why are so many Aboriginal children unsafe? That is the question their joint statement avoids, because the answer exposes the failure of the system they are defending, and that was issued on Monday the 20th of July 2026. And so just summing up, I did hear the Leader of the Opposition, and I think she was right. We've got to do more, we've got to do better. This bill is about doing more and doing better, and we can't just sit doing inaction. We're actually taking real steps, and it sets a much more unambiguous clarity about child safety is first and foremost. And I think that guides us for action. Why legislation might be words, this will actually guide action to protect children, and I commend the bill.
Are there any other speakers? In closing, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every child in the Northern Territory deserves the same simple promise that if they are unsafe, the adults responsible for protecting them will act early, act wisely, and act in their best interests. That promise sits at the heart of this bill. This debate has rightly generated strong views. Child protection should never be easy. It asks Parliament to make decisions about some of the most difficult circumstances any family can face. It asks us to balance the rights of parents, the responsibilities of government, and above all else, the welfare of children. Reasonable people will differ about how that balance should be struck, but there should be no disagreement about the objective. Every child deserves to grow up safe. Every child deserves stability. Every child deserves the opportunity to belong. That is what this legislation seeks to achieve, Madam Speaker. During this debate, much has been said about legal principles, statutory drafting and competing interpretations of individual clauses. These matters are important, but before we talk about legislation, we should remember who this legislation is for. It's for children. Children who have no control over the circumstances into which they are born. Children who rely entirely upon the adults around them and upon this Parliament to protect them when they cannot protect themselves. When I introduced this bill, I spoke about 2 Territory children. I do so again today because they remind us why reform is necessary. The first child entered care at just 1 year of age because of neglect. Year after year, the goal remains reunification. Year after year, the circumstances that led to removal failed to change. Today, that child is 10 years old. Their entire childhood has been spent moving through a system that offered uncertainty instead of permanence. 10 years. An entire childhood spent waiting for adults to make decisions that never came. The second child entered care at only 3 months of age. They formed a secure attachment with a loving carer. Despite little progress towards reunification, it still took 5 years before long-term certainty was finally achieved. For that child, home already existed. The law simply took years to recognise it. Madam Speaker, these are not extraordinary cases. They are the predictable consequence of a system that too often rewards delay instead of decisive action. A system that mistakes uncertainty for caution. A system that can leave children waiting while the adults around them continue debating what should happen next. No child experiences delay as a legal concept. A child experiences delay as another birthday spent wondering where they belong. That is why reform is needed, because every child gets only one childhood. We cannot give it back once it's passed. This bill begins with a simple proposition. Removing a child should never be regarded as success. Success is keeping families safely together wherever that is possible. Success is identifying risks earlier. Success is supporting parents before circumstances deteriorate into crisis. Success is giving family the opportunity to overcome challenges before a court is ever asked to intervene, and that is why one of the most significant reforms contained in this legislation is the introduction of proactive efforts. Instead of waiting until removal becomes the only remaining option, the law will require earlier engagement with families, earlier support, and earlier intervention. That represents an important shift in philosophy. The child protection system should not exist only to respond after harm has occurred. Wherever possible, it should work to prevent that harm occurring in the first place. Madam Speaker, throughout this debate, we've heard claims that this bill somehow weakens protections for children and alters the existing thresholds for removing a child from their family. I absolutely reject that proposition. Nothing in this legislation lowers the legal threshold for removing a child from their family. Nothing reduces the court's responsibility to determine whether intervention is necessary. What this bill does is increase the obligation placed upon government to support families through proactive efforts to strengthen the family unit. Nothing expands the circumstances in which a government may intervene. Before seeking a protection order, the department must demonstrate the proactive efforts undertaken to support the family. It must explain what assistance was offered, why those efforts were unsuccessful. It must identify what alternatives were considered before asking the court to remove a child. That is greater accountability for government, not less protection for families. Madam Speaker, this bill was not developed in isolation. It's been informed by extensive consultation, detailed policy work, and thorough parliamentary scrutiny. The Legislative Scrutiny Committee received 150 submissions. It conducted public hearings, heard evidence from Aboriginal organisations, legal services, medical professionals, foster and kinship carers, police, community organisations, and child protection experts. And I thank every individual and every organisation that contributed to that process. Not every submission supported the bill. Some opposed it entirely. Others suggested amendments. But all contributed to a better understanding of the issues before this Parliament. That is how scrutiny should work. After considering the evidence, the committee reached its majority conclusion and recommended that the Assembly pass the bill. That recommendation matters, Madam Speaker. It reflects careful consideration of the evidence, not simply competing political arguments. The government has accepted the committee's recommended amendment. It has accepted recommendations aimed at helping families better understand their rights and the department's obligations. And today I'll also place important clarifications on the parliamentary record so there can be no uncertainty about Parliament's intent to enacting these reforms. Madam Speaker, this bill is founded upon a simple belief. Children cannot wait for perfect systems. They cannot wait until every housing challenge has been solved, until every workforce shortage has disappeared. They cannot wait while governments commission another review describing problems we already understand. Children live their childhood one day at a time, and our responsibility is to ensure the law serves them today, not at some uncertain point in the future. And that is why this bill is before the Assembly. Madam Speaker, no issue has attracted greater attention during this debate than the Aboriginal child placement principle, nor should it. The history of Aboriginal child removal in Australia casts a long shadow. It's a history that cannot be ignored, minimised or forgotten. It continues to shape how Aboriginal families and communities view child protection today, and any government that proposes reform in this area has a responsibility to listen with humility and respond with respect. I have listened carefully, and I understand why many Aboriginal organisations, community leaders and advocates have spoken so passionately about this bill. These concerns come from a place of lived experience and historical truth, and they deserve to be acknowledged. But acknowledging history does not relieve the Parliament of its responsibility to confront the failures of the present. Today, too many Aboriginal children are entering care. Too many remain there for years without certainty, experience repeated replacements instead of lasting stability. Those outcomes should concern every member of this Assembly. The question before us is not whether Aboriginal children should remain connected to their family, community, language and culture, because of course they should. The real question is whether our current system is delivering those outcomes. The evidence tells us it is not. This bill does not abandon the Aboriginal child placement principle. It strengthens the principles that matter most and continues to recognise that family comes first. It continues to recognise that Aboriginal children should maintain meaningful connections to their family, community, culture, language and country. These principles remain central because they are central to a child's identity and well-being. Nothing in this legislation diminishes that. What this bill does make clear is something equally important. Every placement must be safe. Safety and culture are not competing values. For Aboriginal children, they belong together, and a child should never be asked to sacrifice one for the other. That has guided the government throughout the development of this legislation. Madam Speaker, some of the strongest criticism directed at this bill has rested upon the claim that it makes it easier for government to remove Aboriginal children from their families, and that claim is simply incorrect. Let me state this as plainly as I can. The legal threshold for removing a child from their family does not change. Not one clause of this bill lowers that threshold. Not one clause expands the circumstances in which a child may be removed. Those legal protections remain exactly as they are today. What changes is the responsibility placed upon government. Before asking a court to remove a child, the department must now demonstrate the proactive efforts it has undertaken to keep that family together. It must show what support has been offered and explain why those efforts did not succeed. It must account for the alternatives that were considered before seeking intervention. That is not a reduction in accountability, it's an increase. It places a greater burden on government before it seeks the most serious order available under the Act. Madam Speaker, another issue has been raised repeatedly throughout this debate. The bill removes the words "any Aboriginal person" from the placement hierarchy. Some have suggested this represents a weakening of the Aboriginal child placement principle. I do not accept that. Every child deserves to be placed with a person who is safe, capable and able to meet their needs. That has always been true and it remains true today. Aboriginal children deserve both cultural connection and personal safety, and the government rejects the notion that those two objectives are somehow incompatible. Our responsibility is to achieve both. Madam Speaker, one of the most compelling pieces of evidence received by the Legislative Scrutiny Committee did not concern legislative drafting at all. It concerned implementation. The Northern Territory records the lowest rate in Australia of Aboriginal children in out-of-home care being placed with Aboriginal kin. That should concern every one of us. It tells us that simply preserving existing legislative wording has not delivered the outcomes we all want to see. The problem is larger than the language of the Act. Aboriginal organisations spoke about unnecessary bureaucracy. They described lengthy approval processes. They identified barriers preventing suitable kinship carers from becoming approved. Those are practical problems. They require practical solutions. Our government, through the Department of Children and Families, is already working alongside Aboriginal organisations to reduce those barriers while maintaining rigorous child safety standards. That work will continue. If we genuinely want more Aboriginal children cared for by their own family and community, then improving implementation is just as important as improving legislation. Madam Speaker, this bill is not about choosing between safety and culture. It's about recognising that every Aboriginal child deserves both. It's about preserving cultural identity while ensuring children are protected from harm. It's about supporting families earlier, strengthening accountability, and making better decisions for children whose futures depend upon the choices made by adults. Those, again, are not competing objectives. They are complementary responsibilities, and they sit together at the heart of this bill. Madam Speaker, the second major issue raised through the committee's inquiry concerned the broader circumstances confronting Territory families: poverty, housing, remoteness and access to services. Those issues deserve serious consideration because legislation alone cannot solve them, yet neither can they become an excuse for leaving children trapped in a system that everyone agrees requires reform. That is where I now turn. Madam Speaker, throughout the committee's inquiry, many organisations reminded us that child protection legislation does not operate in isolation. Families live with the realities of housing shortages, financial hardship, addiction, domestic and family violence, poor health, unemployment and remoteness. Many parents are asked to engage with services that simply do not exist in their community. These realities are well known to every member of this Assembly, and no responsible government should pretend otherwise. This bill does not seek to legislate those challenges away because legislation cannot build houses, it cannot train social workers overnight, it cannot eliminate poverty or heal generations of trauma. Those challenges demand sustained investment in services, stronger partnerships with Aboriginal organisations and continued support to the dedicated professionals working with Territory families every single day. But recognising those realities is not an argument against legislative reform. It's an argument for ensuring the law supports earlier intervention while government continues investing in the services families need. For too long, our legislation has encouraged intervention only after circumstances have deteriorated to the point where statutory action becomes necessary. By then, opportunities have often been lost, relationships have broken down, children have experienced trauma that might otherwise have been prevented. That is why this bill introduces again a proactive efforts framework. It changes the expectations placed upon government. Instead of waiting until families reach crisis, the department will be required to work with parents earlier, to identify risks sooner, and to demonstrate the practical steps taken to help families safely remain together wherever possible. That is not simply a procedural reform, it's a cultural change, shifting the focus of the child protection system from responding to failure towards preventing it. And where government ultimately seeks a protection order, it must show the court what it did before reaching that point. The department will need to demonstrate the supports offered, the work undertaken with the family, the alternatives considered, and the reasons intervention has become necessary. That is greater accountability to families and to the court, and ultimately greater accountability to the children whose lives are shaped by these decisions. Madam Speaker, some concern has been expressed that families experiencing poverty or homelessness may be unfairly drawn into the child protection system, and I want to address that concern directly. Poverty is not neglect, homelessness is not neglect. A family should never fear losing a child simply because they are poor or because housing is beyond their reach. The assessment required under this legislation remains a holistic assessment of the child's circumstances and safety. Those protections remain unchanged. Families deserve to know this Parliament understands the difference between social disadvantage and parental neglect. Madam Speaker, another significant reform concerns permanency. One of the clearest messages I have heard from young people who have grown up in care is that uncertainty can be as damaging as instability itself. Children measure time differently from adults. A year is not an administrative period. For a 5-year-old, it is 1/5 of their life. Every extension of a temporary order is another year spent wondering where they belong. Our current system too often allows children to remain on successive short-term orders while adults continue searching for certainty that never arrives. This bill says we can do better. The evidence shows that where reunification succeeds, it is most likely to occur within the first 2 years after a child enters care. That is where the department's greatest efforts should be directed. Parents should receive intensive support during that critical period. Every reasonable opportunity for safe reunification should be pursued. But where those efforts have not succeeded, children should not be left in indefinite legal limbo. At some point, the system must stop asking children to wait. This bill requires that difficult decisions be made earlier. not because we value reunification less, but because we value childhood more. Importantly, those reforms do not close the door on parents who later overcome the challenges that led to intervention. The Act will continue to allow protection orders to be varied or revoked where circumstances have genuinely changed. Hope remains and opportunity remains. What changes is the expectation that government must actively pursue permanency rather than allowing uncertainty to become the default. Madam Speaker, the bill also introduces family responsibility agreements and family responsibility orders. Some have characterised these reforms as punitive. That is not their purpose. Their purpose is to provide families with support before statutory child protection becomes necessary. Family responsibility agreements are voluntary. They encourage parents to engage with services and assistance at the earliest possible stage. Family responsibility orders provide a structured response where voluntary engagement has not occurred. They don't transfer parental responsibility, nor do they remove children from their families. They exist to prevent those outcomes wherever it is safe to do so. That approach reflects the evidence provided by the Northern Territory Police Association, whose members often see families beginning to experience crisis long before the child protection system is legally able to respond. Earlier intervention is not about expanding government power. It's about creating lawful opportunities to help families before problems become tragedies. Madam Speaker, I also acknowledge the concerns raised by organisations supporting victim survivors of domestic and family violence. These concerns deserve careful consideration. No person experiencing violence should be held responsible for the actions of the person using that violence. This bill continues to require domestic and family violence risks to be managed through the Territory's established risk assessment framework. That safeguard is essential, and I expect it to be applied consistently in every case. Finally, Madam Speaker, this bill recognises the people who know children best. For too long, carers who have provided day-to-day care have had limited opportunity to place their knowledge directly before the court. This legislation changes that. Where a child has lived with a carer for a significant period, that carer will be able to participate in proceedings affecting the child's future. That is a practical reform. It ensures that decisions about children are informed by those who know their daily routines, understand their needs, and have earned their trust. Because when courts make decisions about children's futures, every informed voice matters. Most importantly, the child's voice matters. That is where these reforms seek to protect. Madam Speaker, this debate has involved passionate disagreement, and that's entirely appropriate. The welfare of children deserve careful scrutiny and respectful debate. But after months of consultation, detailed parliamentary examination and extensive public discussion, the question before this Assembly is now a simple one. Do we leave the system as it is? Or do we act to give Territory children the safety, stability and certainty they deserve? That is the choice before us today. Madam Speaker, throughout this debate, much has been said about consultation. I welcome that discussion because legislation of this significance should never be developed behind closed doors. Over the past 18 months, the government has listened to Aboriginal organisations, foster and kinship carers, legal services, medical professionals, police, the judiciary, community organisations, departmental staff, and most importantly, young people who have experienced the child protection systems themselves. Their perspectives differ, their experiences differ, but one message emerged with remarkable consistency. The system intervenes too late. Children remain in uncertainty for too long. Families often receive meaningful support only after circumstances have reached crisis. That message has shaped this bill. The Legislative Scrutiny Committee then undertook a comprehensive examination of these reforms. As I said earlier, it received 150 submissions, heard evidence from organisations representing a wide range of professional expertise and lived experience. It questioned the department in detail. It considered competing views. That process has strengthened this legislation. The government has accepted the committee's recommended amendment to include a note to clarify the CEO's responsibilities when working with families, and I give the assurance that the department will support families to understand their rights and obligations with regards to proactive efforts, noting that these efforts are beholden on the department to support families to stay together, and in the worst case scenario where a child has been removed from their family, to achieve reunification. Most critically, Madam Speaker, that there has been no change to the principles to support Aboriginal children to remain with family, connected to their culture and their community, that they are in fact reinforced and elevated to apply to any and all children who are at risk, because every child deserves to be safe, supported and cared for, living in stable homes with family, surrounded by those who love them. And today I have placed the government's intentions clearly on the parliamentary record so there can be no misunderstanding about the operation of these reforms. That is parliamentary scrutiny working exactly as it should. Whilst the principles detailed in the Every Child Matters Bill, as is the case for the current legislation, are not inalienable rights, but again, as is the case for the current legislation, they will guide policy and regulatory frameworks, and with the addition of safety as the primary consideration when determining what is in the best interests of a child, this bill gives an unequivocal direction to the department. Keep our children safe. Madam Speaker, some have argued that we should delay these reforms and undertake further consultation. I respectfully disagree. There will always be another review that can be commissioned, another report that can be written, another inquiry that can be recommended further discussion. But while governments continue discussing reform, children continue living with the consequences of a system that everyone agrees is not delivering the outcomes they deserve. Delay is not a neutral choice, it has consequences. Every year we postpone reform is another year in which children remain on temporary orders with no certainty about their future. Another year in which families miss opportunities for earlier support. Another year in which children continue waiting for adults to make decisions that should already have been made. This Parliament has debated these issues carefully, the evidence has been heard, the concerns have been considered, the legislation has been scrutinised. The time has now come to decide. Madam Speaker, no piece of legislation is perfect. No Act of Parliament can eliminate child abuse. No statute can end poverty, addiction, domestic violence or intergenerational trauma. These challenges require sustained commitment from governments, communities and families alike. But legislation can establish clearer expectations. It can improve accountability. It can ensure earlier intervention. It can provide children with greater stability, and it can require government to do more before asking a court to separate a child from their family. And that is exactly what this bill does. It puts children at the centre of every decision. It requires the department to demonstrate what it has done to help families before seeking the most serious intervention available under the law. It promotes earlier support instead of later crisis. It values permanency over prolonged uncertainty. It strengthens the voice of carers who know their children best. It preserves the importance of family, culture and connection, while recognising that every child also has an unquestionable right to safety. Madam Speaker, this bill is not founded on the belief that government always knows best. It's founded on the belief that children deserve better. Better support for families, better accountability from government, better decisions made sooner, better opportunities to grow up in homes where they are safe, loved and able to thrive. Ultimately, this debate comes down to a simple question. When we know that our child protection system is leaving too many children waiting in uncertainty, when we know that earlier intervention offers a better chance of keeping families safely together, when we know that children experience delay as lost childhoods rather than administrative processes, what is our responsibility as legislators? I believe it is to act, because every child gets only one childhood, one chance to feel safe, to experience the security of belonging, to build the relationships that will shape the rest of their lives. Those years cannot be recovered once they are lost. That is why this legislation matters, not because it answers every challenge facing child protection, but because it makes meaningful improvements where Parliament has the power to act today. Madam Speaker, future generations will not judge this Parliament by how many reports we commissioned or how many inquiries we conducted. They will judge us by whether vulnerable children were safer because we had the courage to act when reform was needed. This bill reflects that responsibility. It reflects the simple principle that has guided these reforms from the beginning. Every child matters. Every child deserves the safety, stability and opportunity that this legislation seeks to deliver. And I commend the bill to the Assembly.
The question is, the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the Care and Protection of Children Act 2007 and for related purposes.
Minister, I think we're going to consideration in detail. Thank you.
Okay, order. The Assembly will consider the Care and Protection of Children legislation amendment, Every Child Matters Bill 2026-067. I'm very conscious that, we've had a passionate debate. I think people are very sincere in their debate. But I do remind people we are now in consideration in detail. So we do need to keep our questioning or comments to the clauses under consideration. I'd also just like to say I'll definitely try and give everyone the opportunity to get their views across. But if we can all do it in a respectful manner, that'd be great. I believe you may have a bit of a script. I'm certainly going to try and follow that script. There are some areas where we will have some competing amendments for the same clause, which are substantially the same, so essentially only one can be moved. As a general principle, if it's the government's got one and the opposition or the independent have one, I'll probably give precedence to the government's one. Vice versa, if there's one where it's the opposition and the independent, I'll give precedence to the opposition, just as a general rule, just so there's no surprises. Okay, I'll just check ministers okay to go. Everyone's ready to go? Okay. Now, I think the main clause, which we've got to get to, is clause 6, but I'll just ask, is it the wish of the Assembly that clauses 1 to 5 be considered together?
No.
No, okay. So I think I'll just go through clause 1.
Yes,
yep, okay. The question is that clause 1 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. That's a start. The question is that clause 2 stand as printed. No? Aye. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you. Minister, could you please just confirm when is this legislation expected to commence?
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. The legislation will commence in stages with the final date for all implementation to occur by May 2028.
Thank you. I believe before the 11th of May 2028. So when do you anticipate that the first stage would commence?
The first stage should be in place by September this year.
September, thank you. And Minister, how will you ensure that the department meets operational readiness and stakeholder preparedness and implementations before Part 2 commences?
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. The department are already working on implementation for all parts of the legislation to ensure that everything is able to be implemented within the timeframe allocated.
Thank you. No further questions on Clause 2.
Any further questions on Clause 2? No? The question is that Clause 2 standards printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that Clause...
Sorry, Mr Speaker, we can go through right up from 3 to 5. I've got nothing until Clause 6.
Hang on, Member for Johnston. So, look, I will just go through...
Sure.
Yes. The question is that Clause 3 standards printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that Clause 4 standards printed. Those that Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, under Clause 4, the clause adds safety, long-term stability and security to the objects of the Act. Section 8, as redrafted by the bill, already places safety at the top of a ranked hierarchy of best interest consideration. Minister, what does adding it here again in the objects clause achieve that Section 8 doesn't already achieve?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. The objects come before the principles and state the overarching objects of the Act in its entirety.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, long-term stability and security doesn't appear as a defined term anywhere else in this bill. Can you explain how a decision maker is meant to weigh it against the interests already listed in Section 8?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. That would be a matter for the courts if it ever came into question.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
No further questions.
Okay. The question is that Clause 4 standards printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that Clause 5 standards printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye.
Aye.
I think the ayes have it. Okay. The question is that Clause 6 standards printed. No. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, or Mr Chairman. Minister, what evidence directly supports the insertion of Section 7 as opposed to retaining Section 6 from the current Act?
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. The intention of Section 7 is to ensure there is clarity around the manner in which consideration of the principles should be taken into account to avoid any doubt as to how the weighting of each of the principles.
Thank you, Minister. So what consideration was given to inserting accountability mechanisms for Section 7 in order to address the imbalance created by subjecting individuals and communities to expectations and obligations while your own government's agencies are not subjected to equivalent enforceable standards or consequences?
Member for Gwoja, I'm not sure where you're deriving that assumption from.
So you would disagree with that?
That the department and the government isn't held to the same level of account? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I'm asking why in Section 7...
7 in its entirety or the one part of Section 7?
I'm referring to Section 7 in its entirety. The imbalance created by subjecting individuals and communities to expectations and obligations. You're suggesting that the department are subject to those same...
No, what the Section 7 is a clause that ensures that where in the past there was a randomised application of the principles under the Act to ensure that those considering when they take into account what needs to be considered for a child, consider those elements in order of priority, the most important priority being safety.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, Section 8, subsection 3 has been amended from a higher threshold to a lower threshold by change in language from must be considered to may be relevant. What evidence supports the decision to weaken language and therefore reduce the government's responsibility to take into account specific matters relating to a child's safety in Section 8, subsection 3?
Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. Sorry. Minister, Section 8, subsection 3 has been amended from a higher threshold to a lower threshold by the change in language from must be considered to may be relevant. I'm asking what evidence supports the decision to weaken the language and therefore reduce the government's responsibility to take into account specific matters relating to a child's safety in Section 8, subsection 3.
Member for Gwoja does not reduce the importance of those matters. It just says they may also be taken into consideration if they should be so required.
So, Minister, what I'm trying to understand is must is implying something actually must happen. It physically has to happen. Why has the government gone to now may be relevant?
The section is there to provide guidance for the principles, none of which are enforceable under law.
So, Minister, why have you chosen to ignore all of the evidence and relegate core elements in determining a child's best interest, such as safe relationships with family and reunification, as a secondary, non-mandatory consideration?
Member for Gwoja, as I noted before, all of the principles in this section are guidance and for consideration of matters in considering what is the best interest of a child. All of those elements may be taken into consideration.
Thank you, Minister. What evidence exists on how the current legislation restricts a child's best interest and their safety from being the paramount consideration?
Member for Goyder, there's been considerable debate in this parliament today that has provided a number of examples that suggest that safety, which was not mentioned in the current legislation, needs to be reinforced as a consideration given the outcomes for many, many children, and that is why these elements have been structured in the way they have.
I've asked this follow-up from that.
I'll just ask on that and then I'm happy to flick to you. Minister, again, I'm asking for you to provide us with a real example based on the data and the evidence that the department would have collected, how the current legislation is restricting a child's best interests and their safety from being a paramount consideration.
Member for Gwoja, I think it's important to acknowledge that not every principle will apply to every child in every circumstances. So to stringently apply every single principle to every child, if that's not actually relevant to the child, is not a practical approach. And I'd be more than happy to give you the 100 or so cases of evidence of children that I have been examining over the last few months to demonstrate how these principles have not supported children's ongoing safety and stability.
Thank you. So, Minister, are you making a commitment to make that information available to me?
I'm more than happy to give you that de-identified data.
Thank you. Member for Johnston.
Member for Johnston.
Minister, just a follow-up to that. I think what the member for Gwoja was asking was not give examples of how the current legislation is failing. Well, I won't put words in his mouth. I'll ask my own question. What evidence base shows that the changes to the Act will in fact make children safer? I'm not asking about evidence that the current framework is failing. I think we've all heard that. But what evidence base is there that these changes will in fact make children safer?
Member for Johnston, the current legislation identifies harm and exploitation as the measures by which a decision might be made as to whether a child is in an environment of safety. It doesn't mention, it's a very high bar, so I can provide evidence of many, many cases of children who have been exposed to what would be deemed to be an unsafe environment where intervention did not occur because it did not meet the threshold of that principle, and that is why safety has been included and elevated as the primary concern.
Thank you, Minister. And just to follow up on that, can you show me any provisions in the current Act that position cultural connection above child safety rather than alongside it?
Safety was not mentioned in the current Act.
To clarify, Minister, safety was never mentioned in the current Act?
So, Member for Johnston, I'm happy to report to you that the very first mention of safety in the current Act occurs as a defence for people who might refuse to give evidence in a child protection case. That is the very first mention of the word safety in the Act. It does not appear in the principles of the Act or the underlying objectives of the Act.
Thank you, Minister. Are there other words or phrases in the current Act that could be reasonably interpreted as carrying the same meaning as safety?
Member for Johnston, if I thought that, we wouldn't be sitting here today debating the need for safety to be included.
Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Minister, the insertion of section 12A subsection 3 will make it mandatory for the government to remove a child from a territory family. How will this work in practice, Minister? And are you able to talk us through how will likely risk be assessed?
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. That will occur in exactly the same way it does now. There'll be risk assessments done only in the case of the legislation. If the legislation passes and the additional work around family responsibility agreements have been done, there'll be sufficient evidence to ensure that those actions are taken appropriately. And as is always the case, a child is not removed unless an appropriate case can be made to the court for that to happen, unless, of course, it's in an emergency and there's an immediate risk of harm to the child.
Minister, I'm just wanting to, I guess, unpick a bit from you a bit when you're referring to will likely risk be assessed?
So the decision about whether or not can be removed from a family would require an order from the court, and there's sufficient evidence to support that there's a significant and likely risk of harm would need to be presented to the court in order for them to make that order.
Right. So, Minister, how's the department, or how will the department support families to mitigate a likely risk different than what they've already been required to do under existing legislation?
The work will be done with the families to do everything possible to negate the need for removal of a child. So as we've indicated through this debate this evening, there is a threshold to step in much earlier to assist families to reduce the need for a child to be removed. But at the end of the day, if it comes to a significant likely risk of harm and the court decides that that's the decision that needs to be made, then that's how that will be progressed.
Thank you. Minister, how will the department ensure that children taken away from families are able to participate and maintain contact with their families and communities, especially children taken away from remote communities?
Apologies, Member for Gwoja. Could you please repeat that question?
Sure. No, that's okay. How will the department ensure that children who are removed from families are able to participate and maintain contact with their families and communities, especially children who have been removed from remote communities?
Member for Guyula, the current situation and the processes in place to ensure that will not change. They will continue.
Okay, so the existing practices remain in place. Thank you. Minister, why has a reference to Aboriginal community-controlled organisations been removed from Section 12C, subsection 1?
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. What was envisaged in the amendment of that section was to ensure that any family who was deciding who might be their best representative didn't feel obliged to include particular people or particular organisations, but that it could be something that they could determine of their own accord.
Thank you, Minister. And while we're on 12C, when significant decisions are made about Aboriginal children, why has it been made, or appears to be made, harder for families to be involved in decision-making or help identify other family or kinship members who can be carers, as set out in Section 12C, subsection 2, from A to C?
Member for Gwoja, there's no intention to make it more difficult for families to participate in that decision making. To the contrary, it's saying that they should have a wider choice of how they are involved in those decisions.
Thank you, Minister. Section 12D relating to proactive efforts. Minister, can you inform us what efforts the department will undertake to address the grounds on which a child was removed? That was 12D.
So, as part of the implementation process of the legislation, that will be very clearly articulated. So that is an operational matter as to how that will be undertaken. All the considerations that one would expect to take in making sure that you work to keep a family together. There is work currently underway by the department to develop that operational structure.
So that's being operationalised within the department, but Minister, I guess it's described here in the legislation addressing the grounds. What would that consist of? I'm not asking for a hypothetical, but I'm asking for an example of what would addressing the grounds typically mean in an operation sense.
Sorry, which clause are you talking about?
Oh, that's 12D, sorry. 12D, subsection 3A.
So in a situation where a child is removed, so it would depend on, so let's say, for example, there was an immediate risk of harm and the safety of the child was at imminent risk, and a decision was made to, this is a hypothetical, to take the child into care, but there wasn't the ability, say, for example, remove the parent with the child. If it was a situation, for example, of domestic violence, the grounds would then be to try and find somewhere immediately where you could actually relocate the family as a unit, minus the perpetrator, to make sure that they were safe and keep everybody together.
Great, thank you. And Minister, while you're on your feet, I know you've said it's an operational matter, but what resourcing has been allocated to 12D, or is that being sorted out internally?
That work is already underway internally. Sorry, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I just ask some guidance about an amendments when you'd like them introduced?
Well, I'm waiting for...
I will ask a series of questions, and then I too am going to need some guidance from the Chair, because you've got amendments to Clause 6, we've got amendments to Clause 6, and you've got amendments to Clause 6. Question.
The sections that you're asking questions on, but they're all under Clause 6. So, Chair, would you prefer me to jump in at the same section, or?
I just want to confirm, have you got the script yet, Member Gwoja?
Yes, I do have the script. I just wanted to confirm I'm intending on asking all of the questions at the front end, and then
come to the amendments.
Then come to the amendments, noting that the Minister has her own amendments, and I just wanted to seek clarification before, when you were talking about there's a whole series of amendments, how do you work out the precedence or the hierarchy of the amendments?
Can I just consult with the clerk, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I plan to do is you may ask all your front-end questions first, and then we intend to go through the amendments as listed in the order as they are. So we'll come back and go through in that sequence, because some depend on decisions.
Yeah, sure. I didn't know how it would work, because the Minister flagged she wanted to move her own amendment. So you're happy for all the questions?
And then I would also go to the Minister for her amendment in the sequence as well.
Sure. Okay.
Sorry, can I also just request, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're not going backwards and forwards, if there is a question that we move through each section under each clause at the same time.
I'm going to ask all the questions as we go through each of the clauses, not for the entire bill.
No, just the clause.
Yes.
No, but this clause has multiple components, and the member for Johnston has indicated she has some questions which I believe relate to sections that you've already progressed.
Jump in while we're on that.
And then you can ask questions about the amendments themselves.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if there's general questions on this clause, please feel free to ask now.
Thank you.
Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just jump back a little bit because I wasn't jumping to my feet quickly enough before. Minister, can you, that's at 12C, so I want to go a bit, just, sorry, bear with me for 1 minute. Minister, can you confirm, this is in relation to the opportunities language, can you confirm whether under the new opportunities language for Aboriginal children under section 12.3, whether that can be overridden by the safety provisions?
Member for Johnston, the ultimate and paramount concern will always be safety, and one would imagine that one would not exclude the other.
Thank you, Minister.
So an opportunity wouldn't override safety.
Minister, do you accept the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child guidance against a strictly hierarchical best interest framework? This is in relation to section 8.2 and 3.
Sorry.
What's the objection?
She was asking her opinion. Yeah, I think within CID she's entitled to do that. Member Johnston, continue.
Thank you. I can rephrase the question if that's necessary. But the question is whether the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child gives guidance against a strictly hierarchical best interest framework. So the question is, on what basis does this clause depart from that?
Member for Johnston, there was an informal application of a hierarchy under the current legislation, and it was felt more appropriate to clearly state what the hierarchy should be to avoid confusion and for future decisions not to be made in the same structure.
So to depart from the UN Committee Rights of the Child guidance?
To ensure continuity and stability and application of process.
Understood. I'm not necessarily putting those two things in opposition. I'm just trying to clarify. Minister, what's the practical difference under section 8.3 between, in a decision maker's obligation, between something that may be relevant and something that must be considered?
Need slipperier floors, sorry. The changes in that section were to remove the subjective and discretionary interpretation of some of those applications, so it was much clearer for people that they should be applied in the same way, and to give everybody the right opportunity for consideration in those matters that follow through subsection 3.
Could you give a practical example of how that might play out?
That would be a hypothetical, and no, so I'm sorry.
We are allowed to ask hypotheticals in consideration in detail.
Well, everything would be determined on a case-by-case basis, so it's an endless proposition.
We have heard case-by-case in consideration in detail before. I'm actually interested in what that might mean in a real situation. So are you able to give any example? It's a case-by-case situation. I'm interested in one case.
Look, I think the Minister's answered the question. So can we move on, please?
Sure. Minister, under section 12B2, what modelling has been done to predict the rate of Aboriginal children who may be removed from their families after this legislation passes?
Member for Johnston, I don't think that that's something you could model, but if you want an example of how having a system in place that intervenes early impacts removal of children, I think earlier today we heard that under circuit breaker with over 700 cases and nearly 300 family responsibility agreement, out of those 700 children, only 5 have been placed into care. So it's a very small percentage. If you want to use that as a base model, it wasn't even 1%, it was 0.006%.
And is that what you are anticipating will happen from this?
Would be my absolute delight to be able to tell you that in the future, but again, it's an unknown. Situations change on a daily basis, but we will be working very hard to keep that as low as possible.
Thank you, Minister. Section 12C retains rights languages for children with disability and uses opportunity language for Aboriginal children. Minister, can you explain what the substantive difference is between those two words?
Two different clauses. Sorry, Member for Johnston, are you referring to two separate sections?
Section 12 yes. So under Section 12.C, there's opportunity language for Aboriginal children. Later in the bill, and I can find the specific section, it retains rights languages for children with disability. So my question is, what's the substantive difference between those two words in the bill? Both in Section 12? They're both in Section 12.
So just on the principles around Aboriginal children, which are layered on top of the universal principle, every child gets the universal principle consideration. Aboriginal children get the additional consideration. Children with a disability have significantly different requirements, and they are embedded in other systems such as healthcare systems.
Are you able to explain the legal difference between right and opportunity in the Act affecting these two different groups of children?
I think that would be a matter for the courts, Member for Johnston.
Are you able to explain the intention?
I think the intention I explained, I actually responded to the question around that section to Member for Gwoja earlier. I may have almost caught up to you, Member for Gwoja, I think. You were up to 12D, is that right? 12D. This may be a repeat from a question from the Member for Gwoja. Minister, the coronial inquest into the death of baby G recommended an active efforts standard. Why does this bill use undefined proactive efforts instead of adopting the coroner's recommended language directly? With respect, Member for Johnston, I think proactive efforts are a bit stronger than active efforts. It actually says you got to do this. Is there a definition of proactive efforts in the Act? Proactive efforts has a legal interpretation if it's needed, but it means you get off your bum and you do the work.
Thank you, Minister. As drafted, what recourse does a family have if the department decides on its own what proactive efforts look like without their input at any stage? Member for Johnston, the work that has to be undertaken by the department is always done in consultation with a range of organisations and people. So Foster and Kinship Carers Association for the Northern Territory, for example, have a considerable role to play in assisting the department in these areas, and they will do that. But proactive efforts, by its very implication, means that you do everything in your power to make sure that these children stay with their families. Thank you. And what recourse do the family have if they feel that hasn't been the case? The same recourse as they have today, Member for Johnston, which is through the courts. Thank you. So, I've got 12D2, but you... Yeah.
Member for Gwoja.
Great.
So just confirming, we're just on the general question still.
We're still on 12D, general question, yep. So thank you. Minister, why were no enforcement measures included for proactive efforts set out in Section 12D?
Member for Gwoja, enforcement efforts on the part of...
Well, why were no enforcement measures included for proactive efforts set out in 12D? Like, so, I guess I'm talking about time frames and those particular measures.
So if it was considered that timeframes and enforcement is required, that could be determined by the court as part of the process for the application for the order.
Thank you. And how will the Department of Children and Families report on provisions set out in Section 12D?
So if there is an order made, they are responsible to reply to the court that they've adhered to those orders and what proactive efforts have been undertaken.
And will that be lodged in the child protection system for evaluation and monitoring?
Usually, Member for Gwoja, the advice is it's usually included in an affidavit to the court.
In an affidavit.
Member for Johnston.
Thank you. Minister, I know earlier in response to a question from the member for Gwoja, you said work is underway to determine resourcing for this bill. I had a question about what resources have been allocated to implement the proactive efforts. We did hear from the department very explicitly during the Scrutiny Committee that there would be no extra resources committed as a result of this bill. Are you able to confirm that today?
So the work that will be undertaken will be taken from within. There is, and as the member for Johnston, you'd be aware, there is currently a review underway of the way in which child protection has been overseen as a result of the Kumanjai little baby case in Alice Springs, and that may very well guide some of the direction around how this should be done.
And thank you, Minister. So to confirm, but that would be within existing resources?
Member for Johnston, there are significant resources within a department that could easily be redeployed and not diminish work being done by the department in any other section.
Thank you. Through the chair, in relation to 12D subsection 2 and subsection 3, many of the submissions Minister raised, flexible timeframes are often in the best interest of children, and that restricting opportunities for safe reunification will result in more children entering care permanently. What evidence supports the removal of the flexibility for the department staff to work with families in order to achieve those safe reunifications?
12D? Did you say 12D? Uh, 12D2, you're talking about flexibility, member for Gwoja?
Yes, Minister. 12D subsection 2 and subsection 3, where it talks about in the first 6 months, many of the submissions talked about the need to have the flexible timeframes in terms of a safe reunification.
So the intent of that particular section, member Gwoja, is for the department to actually make sure that they do the heavy lifting up front. So one of the consistent messages that came back and information that was provided also from the department was that whilst the work was done, it often wasn't documented in such a way that it could be presented to the court. So this actually enshrines in the legislation that you have to do everything in your power to get that family to stay together, safely together, and that the first 6 months are absolutely critical. As we've noted today in the debate, young children, a month is a long time, a year is a lifetime. So the earlier that work can be done to actually rectify that family or identify a family member who can care for that child is critical.
So given the child protection staff are managing an average caseload, I think we heard of 22 at any one time, Minister, are you confident that a 2-year timeframe is feasible for reunification?
It is not anticipated, member for Gwoja, that the child protection caseworkers who are on the front line would be undertaking this work. They would be supported by another team.
So I just wanting you are comfortable with the 2-year timeframe for reunification?
I think all of the work has to be done as early as possible. The current legislation provides that short-term care orders should only be 2 years, so it's within that legislative framework as it currently stands. What we're emphasising now is that the department has to make sure that they do the work to a degree that supports reunification of that family as early as possible.
Thank you. And 12D obviously talks about the proactive efforts. Minister, I noted in your speech you spoke about housing wait times are much longer than 2 years. How will reunification be possible in a 2-year timeframe when there's housing wait periods longer? Are there conversations with your colleague around prioritising foster carers and kinship carers for housing?
Member for Gwoja, there's already a well-formed connection between the Department of Children's and Families and the Department of Housing so that people who are in crisis situations can be elevated on the list where necessary and get them placed as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Do you have any more on 12D?
I do.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. Minister, how was the 2-year deadline? How was that 2-year limit determined? What evidence was used to decide that was the most appropriate timeframe for a hard deadline?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. The timeframe reflects the timeframe in the current legislation.
Understood, Minister, but that's not a hard deadline. So my question was, how was it determined that that is an appropriate hard deadline?
It was determined because the current legislation, which has been in play for a number of years, indicates that that's what a short-term care order should look like.
Thank you, Minister. How many families currently subject to short-term parental responsibility directions would reach the 2-year limit under this new section within the next 12 months?
Member for Johnston, I don't have that information to hand, but what I can tell you is anybody in the current situation who we're working through who haven't been able to have the benefit of proactive efforts, should this legislation pass, would not be penalised simply because they are already in a short-term protection order period.
When you say they would not be penalised, can you explain how that works with a hard 2-year deadline?
Well, it's not retrospective legislation, Member for Johnston.
So if
there's somebody who's currently in a short-term order,
the clock would start counting again?
They would not be subject to, in their current short-term, it would only occur if an extension was applied for.
Thank you. So just so I'm completely clear, this is a question that's been raised with me, the clock will start counting again once this bill is passed for families.
So it would be a new short-term order under the new legislation if it's passed.
Thank you. Minister, do you know how many parents currently in the system are on public housing wait lists or rehabilitation wait lists?
I'm sorry, Member for Johnston, I missed that.
Yeah. Do you know how many parents who are currently in the child protection system are on public housing wait lists or rehabilitation service wait lists?
I'm sorry, Member for Johnston, I don't have that information.
Thank you, Minister. Has the department assessed how these reforms will operate in remote communities where there, as we know, there are already severe shortages in housing, disability supports, rehab programs, mental health services, things that families may be required to engage with as part of reunification?
Member for Johnston, everything will be done to support reunification, as is currently the case. What the critical change with this piece of legislation is that the department is on a timeline saying you have to do the work early. So if there is something that is needed to enable that reunification that is out of the control of the family, then the department would be beholden to actually do the work to assist to make that happen.
Thank you, Minister. And how is the department held accountable for that?
The courts will hold them accountable as they currently do.
So when this, I have a later question about this, but while we're here, so if this does come to the court, the department or the CEO will have to prove that they have done everything they can?
Yes, they will have to provide the evidence of the efforts undertaken to support reunification.
And if those efforts are deemed inappropriate or not gone far enough, what
that would be a matter for the courts, Member for Johnston.
Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, what will happen when the department, if the department fails to comply with sections 12E and 12F, which is the responsibility of the territory government and the responsibility of public authorities?
So they are clauses that are in the existing legislation, Member for Gwoja, only under different numbers. They've just been pushed back a little bit further because of the introduction of things like proactive efforts.
Sure.
The same standards that apply to the department now would be the same that would apply in future.
Yeah. So, Minister, when moving them, was any consideration given to, building in a compliance mechanism included to ensure the department meets its obligations to keep kids safe?
Member for Gwoja, as it currently is, that would be a matter for the courts.
Thank you. And Minister, I guess one of the themes that came up in the submissions was people's concerns around its compatibility. Are these amendments consistent with Section 10 of the Racial Discrimination Act 1975, the Northern Territory Anti-Discrimination Act, and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of a Child and the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Persons and the National Frameworks for Protecting Children. Was this legislation checked for compatibility?
Member for Gwoja is the standard process. This Act was drafted by Parliamentary Council. All of those considerations were taken into account, and I would reinforce, as we've been saying throughout this process, none of the rights of anybody in this situation have been diminished by this reform.
Thank you. So just confirming, you've said that this legislation is compatible with all of those.
I think I answered that question.
Any further questions? General questions?
On 12, Justine?
Okay.
I think we can move
Proceed
to our
the amendments.
Amendments, yes.
And if we can then keep any questions relative to the amendments. So I think it's Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, Mr. Chair, I move Amendment 1 in Schedule 670PP to Clause 6. The amendment...
Yeah, it's just coming out now. So maybe just...
How about I speak to it while it's being circulated?
Minister, are you okay if he speaks to it?
Yeah, I'm just not sure the amendment is.
We'll just let the amendment get circulated to be fair to people.
It's the same as Justine's, isn't it?
Okay, I think Member for Gwoja, you could start now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 6 proposes, Amendment 1 to Clause 6 proposes Section 7 omit and insert Principle subsection 1. The underlying principle of this Act are set out in Sections 8 to 12F, subsection 2. Anyone exercising a power or performing a function under this Act must, as far as practical, uphold those principles, subsection 3. However, those principles do not affect the operation of any law in force in the Territory. Mr. Speaker, the National Secretariat, known as SNAKE, submitted the proposed amendments would significantly alter the operation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, the child placement principle, and its broader risks underpinning child protection decision-making, particularly through those clauses amending Section 7, 10, 12B, 12C of the Act.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Oh, sorry, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers?
No.
No further speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division call. Ring the bells. The result of the division, ayes 7, noes 16. The amendment is defeated. Just let them all get back. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Johnston, your amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm standing in the right place. I move that Amendment 1 on the Amendment 1 on the schedule to omit proposed Section 7(4) in its entirety. I'll just speak briefly to that. I'm moving this amendment because we can't build a child protection system on principles that the government is not bound by. If we pass Section 7(4) as currently drafted, we're effectively legislating that the guiding principles of our child protection system are legally inert. That tells vulnerable children and families that their right to participate and their right to cultural connection are nothing more than unenforceable words. We heard from the member for Gwoja that SNAKE, which is the National Voice for Children, has explicitly warned this Assembly that this clause alters the Aboriginal child placement principle from a statutory safeguard to a discretionary interpretive framework, reducing accountability. And on the ground, we also heard in the through the Scrutiny Committee process, for example, from Mikan Aboriginal Corporation representing Yingiya Cultural Authority, saying that this is participation without standing, and a child whose participation is denied has no remedy. A family whose cultural connection is disregarded has no remedy. Chair, the rights of vulnerable children must not be reduced to non-binding suggestions, so I therefore move Amendment 1 on the schedule to omit proposed Section 7(4).
Thank you, Member for Johnston. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers?
Mr Deputy.
Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I just would like to clarify that the current framework for the principles in the Reform Bill are identical to the framework of the principles in the existing bill. So the intent and the application and the enforceability have not changed.
Thank you, Minister. I still move the amendment.
Okay, right. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of opinion say aye, to the contrary no. I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division? Cool. Ring the bells.
There's 16 noes. The amendment's been defeated. Question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? No.
There's other.
So, member for Gwoja.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move Amendment 2, but I'm assuming it's still classified as Amendment 1.
I move Amendment 2 in schedule.
Yep, Amendment 2 in the schedule to Clause 6.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
Is that all right, Mr. Chair? Okay. The amendment is to Clause 6 is proposed Section 8, subsection 2, admit in the following order priority. Mr. Chair, this was, again, just noting that Snake, the Office of the Children's Commissioner, Naja, at the public hearing, as well as the Queensland Child Protection Paech National Justice Project, First Nations Advocates Against Family Violence, Northern Territory Legal Assistance, the University of Technology Sydney, Legal Aid, the Law Society and many more experts, submitted the best interest of a child be paramount concern in every decision under the Act, and that safety is already the primary focus of the legislation. The proposed hierarchy conflicts with international human rights law, and that the amendment be likely disproportionately affect families in regional and remote areas, particularly low income and Aboriginal families. Mr. Speaker, I move the amendment.
Okay. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? Member for Johnston.
Thank you. I have a similar amendment to move, but I will not move it. I'll speak to this amendment instead. Yeah.
Because your amendment is substantially the same as the one being
yes,
moved, so
exactly.
you can't move
So, but I'll speak to this amendment. I'll speak in support of this amendment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Chair, as we've heard from the member for Gwoja, there were significant concerns raised throughout the process of the scrutiny for this bill about this particular section. These amendments remove actually I'm not sure if that's what your amendment does, so I'll just move ahead. But creating a hierarchy of safety and removing cultural connection from being central in that hierarchy relies on a flawed and dangerous assumption that physical safety and cultural connection are competing priorities. We heard over and over again in the committee that putting safety and culture against each other were dangerous. It sent a dangerous message to people. They aren't competing considerations. Cultural safety is integral to safety. We know and we've heard that Aboriginal children make up nearly 90% of children in out-of-home care in the Territory. We need to make sure that everything is done to make sure that their safety is looked after, including their cultural safety. I am a narrowing safety because essentially these amendments narrow safety. We heard over and over again in the committee that this was very problematic, that people saw it as very dangerous, that they felt that it would put their children at risk. So I commend the amendment and support it.
Right. Are there any other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of the opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the noes have it. Division. Now, before we have a division, I have advice from some of the whips that the Assembly may agree to just having 1 minute divisions. All those in favour? Aye. Okay, so we'll do a 1 minute division now. Ring the bells, 1 minute. Yes, yeah. Thank you. Okay, result of the division, ayes 7, noes 16. The amendment is defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers?
I move Amendment 3.
Member for Gwoja, Amendment 3.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 3 in the schedule to Clause 6.
Thank you. And just a reminder, divisions will only be 1 minute for those leaving the chamber.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Amendment 3 to Clause 6 proposes Section 8, Subsection 3, omit may be, may also be, and insert must be considered if. I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've been through a series of questions in relation to this particular part of the legislation, and it's clear that a fulsome answer can't be given to us why that language has changed. Therefore, I move Amendment 3.
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No other speakers. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that have opinion say aye, to the contrary no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division supported? Yep. Okay. Ring the bells. 1 minute. The result of the division, 7 ayes, 16 noes. The amendment's been defeated. Thank you. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Johnston, I believe.
Thank you, Chair.
This is Amendment 4 in schedule. Your list.
Sorry, I'm all over the place. I move Amendment 3 in Schedule 67 IND to Clause 6.
Just hold on a sec, Member for Johnston. Did we miss one? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll let you move it. Amendment 3. I think I missed one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think my amendment to
because we referred to him.
So this amendment inserts into this section of the Act, 1, the need to strengthen, preserve and promote positive relationships between the child and the child's parents, family members and other persons who are significant in the child's life. In circumstances where the child has been removed from the care of the child's family, all possibilities related to reunifying the child with the child's parents. The child's right to enjoy the culture and tradition of the child's family and community, including the need to maintain ongoing contact with the child's family and other special characteristics of the child. This is to make explicit in the Act that these things must be considered. Okay. I move the amendment.
Okay, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division supported? Yep. Right, ring the bells. Okay, the result of the division, 7 ayes, 16 noes. The noes have it. The question is that the amendment be... the question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? I believe it's member for Johnston.
Yes.
You're on Amendment 4?
I am now on Amendment 4. Is that correct?
Yep.
I move Amendment 4 in Schedule 67 IND to Clause 6, which I've already really spoken to earlier. So I think I will just move the amendment, which is to omit proposed section 8.3.
Okay. Question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of the opinion say aye, to the contrary no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division supported. Ring the bells. Okay, the result of the division, ayes 7, noes 16. The amendment is defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed.
No.
Are there any other speakers?
Yes.
Member for Gwoja. I think it's Amendment 4 in Schedule 670 to clause.
That is correct, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 4 in the schedule to Clause 6. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Clause 6, Amendment 4 proposes Section 11, subsection A, subsection 4, omit and insert Section 4, must be given assistance and support in expressing those wishes and views in ways that are age-appropriate, trauma-informed and culturally safe, and that uphold the child's rights under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of a Child. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, Amendment 4 is being moved in line with the positions that were given by Children's Ground, Create Foundation, First Nations NGO Alliance, submitted that for Aboriginal children, child participation cannot be separated from the family, community, culture or kin, and that the law should be strengthened to ensure children express their views in line with international human rights obligations. I move Amendment 4 to Clause 6.
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of the opinion say aye, to the contrary no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it. Sorry, Division, is it supported?
Yep.
Division, ring the bells.
The result of the division, ayes 7, no 16. The amendment is defeated. The question is now that the clause stands printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 5 in the schedule to Clause 6. Mr Deputy Speaker, in relation to this, Clause 6, proposed Section 12A, subsection 3, omit, insert subsection 3, a child may be removed from the child's family only if there is an unacceptable risk of harm to the child. Mr Deputy Speaker, NAJA, the Jesuit Social Services, the National Commission for Aboriginal Children, Justice Reform Initiative, NPY Women's Council and a whole bunch of other important stakeholders made it clear in their submissions that the word must in the proposed section 12A subsection 3 has the effect of changing a previous discretion to a requirement and will result in more children being removed permanently. The proposed wording has the effect of lowering in the thresholds for removal by changing from an unacceptable risk of harm to a significant or likely risk of harm, and this may disproportionately impact families in remote and very remote areas and parents with disabilities. I move the Amendment 5.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? Member for Johnston.
Thank you. I speak in support of this motion. We heard also from many legal services during the inquiry process that significant and likely risk is not a common legal phrase and that it creates an unacceptably low threshold for mandatory child removal and therefore creates a situation where children may be at risk. So I support the amendment.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division called. Supported? Yep. Ring the bells. Okay, result of the division, ayes 7, noes 16. The amendment's defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Gwoja. Amendment 6, I think.
So moving on, Mr Deputy Speaker, I move Amendment 6 in the schedule to Clause 6. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendment 6 proposes Section 12A subsection 4, omit the word supported and insert supported and the child should eventually be returned to family. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Children's Commissioner and Snake in the public hearings outlined existing legislation is sufficient to give paramount regard to a child's safety when determining safe reunification. I move Amendment 6.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division called. Ring the bells. 16 noes. The amendment's defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Yes. Member for Johnston, I believe. And this is Amendment 6, Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 6. Mr Deputy Speaker, I move this amendment to reinsert extended family kinship groups and community into the placement hierarchy under section 12B2. We've heard that the Aboriginal child placement principle is not working, but we've also heard that from many witnesses that the department isn't even following it. We know that only 16.7% of Aboriginal children in care in the Northern Territory are placed with kin. It's clearly an implementation failure, not a legislative one. Yet the response today, as we've seen...
Sorry.
Can we just have some...
Yeah, no, I agree. Can we keep the noise down at the back, please?
I'm sure they're listening very carefully to my attempt to make sure that this bill actually achieves what it is meant to, so thank you.
Continue on.
Chair, we must listen to the young people who actually grew up in this broken system. I heard the Minister say that she had heard from young people. We heard during the inquiry and in submissions to the inquiry, for example, from the Create Foundation, where one young person said if these people understood the kinship system, most of us would have been placed with family. Another shared the devastating reality of cultural disconnection. I came into care when I was 2 and no one made sure that I was connected to my family and country. You're taken away from your family and your country and you don't have access for years. That broke me. When we're passing laws like this, we need to make sure that kinship networks are central to the way the law is going to be applied. I've heard that is the intention of the Act, so this amendment seeks to make sure that it is actually reflected in the law. I move the amendment.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that have opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the noes have it. Division called. Ring the bells. (16 noes). The amendment is defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 7 in the schedule to Clause 6. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendment 7 to Clause 6 proposes Section 12B, subsection 3, after the word should be inserted, be healing-focused and trauma-informed. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Queensland Office of the Aboriginal Children's Commissioner, the Milken Aboriginal Corporation and others submitted in their evidence to the Parliamentary Scrutiny Committee that along with the proposed Section 8 and 123, proposed Section 12B will lead to more children entering long-term care and that mainstreaming child placement principles is premature and will cause more harm in the absence of structural reform. I move Amendment 7.
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. Are there any other speakers? No. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the noes have it. Division called. Ring the bells. Result of the division, ayes 7, no 16. The amendment is defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Gwoja.
Thank you,
Amendment 8.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I move Amendment 8 in the schedule to Clause 6. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendment 8 to Clause 6 proposes Section 12C subsection 1. After groups, insert Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. Mr Deputy Speaker, nearly every submission raised concerns about the proposed amendments to 12C. AMSANT raised that the amendments will likely cause more Aboriginal children being placed outside of kinship arrangements. ARDS argued that the department lacks the cultural competency to adequately implement the framework. Over 72 submissions raised that the amendments will have an effect of removing or substantially weakening the Aboriginal child placement principle. This, Mr Deputy Speaker, could result in more removals, entrenched systemic discrimination and long-term harms for children, and that the Aboriginal child placement principle does not conflict with the changes to the best interest principle or safety. Instead, it provides an opportunity for culturally safe lens for assessing best interests and safety. Children's Ground, the Children's Commission, Mulka Aboriginal Corporation, Families Australia and many other health and child protection experts submitted that the Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, known as ACCOs, should be recognised as playing a role in promoting the well-being of Aboriginal children. Mr Deputy Speaker, I move Amendment 8 to Clause 6.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the noes have it. Division called. Ring the bells. Okay, the result of the division, 7 ayes, 16 noes. The amendment is defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Yes. I believe member for Gwoja.
Yes, thank you.
And I believe your amendment is substantially the same as the member for Johnston, so we'll only run with yours.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 9 in the schedule to Clause 6. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendment 9, Clause 6 proposes Section 12C, subsection 2, subsection A, admit should be given the opportunity to participate, insert, have the right to participate and be enabled to participate. Mr Deputy Speaker, create the Jesuit Social Services, Children's Commissioner, Your Town, First Nations NGO Alliance, Children's Ground, South Australian Children's Commissioner and The Guardian, the Royal Australian College of All Physicians, all gave evidence around the importance of this, certainly around replacing rights with opportunities to participate in administrative and judicial processes creates a substantial reduction in procedural protection and participation for families. Again, I think this is an important amendment, Mr Deputy Speaker, that has again been born from the sufficient and substantial submissions that were put in by numerous people to the Legislative Scrutiny Committee that really, again, highlighted the need to kind of look at these and make the appropriate amendments. So I move Amendment 9 to Clause 6.
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers?
I want to speak in support of that amendment. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think words matter in legislation. There is a difference between right and opportunity. We heard once again in the committee from Create when they talked about when they conducted a round table with young people who'd been in care, they knew exactly what an opportunity to participate looks like in practice compared to an obligation. They said we're listened to in a tokenistic way. They take what they want and they ignore the rest. They said there's spaces where my voice matters and spaces where it doesn't. How am I meant to value myself when I don't know when I'm allowed to be valuable? I strongly support this amendment. I also think it makes the bill consistent. As I said, young people with disabilities currently have rights while Aboriginal young people have opportunities under this bill, and I support that being consistent for all young people.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division called?
Yep.
Supported. Ring the bells. The result of the division, ayes 7, noes 17. The amendment is defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 10 in the schedule to Clause 6. Amendment 10, Clause 6 proposes Section 12C, subsection 2, subsection B, omit the words should be given the opportunity and insert have the right. I think again, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is an important amendment before us. It again makes sure that it's not about people being given the opportunity. It is about every Territory child having the right. We've heard from members in this chamber, particularly the member for Johnston, talking about the need for Aboriginal children to not have the opportunity but to have the right. This further ensures that Aboriginal children do have the right in decisions that affect them. I move Amendment 10.
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No other speakers. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division called. Ring the bells. The result of the division, ayes 7, noes 17. The amendment is defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed.
No.
Are there any other speakers? Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr
Amendment
Deputy
11.
Speaker. I move Amendment 11 in the schedule. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendment 11, Clause 6 proposes Section 12C, Subsection 2, Subsection 3, omit the words "should be given the opportunity to participate" and insert the words "have the right to participate and to be enabled to participate." Mr Deputy Speaker, self-explanatory, following on from the previous amendments 10 and 11, removing the words opportunity and reinstating the word right. I move Amendment 11.
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No other speakers. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division called. Ring the bells. Division 7 noes, 17. Oh, sorry, 7 ayes, 17 noes. The amendment is defeated. So the question is that the clause stand as printed. No. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 12 in the schedule to Clause 6. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Amendment 12 to Clause 6, after the proposed Section 12C, subsection 2, C, insert D. The person making the decision must record what steps have been taken to enable the participation mentioned in paragraphs A and C. It's pretty self-explanatory, Mr Deputy Speaker, and again one that was raised and has been raised during the consultation period. I move Amendment 12 to Clause 6.
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No other speakers. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division supported. Ring the bells. Result of the division, 7 ayes, 17 noes. The amendment is defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I move Amendment 13 in the schedule to Clause 6. And Mr Deputy Speaker, Clause 13, the amendment is proposing Section 12C, subsection 3 and 4, and omit, insert Section 3. An Aboriginal child has the right to be brought up within the child's own family and community on the child's own country. Section 4, an Aboriginal child has the right to be supported to develop and maintain a connection with the child's family, community, culture, traditions, language and country, particularly when the child is placed with a person who is not from the child's community or kinship group. Mr Deputy Speaker, this amendment has been brought off essentially by the overwhelming submissions to the Legislative Scrutiny Committee, the Tiwi Land Council, the Jesuit Social Services, the Office of the Children's Commissioner, the National Justice Project and many other stakeholders submitted removing or weakening the child placement principle and associated rights and safeguards to maintain connection to family, community, culture, traditions and language and country within a requirement for an Aboriginal children must be supported. To do this is inappropriate. Mr Deputy Speaker, essentially Amendment 13 is reinstating and strengthening the core elements of the child placement principle. I think this is, again, an incredibly important amendment. We have heard all members contribute in this chamber during the course of the day about the Aboriginal child placement principle. This amendment demonstrates the need to support it. I think it's incredibly important. I would urge the government to consider this one when we take the vote. But yes, this is about reinstating and strengthening the child placement principle. Again, we have heard from evidence given to the Legislative Scrutiny Committee and from stakeholders right up until today at the front of Parliament House how important connection is for First Nations children here in the Territory to language, to community, to country, to family. This amendment ensures that that connection is absolutely embedded and is considered for future generations. I move Amendment 13.
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other? Result of the division, 7 ayes, 17 noes. The amendment is defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Johnston, I believe.
Thank
this
you,
is
Mr.
Amendment 9, Member for Johnston.
Sorry?
Amendment 9,
Amendment
I believe.
9. Thank you, Chair. Mr Deputy Speaker, I move Amendment 9 in the schedule to Clause 6. Mr Deputy Speaker, we did discuss when we were asking questions about the definition of proactive efforts. I'm moving these amendments because a legal obligation without a definition is an empty promise to the children that we're here to protect. The amendment proposes that the words timely, practical, thorough and purposeful be inserted before the phrase proactive efforts in section 12D. When I asked the Minister what the difference was between the concept of active efforts and proactive efforts and why active efforts was not used, which is considered the gold standard in child protection globally, is generally understood as a purposeful, thorough and timely efforts are supported by legislation and policy. Other jurisdictions have legislated this standard. The coroner explicitly recommended it. I heard from the Minister when I asked what proactive efforts meant, that it means getting off your bum and doing it. I have no argument with that, but in terms of a law, that's a pretty weak basis for a legislative framework that people might be relying on to make sure that their rights are respected. How can a court assess whether the department's efforts were adequate if the legislation does not define what adequate looks like? So in order to try and address this and do what I'm sure everyone in this chamber wants to do, which is to make sure that we are protecting children as much as possible, I move the amendment that proactive efforts, we insert some definition and some guidance into the proactive efforts definition.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. Aye. I think the noes have it. Division supported. Ring the bells. Result of the division, 7 ayes, 17 noes. The amendment's defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 10. Is that the right amendment? Yes. In Schedule 67 IND to Clause 6, this amendment seeks to achieve the same purpose as the previous amendment that I just moved, to make sure that the definition is clear, that families and children know what the law is there to do for them. I commend the amendment.
Thank you. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division, ring the bells. Result of the division, ayes 7, no 17. The amendment's defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other? Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 14 in the schedule to Clause 6. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Amendment 14 to Clause 6 proposes Section 12D, subsection 2, omit the words within 2 years after removal. Mr Deputy Speaker, again, we've heard the rigid timeframe of 2 years for reunification and the 6-month timeframe for intensive efforts are inappropriate and will be ineffective, noting the intersection between families in child protection systems and other structural issues. I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have all heard how strict timeframes don't work. The department does need flexibility when working with families, Mr Deputy Speaker. When we're talking about these rigid timeframes of 12 and 6 months, we all know of first-hand experiences where the wait list is longer than 6 months for an alcohol and other drug service. The housing wait list is in excess of 5 to 8 to 10 years. These rigid timeframes really put extreme restrictions on the flexibility for the services and the department to work with families to keep families together. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think it's important, again, it was brought up in the submissions to the Legislative Scrutiny Committee, just how important it is to have that flexibility, given that the Territory does have limited service providers and there is often extreme wait lists, not only for services, but of course for housing across the Northern Territory. So I do move Amendment 14 to Clause 6, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Gwoja. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? Member for Johnston.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I strongly support this amendment. I think one of the most significant things that we heard through the Scrutiny Committee process was that putting an arbitrary, firm 2-year deadline on reunification is not going to work for many of the families who are going to be affected by this legislation. Stability is undeniably critical for children. No one's arguing with that. No one wants children stuck in short-term orders forever. But stability can't be achieved by imposing an administrative deadline that ignores the reality of life for so many people in the Northern Territory. We heard so many stories. I think I shared one in my speech earlier of a woman whose children who'd been brought to Dheran because of violence, was put into safe housing with her children. Her ex-partner turned up. The children were then removed because they'd been exposed to violence. She was then removed from that housing. She could not be reunified with her children because she didn't have housing, and she then went on a housing waiting list that takes 8 to 10 years. So she would never be able to, under this bill, unless she was able to actually take a matter to court, which is not a simple thing to do. I heard that from the Deputy Chief Minister earlier. If you're worried about it, just take it to court. That's not something that is in most people's access. So I think that if we are once again trying to make legislation in the best interest of the children, let's make sure that we're not putting an arbitrary, firm deadline which will have an impact, particularly on families in remote communities who are often forced to navigate an incredibly complex, under-resourced system, a medical system, a legal system. We heard from NPYWC, during the committee hearings, and I think anyone on the committee that was there with me would remember the harrowing case study of a woman who they called Jane, whose child was removed. To satisfy her reunification plan, she had to undergo a range of psychological assessments. To access those and medical tests. To actually access those tests, she had to travel to Darwin, to Adelaide, to Port Augusta. She was disconnected from her community. She faced administrative nightmares because interstate child protection authorities wouldn't release her clinical records. All of that took an incredibly long time. It precluded her from now being part of this 2-year time limit, even though, as I heard from the Minister, the clock will start once this bill is passed, so people won't be penalised for having been held up in the system up to this point, which is some small thing that people will be happy to hear. So I strongly support this amendment to remove that 2-year rigid time frame. I don't think it's in the interest of our children. I don't think that it's going to actually help to keep children safer. I think it's going to result in children being permanently separated from their families when that is not in their best interests.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. The question is that the amendment... any other speakers? No. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that have opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the noes have it. Division called, division supported. Ring the bells. Thank you. The result of the division is 7 ayes, 17 noes. The amendment is defeated, and we'll suspend the Assembly for 5 minutes to 8:45 for a comfort break, because I know a number of members are asking for it.
Go to the toilet.
we'll come back to it now. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Gwoja, and I believe we're up to Amendment 15.
That's correct. Thank
Just
you,
so we're all
Mr.
on the
Deputy
same page.
Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move Amendment 15 in the schedule to Clause 6. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Amendment 15 to Clause 6 proposes, after proposed Section 12D, subsection 3, insert 3A, proactive efforts under subsections 1 to 3 must be timely, practical, thorough and purposeful, culturally appropriate and conducted in partnership with the child and family, kin and community of the child. Mr. Deputy Speaker, nearly every submission raised concerns about the child protection workforce and service shortages. They stated the government should instead support adequate resourcing for services to ensure families can engage with proactive efforts, including culturally safe and local services and housing and services that may not exist, have a long wait list, may not be culturally safe or may be hard to access locally. The Aboriginal community-controlled organisations should be included in the proactive efforts requirements that families in remote areas are likely to be disproportionately affected due to the lack of local services, lack of local home care placements, travel costs, language barriers and high mobility, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of families, and critically, that there are no enforcement mechanisms to ensure adequate services are provided. This enables the CEO and the department to exercise discretion in considering what services are required. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move Amendment 15 to Clause 6.
Okay, thank you, Member Gwoja. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division called. Ring the bells. Okay. Result of the division, 7 ayes, 17 noes. The amendment is defeated. The question is that now is that the clause stand as printed. No. Are there any other speakers? Member for Johnston, I believe.
Thank you.
And it's Amendment 12.
Deputy
reference.
Speaker, I move Amendment 12 in the schedule to Clause 6. This amendment inserts that after proposed Section 12D3 that the CEO must ensure that the proactive efforts are carried out in genuine partnership with the child, the child's parents, the child's family and the child's community. Once again, this is to attempt to ensure that if this bill passes, that everything is done to make sure that children are at the centre of it, and any proactive efforts that are implemented are done in genuine partnership with the child, their family and their community. I commend the amendment.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, the contrary no. Aye. I believe the noes have it. Division called, supported. Okay, ring the bells. Okay, result of the division, ayes 7, noes 17. The amendment is defeated. The question is that the clause stand as printed. No. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 16 in the schedule to Clause 6. The Amendment 16 to Clause 6 proposes Section 12D, subsection 4D, be admitted. I move the amendment.
Okay, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No other speakers. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, the contrary no. Aye. I think the noes have it. Division called. Ring the bells. The amendment is defeated. The question is now that the clause stand as printed. No, and I believe it's the Minister for Child Protection.
Thank you. Yes, I propose an amendment to Clause 6, proposed Section 12D, as per the Legislative Scrutiny Committee's recommendation, that at the end of that clause, note for Section 12D is inserted as follows. Section 42.4 relates to the CEO's responsibilities when providing services to and interacting with families.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The opposition will be supporting the amendment. It's reasonable, it's practical. I think it's important about placing the responsibility and the accountability on what the department will do. We'll be supporting the amendment.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr Deputy Speaker, I just need to confirm that that's my clause.
That's your clause?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yep. Okay. So, no further speakers. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as amended.
No.
Those that opinion say aye, the contrary no.
No.
No. Member Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 17.
No.
Oh, no, my
No,
apologies. It's been superseded by...
Yes, sorry.
Yes. I move Amendment 18, which is in Clause 7.
Which 18?
Yes.
That's in a different clause.
Next clause.
Shall we go back and just do it again?
Hey?
That's a different clause.
Yeah, it's a different clause. I'm ready to move on to Clause 7.
Okay, so the question is that the clause stand as amended. Those of the opinion say aye, to the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. We now move on to Clause 7, and I'll ask the Speaker. Madam Speaker? She wanted to... Madam Speaker? Clause 7. Sorry. We're now on to Clause 7.
The question is that Clause 7 stand as printed.
No.
No. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 18 in the schedule to Clause 7. Madam Speaker, Amendment 18 to Clause 7 proposes Section 13's definition, family responsibility order, be omitted. Madam Speaker, overwhelmingly stakeholders like the Children's Commissioners from around the country, the Law Society of the Northern Territory, the Australian Centre for Child Protection and Legal Assistance Forum submitted that parental responsibility orders will fall and fail to address the underlying systemic issues and will likely have a disproportionate effect on families, especially Aboriginal families. I move Amendment 18.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye, to the contrary no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division. Division is called. Ring the bells, please. The division is 7 ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question is now that the clause stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no.
No.
I think the ayes have it.
No. No, it's speaking to Clause 8. It's additional.
Okay, sorry. But no, that was for 7. So, Clause 7 now stands as amended, printed. Moving on to Clause 8. The question is that Clause 8 stand as printed.
No.
Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, will you be requiring the CEO to identify the specific risk to the child, the family and circumstances and services offered? I should rephrase that, Minister. Clause 8, Section 32, the CEO may make inquiries. Will you be requiring the CEO to identify the specific risk to the child, family circumstances and services offered?
Thank you, Member for Gwoja, it's actually not a broad power. It's enabling the CEO to make inquiries, to get information where concerns have been raised. So it covers off the ability for the CEO to make those inquiries, irrespective of whether there's been a report, a notification. So it potentially could be one of those situations that triggers a family responsibility agreement, for example.
Sure. So, Minister, so just following on from that line of questioning, the information that the CEO receives under Section 32, subsection 1, how will that information be evaluated or reported? I'm just looking at the oversight component here.
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. In the same way, those notifications are currently assessed.
There's no change to
the assessment
current
process.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Are there any more?
So if there's no more questions on Clause 8...
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. No? Member for Johnston?
On Clause 8, I just had one question, which was... sorry, bear with me for 1 minute. Minister, Section 65D requires the CEO to be satisfied that the facilities and services required under an agreement are reasonably available before entering into it. In a remote community with no on-the-ground service presence, does the family simply not get an agreement? What's the pathway for a family then? If the facilities and services required for a family responsibility agreement are not reasonably available?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. That's an operational matter, and the department already facilitates those accesses in situations where immediate access for services and support may not be available.
So in the case, as we were talking about earlier, with the 2-year hard deadline, if those facilities are not available, someone cannot enter into can someone enter into a family responsibility agreement without those facilities being available?
Family responsibilities are broad and are created subject to the specific needs of the family involved.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, if there's no further questions to Clause 8, I'd like to move Amendment 19.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to.
So, Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 19, which to Clause 8. The amendment proposes Section 32, subsection 1, subsection B, omit or family responsibility order. I move Amendment 19.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye. Division.
I think the noes have it. A division is called. Are we going for 3 minutes or 1 minute? There's 1 minute. It has been put that we go back to 3. I'm happy with 1. We'll stick with 1. Ring the bells, please. Of the division is 7 ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed.
No.
Those of that opinion say aye. To
No.
the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it.
Yeah.
Moving on to clause 9. The question is that clause 9 stand as printed.
No.
Member for Gwoja?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 20 in the schedule to Clause 9. Madam Speaker, Amendment 20, Clause 9 proposes Section 35, Subsection 1, omit and insert Subsection 1. The CEO may initiate an investigation to determine whether a child is in need of protection. If the child believes, if the CEO believes on reasonable grounds that the child might be in need of protection, whether or not inquiries about the child have been made under Section 32 or 33. I move Amendment 20, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it. Division is called. Please ring the bells. And 17 noes. The noes have it. The question now is that Clause 9 stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Moving to Clause 10. The question is that Clause 10 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 11. The question is that Clause 11 stand as printed.
No.
Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, what evidence supports the decision to lower the threshold to an event of concern as a trigger for intervention in family life? How does this definition differ from existing child protection policies at central intake?
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. The intention of family responsibility agreements is to be able to support families before we get to the point of a child protection notification. So where families, as is currently the situation in the circuit breaker program, where families are able to be contacted for a range of reasons, one example being children being out on the street, that they can initiate a discussion around family responsibility agreements in a less prescriptive and, I forgot the word, formalised manner. That will do.
I knew what you were trying to say. Thank you, Minister. How does the event of concern criteria take into account the prevalence of unmet developmental or cognitive disability or mental health related needs experienced by children who come into contact with the child protection system?
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. As is the case now in any circumstance where a notification is made, but this would be on a lower level, all of those situations are taken into account as part of the assessment process.
So how does the department differentiate between families where there is a genuine neglect and families where it is considered that they're under enormous pressure due to looking after a child with complex needs?
Through the assessment process.
Okay, and that assessment process remains unchanged as it currently is?
That is correct.
Thank you. And what additional resources are being provided to the department to handle potential increases in reported issues for families with events of concern?
That is an operational matter that will be enacted by the department.
Thank you. Minister, how will the bill ensure that non-compliance with our family responsibility agreement cannot be the basis for the court to make a family responsibility order unless it is satisfied that the requirements of section 65D, subsection 5 were met?
That would be a matter for the court, Member for Gwoja.
A matter for the court. And will the statistics on family responsibility agreements be made public, Minister?
Sorry, Member for Gwoja, the agreements or the orders?
The agreements.
The agreements. We already make the number of family responsibility agreements that are entered into public, so there'd be no reason not to do the same.
Thank you. And Minister, I'm just in the Act 65E, referral by police. What is the purpose of 65E? Why has that been included?
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. We already have a system in place through Circuit Breaker. We're pleased to make those referrals. It was determined that including it in the legislation provided a good, strong, clear pathway for police to be able to make the referral for assistance where a child may be at risk.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I just will check. It has been the current operations that we ask the questions first. Do you have any questions before I make? No? Okay, thank you. Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 21 in the schedule to Clause 11. Madam Speaker, Amendment 21 to Clause 11.
Yep, the question is the amendment be agreed to.
Do you want me to read
No.
the amendment?
Are there any other speakers?
No, well, that's all right.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have
Division.
it. Division is called. Ring the bells, please. The outcome of the division is 7 ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question now is that Clause 11 stand as printed.
No.
Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The ayes have it. We'll move on to Clause 12. Are there... The question is that Clause 12 stand as...
Point of order, Madam Speaker. There are additional amendments that have been circulated to Clause 11.
Okay, sorry. I'm not following the script properly, obviously. Are there any other speakers? Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 22 to Clause 11. I'm going to leave it there and move the amendment.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
The division is called. Ring the bells, please. 7 ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question is that the amendment be agreed. The clause stand as printed.
No.
All those in favour say aye. To the contrary,
There's
no.
further amendments.
There are further amendments. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 23, Clause 11, proposed Section 65D, subsection 1B, omit or the risk of the event of concern. Madam Speaker, it's a pretty self-explanatory amendment. I move that the amendment be put.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the noes have it.
Division.
A division is called. Please ring the bells. Seven ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. No. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 24 in the schedule to Clause 11. The amendment to Clause 11 proposes Section 65D, subsection 2 be omitted. I move the amendment.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
A division is called. Is 7 ayes and just waiting for the noes. Seven ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed.
No.
No. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 25 in the schedule to Clause 11. Madam Speaker, Amendment 25, Clause 11, after the proposed Section 65... Well, I'm going to anyway, so... Madam Speaker, this amendment is important when inviting a person to enter into a family responsibility agreement. The legislation states that a CEO must A, give permission to a person with written notice containing a list of contact details for the local legal service provider, and B, allow the person a reasonable opportunity to obtain legal advice in relation to the agreement. Madam Speaker, Amendment 25 essentially talks about the FRAs and FROs, the agreements and the orders, should not be able to be applied to families without their knowledge or access to legal supports so that they know their obligations. Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 25.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers on this one? No. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
A division is called. Ring the bells, please. Seven ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. No. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 26 to Clause 11, the proposed Section 65D subsection 6, the definition of an event of concern, paragraph A, and omit antisocial. Antisocial is clearly not defined, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 26.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the noes have it.
I think a division's needed.
A division is called. Ring the bells. Seventeen noes. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed.
No.
No. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 27 in the schedule to Clause 11. Clause 11, proposed Section 65E be admitted. I move the amendment.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers?
No.
If not, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
A division is called. Please ring the bells. Is 17 noes and 7 ayes. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. If there being no, all those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The question now, yep, okay. The question is that clause 12 stand as printed. No. Minister for Child Protection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 2 in Schedule 067 GOV to Clause 12. The amendment is to ensure consistency in line with the universal principle when the participation in a care plan is considered. And the move is to a person nominated by the child or the child's family who is of significance to the child so that the involvement of the child is evident.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? If not, the question now is that the clause stand as printed. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that clause 13 stand as printed. Minister for Child Protection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 3 in Schedule 067 GOV to Clause 13. The amendment is to, again, ensure consistency in the legislation across the people involved in the review of a care plan are people who are significant to the child and familiar with the child's situation.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? If not, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Amended, sorry. Are there any other speakers? The question now is that the clause stand as amended. Those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. Is it the wish of the Assembly that clauses 14 to 15 be considered together? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that clauses 14 to 15 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. I think you're too late, Member for Johnston.
I called out before. I have some questions on clause 15, sorry.
I think you're too late.
I called out no.
Right at the end.
No, before she did.
Okay. So can we clarify which clause are you wanting?
I have some questions on clause 15.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So I asked if, okay, we'll go back. Is it the wish of the Assembly that clause 14 be, what is it? Stand as printed? Those of that in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
No.
This is 14 we're talking about, clause 14.
I'm trying to make sure I don't miss out.
Is it the wish of the question? The question is that clause 15 stand as printed. No. Member for Johnston.
Thank you. Madam Speaker. Minister, I'm not opposing this clause, but I do want to flag a gap that's been raised with me. Which legal service in the Territory is funded to represent a non-Aboriginal carer with no domestic violence history who wants to exercise party status under this clause?
Thank you, Madam for Johnston. That is a departmental operational process.
Thank you, Minister. So the legislation is embedding a legal right to carers, but resourcing for that, and I've heard from legal services that there are not resources available. They will not be able to access any of the existing legal services, but that's not a consideration in terms of the legislation.
Member for Johnston, the department have indicated, just as they currently do, that they will be able to accommodate requests from carers, and this is something that carers have demanded.
Including legal representation?
A right to be a party to a proceeding.
Thank you, Minister. That's all.
The question is that clause 15 now stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 16 stand as printed. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, how does the bill... We are on, just to check, it is clause 16?
16.
Yes, thank you.
Clause 16.
How does this bill address potential procedural fairness issues arising from proposed sections 102G and 102K relating to notices and significant risks for parents who may be experiencing homelessness or home instability?
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. It would be no different to the current situation where the law applies, where somebody who is a party to an order is required to participate by the courts. It would be dealt with in the same way.
Thank you, Minister. How will the department address issues arising where the service of documents in remote communities where families might be highly mobile, have limited literacy or face language barriers?
The same way they do now.
Thank you. And can you confirm the family responsibility order applications can be heard in a parent's absence?
That is a matter for the courts.
But there's no law that would prevent it from happening?
They currently hear orders without parents present if they're not able to be contacted or identified, so the situation would be as is.
No worries. Minister, how will the department manage risks arising from section 102C and 102H, which enable FROs to be applied to a family without them knowing?
The same way they do now, Member for Gwoja, in any court-ordered situation.
And why does section 102C not require the CEO to specifically how the requirements of 65D subsection 5 were satisfied, including what facilities and services were available to the family and how those services could be reasonably assessed?
I'm not clear on the intent of your question, Member for Gwoja.
So what I'm asking, Minister, is why does section 102C not require the CEO to specify how the requirements of 65D subsection 5 were satisfied, including what facilities and services were available to the family and how those services could be reasonably accessed?
Member for Gwoja, that would be a contraindication of the whole intent of supporting families to be successful.
Minister, one of the objectives of the family responsibility order is to increase parental involvement and accountability. How does the bill ensure this objective is met when families don't even have to be notified when an FRO is put in place?
Member for Gwoja, everything will be done on a case-by-case basis, and an FRO is initiated by the courts, and that would be for the court to decide.
Minister, if you go to 102A, B, it sets out an objective for a family responsibility order is to address the needs of the parents and improve their parenting capacity. How does this objective intersect with 102E subsection 1C, where the parents may be put at an increased risk because of housing instability or eviction?
That would be a matter for the court, Member for Gwoja.
Matter for the court. Minister, we know that victim survivors of family violence are at increased risk of misusing alcohol and other drugs. How will section 102E subsection 1C distinguish between victim survivor and perpetrator behaviours resulting from family violence?
Member for Gwoja, the orders are matters for the court's consideration, and they would be the ones to make that determination.
Minister, how does the bill ensure that the court can be satisfied that each proposed direction of the CEO under section 102E subsection 3 is necessary, proportionate, connected to an identified child safety need and the least intrusive available means?
In the same manner they do now on the application of any order. Member for Gwoja.
And Minister, what evidence supports the increased income management provisions correlate with the improved parenting or increased child safety?
Again, that would be a matter for the courts.
Thank you. And Minister, what evidence supports the 12-month limit as a sufficient time frame to work with parents suffering addiction? What's that been founded on? Is there a methodology? Is there a recommendation from a provider?
Member for Guyula, it's in relation to the first period of a short-term order.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 29 to Clause 16. Madam Speaker.
The member for Johnston has an amendment, Amendment 13. Is that something you want to talk to, member for Johnston?
Thank you. Yes, under clause 16. So I'll bear with me. So I move Amendment 13 and Schedule 69 IND. So this amendment inserts a new section, or new 102DA, which is about referral of parent to a legal service provider as soon as practicable after making an application. Under Section 102C or 102M, the CEO must refer each parent who's a party to the proceedings to a local legal service provider, and the referral must include the name and contact details of the child and parent and a copy of the application. The intent of this is to make sure that natural justice can be served, and when a family is being brought into the legal system, they have access to legal representation. So I commend that amendment.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
A division is called. Please ring the bells. The outcome of the division is 7 ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed.
No. No, Justine's got more amendments.
Member for Johnston, you've got the call.
Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 14 to the schedule. This amendment inserts that a copy of the referral for the parent under Section 102DA, and I don't know what the and is, it inserts that. Similar to the previous amendment, it's ensuring that families have all the information they need and full access to whatever's happening within the legal system when they're being brought into this regime. So I move that the amendment be put. It's Amendment 14 on my schedule, yes.
Okay.
It was negative. Okay, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
A division is called. Please ring the bells. The outcome of the division is 7 ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed.
No.
No.
No. Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 15 in Schedule 67 to Clause 16. Under proposed section 102G3 and 4 on page 19, the amendment is to omit this clause. I move that the amendment be put.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? If not, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
Aye.
I think the noes have
Division.
it. A division is called. Please ring the bells. Division is 17 noes and 7 ayes. Oh, sorry, 6 ayes. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. No. Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 15? 16, sorry, to propose section 102G5 to omit the word if and insert the word when. I move that the amendment be put.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? If not, the amendment, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the noes have it. A division is called. Ring the bells, please. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed.
No.
No. Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 17. In Schedule 6 in Schedule 6.7 IND, this amendment omits the existing section, inserts on the hearing of an application, it may not be heard unless the court is satisfied that each parent who's party to the proceedings has been personally served with a copy of the application and the notice in accordance with Section 102G. We've already heard about the importance of families, making sure that families are informed of what's going on, and that means that they need to be personally served, and has been referred to a local legal service provider as outlined in an earlier amendment that I proposed, and has had a reasonable opportunity to obtain legal advice in relation to the application. The intent of this amendment is to ensure, once again, that natural justice is served, and that when families are participating in legal processes, they're both clear about what's happening. They have a copy of the application, they know what the expectations are of them, and they've had access to legal advice. I move that the amendment be put.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? If not, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the noes have it. Division is called. Please ring the bells. Ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. No. Member for Johnston.
Madam Speaker, I move that Amendment 18 in the schedule be moved. This amendment is similar to the previous amendment. I'm reading off someone else's amendment sheet, so that won't help me. With the hearing of an application, if the applicant under Section 102M is the CEO, the application may not be heard unless the court is satisfied, as in the previous amendment, that each parent who is a party has been personally served with a copy of the application and has been referred to a local legal service provider and has had a reasonable opportunity to obtain legal advice in relation to the application. I move that the amendment be put.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? If not, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the noes have it. A division is called. Please ring the bells. Division is 7 ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Those of that opinion say
No.
aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
I think the ayes have it.
Division.
A division is called. Please ring the bells. The result of the division is 7 noes and 17 ayes. The ayes have it. Clause 16 stands as printed. The question is that clause 17 stand as printed.
No.
Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, can you provide examples of what evidence will be relied on to demonstrate compliance with the least intrusive means to safeguarding the wellbeing of the child requirement set out in section 121, subsection A?
Sorry, Member for Gwoja, I was a bit distracted.
No, that's okay. I will go again. Minister, can you provide examples of what evidence will be relied upon to demonstrate compliance with the least intrusive means to safeguard the wellbeing of the child? That's requirement that's set out in section 121, subsection 1A.
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. That would be a matter for the courts.
Thank you. And Minister, how does the bill prevent the CEO from relying on evidence arising from insufficient proactive efforts as a pathway protected proceedings in section 121, 1, subsection B?
Member for Gwoja, the court would have to be satisfied that the appropriate steps have been taken.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 30 in the schedule to clause 16.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers?
17.
The question is...
17. Sorry, clause 17, yes.
Amendment 30 to clause 17. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it.
Division.
A division is called. Please ring the bells. The outcome of the division is 7 ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. The question is now that clause 17 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 18 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 19 stand as printed. Minister for Child Protection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the proposal is to amend section 123(1)(c) to include a minimum time frame for long-term orders, the specified period of at least 5 years, or if the child will turn 18 years of age within the 5 years after the order is made until the child turns 18 years of age. This is again to the foundation of creating stability for kids who are doing it tough.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is now that the clause 19, stand as printed, amended, sorry. Are there any other speakers? If not, the question is that the clause stand as amended. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
I think the ayes have it.
Division.
A division is called. Please ring the bells. Seven noes and 17 ayes. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 20 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 21 stand as printed.
Aye.
Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 19. I'll also be moving Amendment 20. I just want to speak to both of them together and then I'll move them separately.
Okay.
These speak to the 2-order cap on short-term parental responsibility directions under section 12.128, as drafted, the bill strips the court of its discretion by legally mandating that a maximum of 2 short-term protection orders can be made before the system has to move to a permanent care order. We've already talked in this chamber about the risks that people have identified that poses to families when there is a essentially arbitrary permanent stopwatch on families who are trapped on government wait lists. We also heard about the potential heavy legislative weight on which will result in parents refusing to consent to short-term applications out of fear that they're walking into a permanency trap that might be used against them in court. Legal services said that this could lead to a huge increase in contested hearings, which would clog our already clogged courts and traumatise families. These amendments seek to preserve judicial discretion to make sure that judges have the power to look at individual cases and actually make orders that are in the best interest of the child, not trying to meet some arbitrary timeframe. So I will move Amendment 19.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, Amendment 19. Are there any other speakers? If not, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the noes have it.
Division.
A division is called. Please ring the bells. The outcome of the division is 7 ayes and 17 noes. The noes have it. Member for Johnston, would you like to move Amendment 20?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 20 in the schedule. I've given the background to the reasons for that amendment already. I move that the amendment be put.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the noes have it. A division is called. Please ring the bells.
No. Division. Division.
Lock the doors. Result of the division, 17 ayes, 7 noes. It's all agreed. Okay. This one. Yeah, okay. This one? Yeah. Okay. Is it wish of the Assembly that clauses 22 to 23 be considered together? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that clauses 22 to 23 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 24 stand as printed.
No.
Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Again, the opposition in our line of questioning, this is obviously a consequential amendment to the removal of FROs. We won't be supporting clause 24.
Okay. The question is, any other speakers? No. The question is that the clause stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it.
Division.
Division called?
Yep.
Ring the bells. Result of the division: 17 ayes, 7 noes. Okay. The question is that clause 25 stand as printed. The member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Minister, why has legal representation for children been limited to just permanent care orders or protection orders with long-term parental responsibility?
Thank you, Member for Gwoja. Currently, there's no given and legislated right for children to have any legal representation, though the court may do that. The decision for the representation around long-term and permanent care orders is simply because that is the time where the children's voices absolutely must be heard after the crisis situation is over and all the work has been done. And the child should have a say and independent legal representation as to what happens to them for the ensuing years.
Thank you. Minister, why was short-term excluded? Because, I mean, the safety obviously is important for either, so I'm just trying to understand why it's only long-term.
The intent for the long-term and permanent orders is that the short-term period is really focused on reunification of the child and keeping the family together. That's where all the emphasis is and the work is being done. The child is actively involved in that, obviously, but during that period of time, it's not anticipated in that short-term period that there would be significant interaction with the legal system.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I do have Amendment 34, but I am mindful that the Member for Johnston's flagged questions as well. I'm happy to put the amendment, or if the Minister would prefer that questions go first before the amendment.
Are there any further questions on clause 25?
Okay, I'll move.
I've got an amendment on clause 25.
Member for Gwoja.
Thank you,
Proceed with the
Mr
amendment.
Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 34. While this amendment is a step in the right direction, it once again, what we're seeing with this legislation is falling short of the requirement standards that could have been improved on the basis of feedback from stakeholders. The success of the provision will rely on sufficient funding for legal representation. There is no requirement for training of child representatives, and most importantly, it should have been extended to the earlier stages of proceedings. I move Amendment 34 to clause 25.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? No other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, the contrary no.
Aye.
I think the noes have it. Division called. Ring the bells. Result of the division: ayes 7, noes 17. The amendment's defeated. The question now is that the clause stand as printed. Are there any other speakers? Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And I think it's Amendment 21.
Yep, thank you. I move the Amendment 21. This is in relation to the same clause, and this is in with concern about the urgency exception. My amendment moves to remove the urgency exception and replace it with a best interest test that the court can apply. This amendment works to ensure that the court has discretion and to ensure that the court can decide whether or not the urgency needs to apply. So I move that the amendment be put.
Okay. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any other speakers? The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, the contrary no. I think the noes have it. Division supported. Ring the bells. Result of the division, 7 ayes, 17 noes. The amendment's disallowed. Right. Question now is that the clause stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Johnston.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 22 in the schedule to insert a new clause, 25A. This is a clause to establish a formal pathway for alternative dispute resolution and family-led decision-making. The evidence to the committee from many organisations was that properly resourced family-led decision-making dramatically outperforms the current system at actually finding family for a child, which is a clear safety outcome and is what we have heard that the government wants. I've drafted an amendment which gives the court a formal power to refer parties to alternative dispute resolution with confidentiality protections modelled on interstate provisions. This is something that I feel very strongly about. People in this chamber will know that that's the work that I used to do, including facilitating these kinds of mediations for people in the situations that this bill is here to address, and the outcomes when those processes are undertaken properly for children is far superior than being involved in a lengthy, combative, adversarial court process, which helps no one. The evidence is very clear that Aboriginal family-led decision-making works. During the hearings, we heard one incredible story that one Aboriginal-led organisation was able to identify 200 relatives for a child within 2 weeks after the department had reported finding no family for 2 years. So this amendment seeks to embed family-led decision-making. This was recommended by the Royal Commission. It was recommended and talked to by many of the people that gave evidence to the committee. And the amendment I won't read the whole amendment, I could, but I note that people aren't looking that engaged across the chamber. But the amendment outlines very clearly the architecture for the court to divert matters away from adversarial litigation and into culturally grounded family-led dispute resolution. We've heard many times from the member for Mulka that having family-led, community-led, culturally-led, elders-led decision-making processes are what works to keep everybody safe. It's proven, it's evidence-based, it's a pathway to keeping children safe. I commend the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. Are there any other speakers? Yes. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I do rise to speak in absolute support of the amendment put forward by the member for Johnston. If this government is serious about supporting Aboriginal family-led decision-making, this should have been absolutely first and foremost part of the bill that went out for consultation and that it was in here today. I think the member for Johnston has highlighted how important, we've heard from the member for Mulka as well, around the importance absolutely of Aboriginal family-led decision-making. Alternative dispute resolution, or as other people know it as mediation, is an incredibly powerful and successful tool. We've seen it being applied in other spaces across the Northern Territory to whether it's de-escalate, whether it's bringing people together after conflict, or whether it's being able to have hard and difficult conversations amongst family members. It's a proven thing to work. I've had the opportunity to be out in the electorate of Mulka with the member for Mulka, where we've seen Aboriginal family-led decision-making taking place. It's been incredibly valuable. And as we have heard, and as the submissions highlighted, that Aboriginal family-led decision-making brings people together and can achieve the best results for a child. So I think what is being proposed by the member for Johnston is absolutely fair, it's reasonable, it sets a very good tone, and it's promising for families who might be going through a complex or a challenging period of time in their lives, that alternative dispute resolution allows them to have those conversations well before it ends up at the punitive, draconian end where there is no form of resolution. So alternative dispute resolution, mediation as it's known by many people, or family-led decision-making is incredibly valuable. It's a great clause which is being proposed to be added to this bill, and would absolutely ensure that there is meaningful conversation around really difficult and challenging conversations, particularly in the child protection space amongst family members. So the opposition do absolutely support this important amendment that's being proposed by the member for Johnston.
Thank you, member for Gwoja. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the noes have it.
Division.
Division. Ring the bells. Result of the division, 7 ayes, 17 noes. The amendment's defeated. Let's move on. Is it the wish of the Assembly that clauses 26 to 27 be considered together? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that clauses 26 to 27 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 28 stand as printed.
No.
Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The opposition does not support clause 28, and we will be voting in opposition to it.
Okay. Any other speakers? The question is that the clause stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. Division. Ring the bells. Yes. Result of the division, 17 ayes, 7 noes. It's in the affirmative. The clause stands as printed. Question is that clause 29 stand as printed. Member for Gwoja.
Thank you. Again, Mr Deputy Speaker, the opposition will be not supportive of clause 29. We'll be voting in opposition.
Any other speakers? Question is that clause stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. Is it the wish of the Assembly that clauses 30 to 51 be considered together? There be no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that clauses 30 to 51 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that the schedule stand as printed.
No.
Member for Gwoja.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Again, the opposition will be opposing the schedule, and we'll be happy to put that to the vote now.
Okay. No other speakers? No. The question is that the schedule stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. Is it the wish of the Assembly that the remainder of the bill be taken together? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the remainder of the bill stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye, the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. Division, ring the bells. Lock the doors. Okay, the result of the division, 17 ayes, 7 noes. The bill has been agreed to. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those of the opinion say aye, the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. Division, ring the bells.
17 ayes and 7 noes. The ayes have it. Honourable members, pursuant to standing order, are we doing papers? Oh, sorry. We've done the third reading. Oh, okay. Sorry. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it.
Brian just did that.
He did it by accident. Instead of the speaker doing it.
The third reading
Has been done.
has been done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we just
Yeah.
voted on.
Yeah, no, it's done.
Yeah, I thought it was done.
Well done.
Andrew, just go away now. Oh, thank you. Most divisions, I think, on record.
The clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Care and Protection of Children Act 2007 and for related purposes.
Leader of Government Business. Do we move to papers or